could be holding up our light. We could be fighting for what's right. Or we could be falling to pieces. Under the bridge of fire burns, somewhere the pages start to turn, and somebody whispers, I need this. I will do anything just to make you see. Don't apologize for what's in your dreams. Maybe this time will be different. It's only us. It's only us. It's only us
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this special day, this finals day of the Decia Optiver League of Legends tournament. Yes, you heard that right. We've been waiting for about a year, but not even a pandemic would stop this day from ultimately coming. The finals, or the semi-finals, in fact, first, are here. And to bring you these fine games that we have prepared for you today, we also had to bring in some fine casters. So with me for the first semi-finals here is Koen Den Dekker. Koen, how are you feeling today, man?
I'm feeling quite well. I'm excited for some good matches, hopefully some competitive ones with some back and forth series. To introduce myself a little bit, I was in purple. They're already long out of the tournament, so that's why I came here to cast today. And with me is Pepijn. Oh, yeah, I think he's this side. Pepijn van Hees, and he's actually a fellow purple member. So introduce yourself a little bit as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we used to play in this tournament last year. We got knocked out in the first round, but hey, we had a good show. So yeah. Yeah, I was lady carry. You were the top laner, so we are bringing you the insights from this tournament from all over the map, hopefully. Yeah, so let's actually dive into a little bit, because as I already mentioned, this was sponsored by Optiver, this tournament, and in fact we have somebody from Optiver to tell you exactly what. Oh, we have a video from Optiver. Showing you a little bit about what Optiver exactly is, because like I imagine you cannot fully imagine and don't know just the name. So let's introduce Optiver for the show.
Yeah. Esports tournament hosted by Optiver. Good energy going on so far. It's the first time for me, so a lot of fun to be involved. Firstly, I've got to say I'm very, very excited to see this happening. Let me explain to you a little bit why. It's been a year of a delay for a start, which has been keeping me pretty on my toes. But I'll tell you a little bit about myself to explain the context, why I'm so excited about this tournament. I'm from Australia, and that's where I grew up. I studied space engineering over there. I thought, oh, maybe one day I end up working for some big shot space engineering company. But in the end, I got this hot tip from a barista at a cafe I used to go to in Bondi. This pretty cool guy came in. He works at this company called Optiver. Never heard of it, but I gave him your number, and he's going to give you a call, and you can go check it out. And I think that was the best thing that ever happened to me, actually, because for the last 10 years or so, I've been working for this company called Optiver. Started off in the small office in Sydney, and it's been the most awesome experience that I've had working with the most brilliant people I've ever come across. So coming out of this whole space industry thing, I wanted to get involved in, and ended up working with the most amazing people I've ever seen. So after about 3 or 4 years in Sydney, I decided, oh, let's go check out which is actually the main, one of the things I discovered in Amsterdam at the time, even maybe go to the beach after work with some of your mates. In Amsterdam, you can't barely go to the beach in summer, actually. But what happened was these first dark, cold nights, proposed to some of my colleagues, hey, why don't we have a LAN party? Which seemed a little bit odd to maybe propose to your colleagues in the workplace. We're all maybe 20, 25, 30, kind of that age group. And the most fascinating thing happened, It's kind of all out of the woodwork. It popped out that, well, for a start, about half the people in my team played the same game as I did. That was Counter-Strike. It was 1.3 back in the day. We were all in high school. But we all played Counter-Strike. It was a starting point. And then more of these fascinating things started happening. One guy was like, oh, I was in the top 20 players in Europe for Diablo 2. And another bloke was like in the top 10 players for this game called RuneScape. And some in the top 100. And all these amazing gamers are actually in the company. We started having these LAN parties and we were playing. And that's when I kind of had a bit of this eureka moment, I would call it, whereby I thought, oh, well, hang on. We're all in this company together, this humble company doing all this trading and brilliant people. And we also all love gaming. And thinking a little bit about, hey, what do you need to be good at gaming? You sit there, you got some screens, there's all this information on them. You got to take it all in real time, process it, make decisions, communicate well, come up with a strategy, learn, adapt, etc. Have a good screen awareness, not miss things. Be very self-critical, self-reflective to learn, why did I lose? What did I do wrong? How could I be better? And also to learn about all the knowledge of the game and practice to get good at it. So the thinking then became, hey, a lot of the we try to do it often, find these people, we should try and get people involved that are very good at esports. People that are good at these kind of esports games like CSGO, League of Legends, they're probably going to be very good at what we do. And so we thought, oh, how can we get involved? We engage with the trying to learn what's a good way to go about it. I had these grand visions. Hey, let's get best teams from all over the world coming in on the trading floor, set it all up. Everyone can compete. The trading floor, it's a magnificent, high energy place. That's something we actually tried to aim for about a year ago, but unfortunately with COVID, we got some delays there. Nevertheless, here we are, able to do it online. I think it's brilliant. Very excited about it that are involved. And I wish you all the best, and I'll speak to you guys later. Back to you guys.
Yeah, ready. And yes, well, thank you very much, Andrew, for giving us a beautiful introduction of Optiver and telling us why exactly we are here.
Yeah, fantastic insight also into sorry, the way that he connects gaming and the work he does, and really brings light to what we do, and maybe makes us feel a little bit special.
Definitely. So I hope now everybody at home also knows a little bit about what Optiver is, what it does, and how Andrew actually got there and we got here. So I think that's for us about time to start looking into what we are going to be seeing today. I believe we have a schedule ready. that we are going to be looking into soon. But
I can tell you. I can go through the list. At 10:30, there's the first semifinals between Team Lubbe and DCI Green. Sorry, actually 11, my bad. At 2:30, we'll have Dorens Mannelijk Roze versus DCA Orange. And there's a bonus match, and it's already revealed what it is. It's the DCA board versus a team from Optiver, a very exciting one. Honestly, my personal favorite of the day, but maybe not the most competitive. We'll see. And then there's the grand finals, of course, between the winners of the semi-final matches at 6:30.
Yes, very exciting stuff. It's going to be a long day, but luckily we have some more casters than just us who will be providing coverage of the second semifinals. We'll introduce them later this fine day. So yeah, we won't have to bring you all the action. You'll be seeing more people. Luckily, also our voices get to live a little bit longer than just this specific day. Exciting stuff. I'm really curious to see how the semifinals will play out. I believe there can be some very close matches in there. The ACI Green, of course, versus Team Lubbe, and as we saw as well, the ACI Orange versus actually the ACI Green versus Team Lubbe here is on the screen. The players, in fact, are to be introduced. We see Jonathan Beta in the top lane from the ACI Green, Slazer 20 in the jungle from the ACI Green, the Tiger in the mid lane, Legal Squirrel in the bot lane, and a Raid Bull Shaco as support.
So we're quite familiar with these players because we know them as friends. We know them as opponents in matches we've played from previous tournaments as well. And it's quite a team. Like they got some curveballs. They got some stuff they throw around a little bit. They're not the most standard players, although they got a strong central jungler who plays more of a standard game style than I think the rest of his team around him a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely think a very opinionated team, a team that is very much likes to play what they like to play and don't necessarily agree with the meta, but by that means they can definitely catch you off guard. And maybe they can one of these curveballs that you already mentioned is going to land and is going to score points. And on the other side, Team Lubbe, of course, we see Seduced by Lies in the top lane, XX Bodyblader XX in the jungle, Job the Boss in the mid lane, The Dark Coffee as AD carry, and Mr. Major as support. And this, I believe, was a lot more of a stock standard team, you said, Koen.
Yeah, so I don't know them as well because I don't know them personally at all. But when I've looked at OP.GG's, what I saw is that all of their players are very invested in their roles. They got like a deep they all each have deep champion pools playing many different characters for each role, and not really branching out into other roles. So that's why they're kind of invested in what they do. Overall, if you look at elo wise, they're a little bit higher, definitely compared to DCA Green. But then we have to see how the matchup plays out through the picks and through the strategies that they developed.
Yeah, definitely. So we have to see if Team Lubbe, who are technically the favorites coming into this match, I believe, how they are going to hold up against the more curveball team of DSA Green. We're going to see who can dictate the pace of the game. Is it going to be possible for DSA Green to throw off the rest of the competition there and see if they can catch them off guard, or is Team Lubbe going to be able to play the standard game and going to bring it to long enough into the game, or maybe even early game, to just win it through the conventional methods? That's something we're going to have to see.
That's for sure the question. I believe we're going to go into interviews with team captains of both teams to see if they have any insights. I heard we have to stall a little bit longer.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to go into the team captain interview shortly. We will ask them some questions about what they believe the day is going to happen. I have, in fact, had the opportunity from the DSCA teams to already ask a few questions yesterday. And I believe both teams are excited to be here, excited to play. And I mean, why wouldn't they be, right? It's going to be a big tournament, actually a significant prize pool as well. So who knows? Maybe we actually get to see some good matches. Actually, I expect some very good matches, some very exciting matches today.
If you're looking ahead of the day, what is your predictions for the 3 matches then? If you could place all 3 of them down.
So if I'm going to play it safe, right, I'm going to say that Team Lubbe is going to win the first semifinals in a best of just in 2 games, I think. But I do believe that Green can throw a curveball. I agree with that. So I think they can pick up a game. I think it's going to be a 2-1. I'm excited.
2-1, okay.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, we have our good friend Justin here, Slazer. who is going to be ready for the interview very soon, I believe.
Wait, isn't it?
Now I can hear you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. So that's good. Yes, there is Slacer, the team captain from DSCA Green. Slacer, welcome. Are you excited for the day?
It's gonna be fun. I hope.
It's going to be
For
fun. I
sure.
definitely think so. Do you have any confidence whatsoever against Team Lubbe?
I mean, we're just gonna try our best, and we'll see what happens.
Sounds
You
good.
never know. You never know what happens.
For sure. And are you thinking about, like, have you prepared some picks? Have you prepared some bands? You know what you're going into?
Yes, we have prepared something, and we're gonna see if it works. And otherwise, we'll
Prepared
always
some-
have an easy backup plan.
Okay. Prepared something as in like a strict, I want these 5 champions, and if I don't get those, then it kind of falls apart? Or is it kind of, okay, we're trying to play
Well,
towards
has a
some
couple
kind of
of
role?
champions that are important, and a couple that are interchangeable with others.
All right.
Interesting.
Hopefully it plays out in the ban phase then, so you can still pick up what you need.
Yeah, interesting. I have heard from one of the players yesterday that there has not always been the most rigid practice from DSC Green over the last year. So how has it been getting back into the game a little bit for some of these players, and also picking up the new meta, because since preseason, of course, all the new item changes. Do you think it's favorable for you?
Start a lot with the new meta, and we're gonna look if it works with higher rated opponents, and hope that we just maybe get a win or 2. Who knows?
Fair enough. What about the enemy team? Do you guys have certain people to watch out for, do you think? Or is it all just ban, maybe comfort here, maybe comfort there?
I think mostly it's been comfort.
Right. That's fair.
Okay. Yeah, just sticking to comfort. It's very, very often the right strategy, because you can play the meta champ, but if you just don't know the meta champ, it's better to just play the comfort champ, even if it's not meta, right? So yeah, I'm excited to see you play. Do you have any specific words to target the enemy team? Do you think you can make them scared a little bit?
The meta is very enjoyable right now.
Oh boy, okay, you're feeling good.
Hey, vague answer.
Yes, well, thank you so much for joining us. I hope I wish you all the best of luck against Team Lubbe in a minute, and good luck with the last minutes of your last half an hour ish of your preparation today, Slacer.
Thank you.
Yes, so very exciting stuff. I think the ECA Green is actually very prepared, as I heard it. They have some drafts ready, and I think it's going to be a fun set of games.
Yeah, drafts with flex picks, with backup drafts. They got it all figured out. They know exactly what they're getting into. So we'll see if it pays off.
Plans within plans. Yes. I'm wondering. I'm actually curious about what they're going to pick to start, because I know the ACR Green more as a narrow champion pools, not necessarily narrow-minded, but and they really like to stick to those champions. So the fact that they're they say they have some special picks prepared, I'm very, very curious to see what is going to be happening in the champion.
Especially since you mentioned the meta and that they might even be playing towards the meta, which you wouldn't expect from the team. But maybe they got it all figured out. Maybe their meta is exactly their special picks, which would be crazy. But you never know.
Yeah, you never know. It could be that after the item reworks, we've seen a couple of games in the LCS in America, we've seen a couple of games actually yesterday in the LEC in Europe. But there's definitely nothing set in stone. The new patch hit a couple of days ago, so that's also going to be very different. So the meta, I think, is still up in the air. The team's still figuring out what's going to happen, not only in this level of play, but also in pro play. So maybe Slacer's onto something. Maybe he found a really cool pick that he thinks works super well in the meta, and he's going to try. I definitely believe it too. He's going to try and throw off Team Lubbe. Yeah. Okay, I believe the team captain from Team Lubbe is also coming to us in a second, so we can actually ask him the same question whether or not he's prepared soon. I'm seeing him loading his video right now.
Welcome,
Yes.
Drop the Boss. I assume you're called Boss.
I am, yes.
Very exciting. How are you feeling today?
Sorry? What did you say?
Oh, wait, I'm gonna ask production real quick. Can we start already with the interview, or do I have to wait before? Okay. Apparently, we're talking to nobody on stream right now. Sorry, boss.
There we go. Yes.
Welcome, boss. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Are you excited for the days for the game today? You have been waiting like an entire year, so like, are you excited?
True. I am. Yeah. I think it's sad that it's not online, but no, not on location. But still, it's nice.
Yeah, definitely. Original plans were to go to Amsterdam to Optiver. I couldn't go on because like the pandemic kind of stopped us from doing that. But hey, at least we got to play the games anyway. A year later. So I asked Slazer just now, what does he have to intimidate you? Are you intimidated?
Ooh, not really. I think that jungler is a good player, but I think in all the other lanes we should be fine. So
Does that mean you guys play standard, not any specific team comp, just winning lanes and then you win the game? Straightforward?
A little bit, yeah. We have prepared some team comps, but yeah, that's mostly the plan, to just win lane.
Win lane, win game. Very, very strong. Do you think that's the current meta as well? Is going to be a very early game heavy meta, or is it going to be more focused towards mid game?
I have no idea what the meta is.
Fair
we
enough.
Haven't played that much. So.
Do you think the meta matters in the League of Legends? Like, I'm personally not a strong believer of the meta. I just think play some powerful stuff and like whatever. But maybe your opinion is meta is kind of important.
I mean, it is, but I don't think on our level it's that important. I think it's more important to just pick comfort picks and go with that.
Stick to your tried and true. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So you said you already mentioned a little bit. You have some team comps that you prepared. Do you feel like you are like well prepared for the matches against the Asia Green, and maybe if you win, even prepared against the other teams as well?
We are prepared against DCA Green, but we still have to prepare a bit against the other teams because we want to watch who wins first, so we can't just make a draft and.
Right.
Yeah.
And did you guys think about like assuming you win this game, if you guys are that confident that you don't like show your powerful stuff here already and then keep it for later? Is that anything you're thinking about, or is it just focus on number one, beating Green?
I think we have to focus on beating Green. I mean, they can win, and it's only 2 games, so that would be really awkward if we lose. So we just have to try hard.
Taking it one game at a time sounds definitely like the most grounded approach to this day. Yeah, do you have some intimidating words back at Slazer? Do you think what can you say to let him know that you are going to win?
That's a good one. I don't know. I think they just have to look at our ranks and then see who's better.
Yeah, overpowering him with the solo queue rankings. Definitely a very threatening VM to go by. Thank you so much for joining us. I wish you two the best of luck in the games coming today, and I'm really excited to see you play.
Thanks.
Yeah. So now we heard from both team captains, Koen. Do you have an opinion on who is going to win yet?
I think my opinion is kind of unaffected by these 2 interviews. Strangely enough, I do believe that rank plays quite a significant role at this level, except if like you're really coherent as a team or something, you can really pull some stuff off. Usually it's like once if all your lanes are losing a little bit and you're already behind in gold before you can even like execute on a comp or anything, then it becomes really difficult. Still though, I enjoy watching the ACI win. Like, I'll be honest, I do enjoy that, but I just don't expect it today. In this match.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. As I already mentioned, I think it's going to be an uphill battle, but knowing DCI Green, like they've done some uphill things before. They've thrown those curveballs, so it's definitely not over until the Nexus explodes for the last time. So yeah, and basically because Slazer also told me he's got plans. Like I'm curious. I'm gonna see who's gonna win this. Very, very closely. So yeah, we will be showing you the bracket right now, and here you can see that Dacia Green will be playing Team Libre right now. Orange against Dacia Orange is going to be happening later today, and then ultimately in this starting of the evening we have the finals of the 2 victors against each other. Yeah, it's very stock standard. There's no second chances. So if you lose, you're out, and if you win, you're in. That's basically how this tournament for now works for the rest of the tournament.
The only second chance you have is that's a best of 3. So you're allowed to lose one, and then you got to get your stuff together in order to not lose the entire match.
Actually, you mentioned that it's a best of 3, and that's a very interesting part of this series, of course. It's not a best of 1, meaning you can fumble one game, mentally reset, come back, and beat them back to back anyway. So losing one game doesn't mean everything, but like the mental is going to be, the momentum is going to be in favor of the other team. So it's going to be even more of an uphill battle if you lose the first game. Do you think, like, we're going to see many like turnarounds? Do you think the second game is going to go to the other team, basically?
Assuming who wins the first one.
Yeah, like, do you think the teams are going to be
ever? Okay. Yeah. I think it's possible. I definitely think that knowing some of the picks that can snowball kind of hard, that like specifically Green plays, assuming Lubba takes the first one. Like there's some stuff that can happen, and always the game is so intricate. You get 2 random kills somewhere in the jungle, and you start like just taking towers, and suddenly the game is over. Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Interesting stuff. Well, I want to dive a little bit into. I'm not sure how much you've been following the LCS and LEC.
I saw 2 matches yesterday between like G2 and Mad Lions. They picked some weird comp of like TF and Sivir. Like, why is Reckless playing Sivir? I have no idea. But yeah, just a lot of engage and fight on G2, and that kind of worked.
Yeah, very much so. What I specifically wanted to go into, in fact, is the top lane, since you are like supposed to be the expert here.
Okay, true. Gragas top lane is showing up everywhere, and I don't understand Gragas top lane. It's not a thing. It's grasp. It's Gragas. His auto attacks suck. It's like they're bad. I don't get it.
Yeah, and yet we saw Gragas solo kill Renekton several times throughout the day. In fact, Renekton is the other like composition, like the other part of the composition that is being played very high priority, but has not won a match in the LEC yesterday at all.
Is the LEC on the previous patch or on this patch?
LEC was playing on 11.1, in fact, so not 11.2, which is the current patch.
Okay, yeah, because I think Renekton, like with Gorge Drinker stuff, got a little bit nerfed. The way the AoE healing does a lot of healing, it does a little bit less now. So maybe that's why Renekton is still prioritized. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand Gragas top. That's all I gotta say. Like, it's not supposed to do anything.
Okay, well, I think we are ready to find out whether or not it's going to do something or not. As the players have indicated, I believe that they are ready. Actually, are indicating that they are ready. We are at least ready. I know that we are. At least I know that I am. I hope you are too.
I'm quite ready.
Quite ready. So we should be heading. Yeah, exactly. It's an entire year has been passing by, so we are definitely ready. So we should be heading into Champ Select very, very soon. Yes, there we go. Slazer started the draft, and we are in. So I hope, Koen, you can see it too. I believe you can.
I can indeed. Jonathan Beta is currently choosing us first ban.
Yes. Okay, I see that the overlay is covering up the bans, but that's okay because we're going to just bring them to you as we go. The first ban from the side of the DSA Green is Hecarim. Hecarim on the side, definitely a strong jungler. We in fact saw a couple of junglers pick it up yesterday as well in the LEC. So yeah,
also a strong team fight champion. Like he can skirmish well, he can pick up leads, and then in a team fight he just ults on 3 people. And it's kind of viable. Like he showed up, I think, like a year or something ago, and then he's just stuck around ever since.
Yeah, one thing that Hecarim really brings to the table is the engage potential. The fact that he can just go in, and that's really, really big. Really easy engage as well. Something like Malphite, but even more CC. One can argue. The counter ban on the other side is the Nico by Team Lubbe, targeting specifically the Tiger, I believe.
So you might think the Tiger is a mid laner. Nico is I'm not really sure. She's not really played. But the Tiger is kind of like a Nico mid lane 2 trick. So fair to ban it out. Don't risk it. You don't know what it can do if you don't ever played against it.
Yeah, definitely. The Tiger has some other picks up his sleeve, I believe, but I'm not going to spoil them just yet. But Nico is definitely one of them. You see the response ban is the Echo. I think that's currently a jungle pick, but I'm not sure at this point.
Yeah, Echo is mainly a jungle pick. Also, the jungler of Team Lubbe has played it significantly in 2020 with quite a good win rate, I can see. So that's a fair ban. The Evelyn as a response, which is very specifically Justin's main comfort pick, where he plays very well on. And it's also just really annoying to play against. You always got to watch your flanks, got to put some control wards down, got to see where she is, and never be alone, which is just kind of tiresome to play against. You don't want to do it.
I definitely agree. I definitely remember some games where we as Daisy Purple actually got the upper hand against the ECA Green, but then just kept on being picked apart by this Evelyn from Slazer. And just not being able to close out the match because of it. So it was a really, really painful time. So definitely a good ban. The two last bans we see coming through are Akali from the side of the ECA Green and Graves from Team Lubbe. So a lot of jungle bans, in fact 4, as well as 2 mid lane bans is ultimately what has come through. First lock-in by Legal Squirrel is his main. It is Jhin.
Ooh, yeah, that's actually fantastic. Like back when Legal Squirrel was like playing a lot more than he is currently. He was a Jhin one trick, and he did very well in it, hitting Diamond very comfortably, doing nice. Now Jin's in the meta. Like Jhin wasn't a champion back then. Now it's like it's Jhin or it's Kai'Sa.
Yeah. The thing is, he was scary at Jhin when it was bad. So how scary can he be at Jhin when it is good? You know, that's going to be an interesting pickup to see. We see the counter indeed. The Samira, very snowball heavy. In fact, requires some very specific. Like team compositions to play around her to set her up for success, but once she does, she goes off. She goes spinning and she takes your whole team down with her. It's painful to watch.
Yeah, you kind of need, I feel like an Alistar or like a Leona or maybe a Thresh can kind of do as well with the knockup from the E to make her work though. So we'll see if maybe they pick a Morgana or something, maybe to counter that viability, because Morgana just kind of shuts down those champions.
Yeah, I agree. For example, the Hecarim that has been banned out would have been great to play with Samira. Instead, we see the jungle Nidalee lock in. I think it was yesterday described in the LSC as very feast or famine. So definitely an early game, high tempo jungler that needs to pop some ganks and just get rolling. But once she does, her spears are going to hurt. And then on the other side, we see Lilia and Shaco locked in. And Koen, talk me through the Shaco.
Yeah, so they have a Lilia and a Shaco. Doesn't make any sense. Shaco's a jungler, I'm pretty sure. Except he's also a support, because he can build AP and he can be invisible and he puts on a box and then he's just really annoying. And Raid Boss Shaco, he has Shaco in his name. I don't know if you already noticed that. Raid Boss Shaco. He plays Shaco as a support.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
And he can be very obnoxious with it. So yeah, I wonder how effective he can be against the Rakan Samira bot lane from the side of Team Lubbe. Now,
I should just use box as well to like stop the engage from Samira and Rakan, just like to block their dashes. Because otherwise, the Jhin kind of just dies. I think. Like what else is Jhin gonna do against the Rakan Samira?
Dash away.
Okay, true. Actually.
Yeah, once he gets his kill force, he might be able to just dip out of the knockup from Rakan. The grand entrance is relatively limited, but yeah. So what we see is both teams have picked the same roles, therefore the bans are going to limit one specific champion pool probably a lot. In fact, the Camille and the Irelia bans targeting top lane, Darius as well coming through. So it looks like top lane is victimized by this similar or equal state in the pick and ban.
Darius, both picks Jonathan Beta are quite comfortable on. Gnar, a pick that's very strong at the moment because he's been buffed for the past like year and a half. Just every few patches, here's a little Gnar buff, which I love, by the way. Like, but he is kind of strong right now, so fair enough that you ban it. It makes some picks just kind of irrelevant if they're too melee without any mobility.
Yeah,
I agree. Renekton.
And Gnar is also a very strong pick into tanks, and I know that Jonathan Beta is a bit of a tank player. So it makes sense to ban it out. We see the Renekton picked up. You already mentioned it. Yesterday in the LEC, it was deemed over-prioritized. So we'll see if it works out for Team Lubbe today.
Shen is a really good pick. Shen kind of like stops anything the Renekton can do. You can't really win the Renekton because it's Renekton. But you can dub. Oh, it's not a Shen. I talked early. It's a Karma.
That's a mid lane Karma.
And I don't know. This seems to be a kind of disgusting team comp so far. Because Lilia and Karma, I'm not sure what their atomization is, but I'm looking at some Moonstone Renewer stuff for both of them, possibly.
Yeah, we definitely
picked up on that. but Maxime, my roommate, has been talking to me only about Moonstone Renewal.
Okay, interesting. Well, we'll see how that goes out. The Shen is picked up in the top lane, bowing out the composition. The Karma indeed heading over to the mid lane to the Tiger. Now, the mid lane is still to be picked on the side of Team Lubbe. And they are hovering already, but do you think they're going to lock in the Ahri?
Yeah, I do think they're going to lock in the Ahri because they did. Which is funny, but it's also nice comfort. Like I think it's a garbage champion. She got some ability on her W, which kind of improves her as a champion, but still, she just doesn't do that much that well. But if you can play it, and generally Ahri people are like hard Ahri mains, it's like you either play or you don't.
I wonder if you go based on some experience.
No idea. So yeah, they probably just played a lot of Ahri.
Yeah, probably. Can definitely set up some picks. Has a charm. Is very mobile. So maybe Ahri can the boss can use some bushes as well to catch either the Tiger or just anybody else from DSA Green off guard. Hits the charm. Some follow up maybe from Rakan, Samira, Renekton. Who knows? So yeah, it's going to be an interesting composition, I think, from both sides. Looking at DSA Green, what are they going to be willing to do in the first 3 minutes of the game?
Interesting. The Shen sort of makes it that like the pick composition of Lubbe, because they can get a lot of random targeted. They got quite a bit of CC, a little bit of Nidalee Spear in the back. They can kind of pick off some people. They got Shen though, so that I don't think is the biggest option anymore. And then the rest of the team comp is kind of slow fights. You just take it easy. Put some little Lily asleep on them. Put some little Karma ulti Q on people. Jin W in the back, and then you just kind of take the fight slowly. You're tanky. You got shields. You don't have to do anything. And then you just win the fight off that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be the job from the DSA Green to fight on their terrain, if you get what I mean. Like fight backwards, set up shackle boxes, have the enemy team walk into them. They get feared by shackle boxes. You can get picked maybe before the fight starts. Or even if the shackle boxes don't properly go off, just keep kiting backwards. And if somebody gets caught, which is Shen ultimate to peel them out. And in that way, try and pick off people that overcommit to the fight. So yeah, we have to see how that works out for them. On the other side, we see Renekton, Nidalee, Ahri, Samira, and Rakan from Team Lubbe. Is this what you expected? Yeah. Is this what are they going to do?
I mean, what expected? I have no idea. I had no expectations. But what they can do, Renekton got 2 dashes. Nidalee has a small dash and possibly a big dash. Ahri got 3 dashes. Samira got, I don't even know. Like I don't understand the champion. Rakan has like 3, I think. They can go in. They can go forward. So as long as they keep going forward and Green can't go back far enough, then they kill people and then they win the game.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be on Team Lubbe to force fights, and not only force fights, but force them well enough so DSA Green cannot walk backwards enough. I definitely agree that is an important part of their team composition. And also looking at the Nidalee Renekton, I think that's going to be a very, very potent early top lane. I think Jonathan Beta might have some dives coming his way. It also because like Nidalee's AP damage shorts, Renekton's AD damage shorts, and they have been like since time and age they've been known to be a very, very strong topside duo. Either roaming around or ganking mid lane even.
Sure. Renekton can always get his W off, except if Shen plays his WO, but like you can kind of play around that, like baiting it out and then doing the stun. And then once something is stunned, Nidalee is happy. Nidalee loves stuff that is stunned because then she doesn't have to aim and use her brain. And you hate aiming and using your brain.
Yes, if you can land a spear on a target that is stunned, that's a lot greater than being able to try and target an enemy that is moving. So yeah, we have to see if Team Lubbe recognizes this strength around the top lane as well, and see if Bodyblade is going to go towards the top side. Now, do you think looking at those bot lanes, right? Jin Shaco versus Samir Rakan, are we going to see action? Are we going to see fights, or is it going to be just passive, sit back and farm?
I assume we see fights because it's Samir Rakan. If they don't force fights, then Jin is like, hey, I'm fine with this. I'm gonna scale. I'm Jin. I 2-auto to people late game. So if they don't fight, then they got a problem on their hands.
Yeah, I agree. I think overall, Team Lubbe is focused a lot more on the early game and the mid game. But I do also think that like they need to make it work. Like if they don't make it work, then they're going to have like we already talked about the uphill battles. They're going to be fighting uphill. They're going to hear that from the EC Green. I have the high ground, you know. So
who do you think scales harder as a team? Green or Lubbe?
I think that's hard to say, but I believe since like the Renekton and Italy have a tendency to fall off a little bit towards the late game. I think the Shen, the Jhin, and the Lilia with like the shielding from the Karma can definitely outplay the late game. I think it's going to be the hardest for Red Bull Shaco for the AC Green to function properly in the late game. I suspect it's going to be an AP Shaco. So it's going to be all boxes and a little bit of the shiv.
And like one little dagger, like
yeah, exactly.
That's all. That's all he does. Yeah, I think I agree. Once late game hits, I don't think, except if like Lubbe executes it very much by like hard forcing on one person, getting picks, and then winning the game through that. As long as Green's together, I don't think they lose. Like game.
Yes.
Okay, we see a 2-man. No, they're not going to do anything. We're looking at the warding here. I think that's the level of competition we're at, where at this point, they're looking at where they can place those wards to get the early vision on what the jungle routing is.
Yeah, and definitely is very much Slazer 20 typical to walk into the enemy jungle there and try to drop a ward on either the Raptors or even the red buff to see where the Nidalee will start. This time he does not find an opportunity to do so and he decides to back off. So as we have a bit of a peaceful early game, let's have a look at the summoner spells as well as the keystones. Do we see anything weird there?
We see double Dark Harvest bot lane, which I don't know if it's weird based on those champions. I don't think you go Dark Harvest on Jhin, and I don't know about Shaco. But it's peculiar, for sure.
I believe, in fact, the Dark Harvest is currently supposed to be the most effective runestone on Jhin, on Legal Squirrel. So
Okay.
I do think it's correct. Shaco definitely can work with Dark Harvest as well. So yeah, it's going to be. I think that's supposed to be the most strong thing. But yeah, it's funky that you do run a double Dark Harvest in the bot lane.
For the rest, before I talk about the phase rush on Lilia, Shaco put 2 boxes down for red buff leash, and then went straight to bot side to put some boxes in lane, and there we go. Right off the bat, he's annoying. It's just the entire pick. You just put boxes and you shift people. I don't understand how it could ever work, but he makes it work.
Yeah, you just annoyed him to death, and yeah, that works apparently. As we see our camera shifting a little bit between top lane and bot lane, as both lanes are minutely trading. Let's see who hits the first level 2 in the bot lane, as we see Legal Squirrel hitting a forward shot onto the Dark Wolfie. The Dark Wolfie and Mr. Muir directly going in as a level 2, but they have a level 2 strong by spike, and it forces Red Bull Shaco to disengage. Nothing too much done, as just the potion is popped from the side of Red Bull Shaco.
Yeah, it kind of sets up the ball lane for what it's going to be for the rest of the match. I think Samira and Rakan engaging and hopefully them surviving. See if they continue to survive. Ooh, and there's a minion that he out of the wrong one. You hate to see it.
Yeah, in fact, looking at the junglers, we see that both junglers started on the bot side are both pathing towards top side. And it looks like Bodyblade is looking to contest the top side together with Slazer. In fact, Slazer and they are both there. This is going to be a 2v2 fight, but Slazer does not want any of that. Bodyblade lands a spear, but it gets flashed away from by Racer 20. Renekton flashes over the wall as well, but gets on top of the other beta. Now, Racer 20 is very low. The other beta cannot fight this 1-2. Now he's disengaging. He's trying to get out. Now also he fights in the mid lane. Ultimately top lane nothing happens, but top the boss is still a bit of a problem. The Tiger misses his ultimate Q, and he is not going to be able to get the kill, and Dr. the Boss and the Tiger also walk away. Bit of skirmishing going on right there, both top and mid.
Yeah. The result, 2 people burn their flash. Jungler against top laner, which is probably better for the Renekton because he saw the dash and Lilia kind of vulnerable now. But honestly, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think Lilia already needed gank setup to properly get off a gank, and now that she doesn't have a flash, I think she will need it even harder. So ganks from Lilia are going to be purely based on not being spotted, rather than just running in there and trying to fight, because then people tend to get away from you. So yeah, we see the top lane scuttle was taken by the Nidalee. She of course got the upper hand, and now we are seeing the contest around the bot side scuttle. The flash away from Nidalee as she was going to get tethered by Karma. Manages to get away, but burns her flash as well. They were hoping to get priority there, but they did not have it.
Yeah, but the entirety of green just showed up and decided, hey Slazer, we got you. Don't worry about it. You get this one for free, bud. Which is love. Like, as a jungler, you love it.
Yeah, I agree. We see some things coming through, tracking the flashes as well from the ACA green. Yeah, this is something that you really want to see from your team when you're playing jungle. You want to get those scuttle crabs. They give you a lot of experience. They give you a lot of a little bit of gold as well. So it's really important to get them early. Also, the vision is really, really nice to have. So contesting for them with the rest of your team is very intelligent from the side of the ACA green. I hope they can keep that up, because that is already a good, a bad omen for Team Lubba maybe, and a good omen for the ACA green.
I'm kind of wondering about the top lane, because I see the CS difference. I'm not sure how many minions are alive on this side. Okay. Nah, that makes sense. Fair enough. There's some still slight advantage towards Renekton, but that's fair enough for the matchup. Shen kind of needs his items before he can not die. So fair enough, that's fine.
Oh, we see a very cool ward being put down by Renekton. In fact, let me see if I can get that real quick. Over here. And this spots out both the Grump and the Blue buff, and will therefore see Lilia once she goes towards her Grump. Very useful information for the side of Team Lubba once they spot her out.
Once they see Lilia bot side, top side, we kind of have to look at bot side to see if Rakan and Samira are now like, oh, this is our opportunity. We can maybe go. At least too far away though to really help with that 3v2, but at least they got the 2v2, which is kind of what they're looking for, I think, as Samira Rakan.
Slazer's spidey senses were tingling, and he manages to find the ward with the sweeper that he bought. So that's very nice for him. Some extra XP, some extra gold, but also some vision denied for the rest of the ward duration.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, it's less ward duration, but eventually, once you got the one spot off of it, that's gonna be wait, that's gonna be bad on the
landed the taunt, and now Slazer 20 is in trouble because the Renekton does a lot of damage, and he was already level 6. But it is also going to be enough to take a blood force seduced by Lies, and that is a rough fight that honestly Body Blade wasn't even much of a part of. So Slazer 20 biting on board and he can chew, and seduced by Lies reaping the results from that. Jonathan Batten now in trouble because there comes a famous tower dive. That's a double taunt, but he's going to die anyway, and they can manage to dash out of tower range. Now we see bot lane, nothing is happening. So ultimately a 2-4-0 in the top lane, and yeah, we already mentioned in Champ Select the Renekton Nidalee duo, and it's definitely paying off for the side of Team Lubba.
For sure, the Renekton W into Nidalee stun. They popped it once to kill the Lilia. Oh, wait.
The flash charm into the minion by Drop the Boss. That is very unfortunate.
You hate to see it. You really just do hate to see it. You got the Ramus okay emote though, so, you know, that kind of makes up for it. I don't know that one.
Yeah, even also the bot lane, Red Bull Shaco tried to stop the recall from Mr. Major, but it barely got through. So, you know, the shield from his passive paying off there, allowing him to go base. Yeah, a lot of hectics here and there, some slight unfortunate moments for both sides, but hey, we're here now. So we see if Drop the Boss is going to regret flashing there or not.
It's Ahri. She has mobility, so I guess that's nice. You still kind of want the flash though. It's useful. What I'm kind of worried about right now is the lane state in top lane. There's CS lead, there's a double kill lead, and the lane is pushing towards Renekton. So unless Shen wants to miss out on like 4 waves of EXP as well as gold because he's going to get frozen on and he can't do anything and he's going to cry for the rest of his game, really. He kind of needs help to unfreeze that. And you already see Lilia towards the top side. But can they even 2v1 that? I'm not, like, probably if they execute it. But maybe there's a chance Renekton can win that.
Yeah, we saw last time, of course, when Lilia came top lane, Renekton handily turned that around. Body Blade was there, but didn't even contribute much there. But now Lilia is level 6, in fact level 7, so she has access to that ultimate ability which she did not have before. So using that sleep, it might actually come in clutch enough to turn that, but I wouldn't actually bet my eggs on it.
Yeah, fair enough. Still though, the lane state is still bad.
Oh,
so they have kind of oh wait, we see Shaco going in.
And he lands a 2-man fair. We see the side of Team Lubba disengaging as Dark Coffee going very low. We see minor fights in the top lane. We see, oh boy, Also interesting position. All over the map, in fact, there's going to be skirmishes. Now we see the flash forward by Legal Squirrel getting almost a kill, but he gets knocked up. And now the Dark Wolf is getting killed by Rainbow Shackle. The 2v2 kill picked up as Benjamin, you're also flashes away. But now on the side, the Caesar getting ulted by Jonathan Beta as he is very, very low. In fact, I'm going to jump there. And we see that the fight in the top lane has stalled because of that. Nobody died in the top lane, but also Mr. Mayor taking Rainbow Shackle as he dives too deep under the tower in order to try and get the kill.
Mr. Mayor, the fancy feat to dodge out on the Jhin ultis while Shaco's coming up to him with the Shiv. It's kind of stressy, but he pulled it off, and then he even got a kill in return once Shaco got too greedy. Yeah, well played at the start of the fight, though. The flash seems kind of intense by the Jhin going in, but he knew he had the backup of the Shaco with the Shiv to pull off the kill at the end. Still, though, now honestly, very good for like the lane they are against the lane the enemy is.
Yeah, both supports picking up the kill there in the bot lane, but the AD carry on the side of Team Lubbe going down, meaning that Legal Swirl had about like a minute or something slightly less to pick up an extra wave that the Dark Coffee will not have access to. So definitely beneficial for them. Yeah, and it's also interesting that the 2v2 is for now seeming to go in favor of the side of the ACA Green, so that is promising.
Sure.
Oh boy.
If we look at the itemization, we can see some interesting items. We can see Moonstone Renewal on Lilia. If you don't know what Moonstone Renewal is, fair enough. Only high elo.
Oh, never mind. Here we go. Mr. Mayor using the grand
Oh, no.
entrance and engaging, and both players on the both side of the ACA Green getting CC'd for the rest of their lives as they are taken down handily by the 4-man engage of Team Lubbe.
That was 30. The double charm, double knockup into a single charm or something. Ooh, is this a misplay? Did they put the Rift Arrow too soon?
I do agree.
The thing is, the later you put it, the better, because it does true damage, and the tower gets armor and magic resist per plate that dies. They still get it though. You kind of want to execute the turret with it instead of doing it this way. But
yeah, if you put it down when the tower is about 2.5 plates, it will always one-shot the tower and then still have health to spare to try and get a next charge on the second tower. They failed that execution. But hey, they got the tower nonetheless. That's 5 plates as well as first tower gold going into the pockets of Team Lubbe. Let's actually toggle the gold for a second. We see that there is gold leads appearing all over the board. Specifically in the top lane where it's already an 800 gold, actually 1,000 gold difference between the two, as well as in the mid lane actually.
Yeah, in actually every single role there is a gold lead. Still manageable, but present. Ooh, and here's possibly a fight. We got the Moonstone Renewer on the Lilia, so even though the Shen's low, we can still kind of heal up throughout the fight. There's the E, there's the Q, there's the ulti.
Yeah, definitely.
Wakes him up kind of soon.
Yeah, the Dominus is going to run out soon, so Zuzbala is now flashing away, but Taste20 looking for the snowball. Actually, this was a snowball, but oh, he flashes it, instantly killed by Sleep by Light. Sleep by Light saw that coming. The young man is in trouble because the Bodyblade X is there, and Bodyblade actually lands the spear, taking down Jonathan Bata. So, overcommitment from the side of the ACA Green, resulting in 2 more kills for the top sides of Team Lubbe.
And damage. He goes in, boom, Q, and he's dead and he's healed up and he's killing Shen as well. Yikes.
Yeah, and that's
not
even
the problem.
Yeah, and that's not even with his items finished. He only has the Iron Spike Whip, though the healing is not even fully there yet. That was just his Q. So actually there's the Gore Drinker.
There's the Gore Drinker.
We are going to see Renekton healing a lot this game, I can tell you.
Yeah. Going back on my point of like 3 minutes ago, but there's constant fighting, so I can't make it. 2 Moonstone Renewers on Lilia and on Karma. Karma, you think it makes sense, she has a shield, she shields, and then you apply healing. Lilia doesn't have a shield. There's more fighting.
Charm lands from top to bottom, he one-shots Rainbow Shaco, and now Legal Scorer is alone, and 1 versus 2, he is in trouble. Ari dashing forward with her ult, landing a lot of damage, and Bodyblade X also landing a lot of damage. Now, Legal Scorer, 1v2, can he put it off? He's actually dead, so he cannot, he was already very low health. So if I light up, going back in on the top lap, but I think that's going to be wet noodles indeed. So another 2 kills in the favor of Team Lubbe, and now it is looking like it's going to be a rough fight for DC Green.
Well, dodged on the charm though, so so maybe if I talk, they just instantly start fighting. So I just shouldn't talk.
They're watching you. They know when you're going
Moonstone Renewer Lilia. Their damage applies her passive. and then your passive is constantly ticking, doing damage, and by doing damage, you heal people around you. So it just becomes like this super long fight trading. I E somebody, there's passive ticks, and I heal my team, and Karma's healing me again, and my team is healing each other, and whatever. And they just don't die. That's the idea of it, except they are kind of falling behind now with a 6k deficit. So maybe they just get killed before they can actually pull off the extended fights.
Yeah, healing only works when you have health left, and if you get one shot before the healing kicks in, then yeah, there's not much healing that is going to save you there. We saw on the top lane a brief glimpse of what Renekton can do to a Shen if he's so far behind, and that is half his health in a single combo. Shen definitely not having a great time, even though he already has the Bramble Vest in his inventory, so reducing that healing by about 30%. Renekton still being very, very obnoxious. In fact, Shen deciding to go for the plated steel cap, so you think that is the correct decision here?
I do think so. At this point, you're so far behind the Renekton, you just kind of get killed. So you don't need to die. That's a big thing. Also, there's the stun of Renekton, there's the Ahri charm, and the Rakan charm. I think that's it that Tenacity Boots do. But you can't really buy those, because if you buy those, you just get killed by Renekton.
Yeah, Mercury Threats, of course, do provide some extra magic resist against the Ahri and the Nidalee, but I agree that currently the problem you're facing is the Renekton, so you might as well itemize for it. We'll get to other problems later in the game. Yeah, we see.
What's that Nidalee build? Yes.
Oh boy, Renekton
belt.
wants to test his strength about against the Tiger.
Yeah, but the Tiger doesn't have any damage as Moonstone Renewer. He's not going to kill anybody.
Yeah,
wait.
The boss.
Risky.
Yeah, but I think Dr. Boss can win this, and this is actually a very clever. Oh, he's going ultimate.
The charm.
Charm does land, and there comes the Q, and he's dead. Yeah, the orbital deception taking the kill. My apologies. As Renekton now looking for the mid lane, looks into a box. But is it going to be enough to stop the engage? He gets slapped, and he actually gets a lot of damage. But Donich is ticking, and looks like he's going to be getting away. Now the Dark Copy is entering the fight. He is getting low very quickly, but he gets killed, and that's going to be a lot of healing instead of up. So he actually goes down. He goes for picking up the kill, but now the fight continues. As Ahri also arrives, doesn't have the ultimate ready, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she cannot do anything. Flashing forward, that's a charm. Actually takes a second kill, because Nidalee already hit the spear and already executed somebody from DCA Green. Now it's looking like it's going to be a 2 versus 3 for the rest of the game, or for the rest of the fight, actually, not for the rest of the game. As Shen and Renekton are both not present in the fight. I think that was a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Team Lubbe.
Fair 2-for-1 trade. At this point, it's probably in favor of Team Green because of the shutdowns involved. But indeed, yeah, the kill numbers going towards. Oh wait, maybe it's not finished yet. Maybe
the charm lands and Shen gets executed. Yes, he built full armor. Magic damage is still very, very strong against him. And that is just his life gone in a jiffy. Another charm lands, and also the Tiger going down, as well as the mid lane second tier tower. Yeah, gold lead spiraling out of control, back actually all the way up to 9,000 gold lead at 17.5 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to talk about the power of the Rammus OK emote. She flashes and charms into a minion. Rammus OK, it's all good. She kills 3 different people with 3 different charms and kind of secures 2 towers. Rammus OK. Yeah, it's so applicable. It's just such a good emote.
It's the power of the Rammus OK emote. Definitely very strong. We saw Shaco Box also picking up the Dark Harvest stack for Shaco as Mr. Major walked into a Shaco Box with low health. Yeah, looking at the itemization, we see actually let's first dip into the Magi Soul Stealer from Bloody Blade, as he is has already racked up 10 kills, 10 stacks in fact on that Magi, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage and actually gain a lot of bonus movement speed of it at the moment as well. So yeah, but for the rest, Gore Drinker, Hextech Boda Belt, Luden's Tempest, Shield Bow, and if she already has Reverie, if that's still even called that. So very stock standard stuff on the side of, oh wait, here we go, flashing forward into the Shaco Box, but never mind, the Renekton still manages to land the stun, and the boss picks up the kill with the Orbital Deception. Now Shaco Box. Shaco Box is actually very effective at stopping the engage. It was Shaco now trying to get away, but actually they know which one is which. He flashes away from Ahri, but is it going to be enough as a charm? Still lands though, it misses, but the Orbital Deception picks up the kill anyway.
What a beautiful fight from the Shaco. Standing there, not dying, he's in the middle of 4 people, not even stealthed yet. He's like, you know, it's fine, I don't have to use my Q yet.
Yeah, one of the
That's
key
the,
aspects from playing Shaco, of course, is knowing when you have to use your Q, but also knowing when you don't have to use it. And that was a very awkward spot, but hey, it almost worked out for him. Just unlucky that Ari was still behind him.
Yeah.
We see the third Drake going over to Team Lubbe now, racking up all the way to Soul Point. Are we going to get there, or is the match going to end too soon?
It's a 10k gold lead at 19 minutes. That's like 30% of the total gold they have. Yeah. It's gonna be tough to not lose very fast. Maybe once the inhib drop, they can use that to like regain the gold, because just minions killing your own minions, and then super minions killing your minions, and you just kind of farm on them. But they have to make sure you don't lose the game. And they have wave clear a little bit. Karma, Lilia.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no Anivia, you know. Like if there's Anivia, it'd be like, okay, you know, it's an Anivia, but it's a little bit there.
So wave clear is going to be rough, you say, but then what is going to be the avenue for the ECA Green to find a footing back into this game? Because right now they're having trouble doing absolutely anything at all. Shaco is looking to set up some annoyances around the Baron, but what is going to be the method that the ECA Green needs to get back into this game?
As much as I love the nuisance of the Shaco boxes, they're not going to get them back into the game. Maybe just style a little bit. I think the main way to actually win the game still is to get shutdowns, and then with the shutdowns just manage to stall out, and then get to fights where you don't have an insane goal deficit, where you can actually make use of the Moonstone Maneuvers without getting one shot. Because there was this one fight in the mid. Oh, wait,
okay. They're looking to engage. Rakan using the Grand Entrance with misses. Now saves the fight. He's going to get stunned up and killed by Team Lubbe anyway. As that was just a very solid engagement. You're now getting rooted, but trying to go for the engage again, misses the knockup, and the Tiger gets away safely. Now Red Bull Shaco sending in the clone. It's not the real Red Bull Shaco, don't you worry.
It's not the clone. It is the clone.
It is the clone, yeah, in fact. So not much health lost from the side of Team Lubbe. Now opening up for the Baron. Here comes the curtain call. One shot lands onto the Dark Coffee. Second shot lands onto Mr. Major. Third one onto Body Blade, and see if he can get all four of them seduced by lies. He's not been hit yet. Actually, he cancelled the other thing. Never mind.
Ooh,
that was a charm.
Whip a little bit.
Oh, that was
no mana Rakan, though.
Immediately shed ult and he gets blown up. Nico's score getting called out, but the fight continues. Here we see the Dark Coffee ulting and doing a lot of damage. We're walking into a Shaco box. Shaco meaning he can get away. Now, the engage is continuing, but the drop the boss also walks into a Shaco box. So, Team Shaco is definitely making good use of his boxes. But yeah, at the cost of 3 of his allies, and not sure if that fight was worth it.
And I don't think they can contest the Baron anymore with only 2 members up. They got down 1 member, which is like a 300 gold shutdown plus 100 gold, like 600 gold. Still not really like a relevant amount if they're gonna pick up Baron now, which is worth a lot more. It's tough, man.
Yeah.
They're so far behind. They just get killed before the Moonstones can ever actually keep healing up. Sometimes there's one fight in the river, top side of the river, next to mid lane, where they actually had an extended fight, and you saw those Moonstone numbers. You see like the little green, like plus 200, plus 150, and you're like, oh, okay, healing, and then they just get one shot. So it just doesn't. It's never relevant. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the shutdown they really need to look forward to picking up if they're even going to get it. Always drop the boss. He's got a 700 gold shutdown, so a kill on him will deliver 1,000 goals to whomever gets the killing blow. That might be significant if it goes into a carry. They might be able to finish an item. Jin looking to build Collector, for example. Lilia actually has the Staff of Flowing Water already, so already sitting on 2 items. So now the Baron has been taken. And we need to, oh boy, here we see Red Bull Shaco looking for a semi-engage, but his ultimate gets destroyed very, very quickly. He won't have that available for the coming fight.
See the Staff of Flowing Water applying movement speed as well as AP to all of his team members. And AP kind of useful for around the board for all 4 members. Movement speed, hopefully enough to keep them outside of range of the engage of Lubbe. But still, yeah. On the other end, like you see 2 nice support items, very strong, very gold efficient, and then you see a Medjai's with 2 and 2 stacks.
Oh, and the spear lands and the execute is almost there. We see the follow-up engage from Mr. Major, but the Grand Entrance managing to knock up Total, but everybody from the ACA Green manages to get away at the cost of the inhibitor. Oh boy, another sharp lands, and Red Bull Shaco gets CC'd until he is dead. And now it's a 4v5 situation where there's a wave present. I think another inhib is going to be targeted here. As Mr. Miura gets rooted up, but he is still a Rakam. Oh, there is a double holding ball that lands. Here we go, the Dark Kobe going in, executing one. Trying to get the kills to more people to pull off, but he gets actually the other one as well, because that is killed by Light. Now the Tiger is the only one standing on the side of DSCA Green, and I do not believe he's going to be able to save his game, as he's even going to get chased down by Seduced by Lies. We see
the GG's coming in, chat. It's seeming to be over. The first game of this day for the semifinals of the DSCA Optiver tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Ultimately, a very convincing victory from the side of Team Lubbe. 24 minutes and a little bit in order to get the first victory of the day. So a little bit expected, to be honest. As we already said, Team Lubbe is in ranks a little bit higher than the DSCA Green, but still very convincing. Good to see.
Expected in the way that they would win. In the way that they did win, I didn't necessarily expect. With the amount of kills they got and like how fast the game snowballed, I was hoping a little bit more like competitive close match. They did show some some kills. They got that kill at the end. They got the kill in the bot lane in the 2v2. They're showing some promise there that they can still. It was a close 2v2, and maybe they can win that one harder next time. But that's all you can kind of say about it. It's like maybe next time, but they're just not quite there yet.
Yeah, it looked like Team Lubbe had the match under control for I think 99% of the game. There was this one fight bot lane that you already mentioned, but ultimately the top lane from the side of Team Lubbe snowballed hard enough to actually get the victory relatively handily. Looking at the damage numbers, you can also see that mainly the Ahri and Italy were the ones just going all over the map, one-shotting people. So very one-sided comp.
The Tiger, even though he was down in CS, he is playing Karma mid though, so maybe that's not even that bad. He's down in CS, but he didn't die. He was stable. He was there clearing waves. Problem is though, Ahri then got the roams off and got the picks throughout. So also kind of like a promising thing that hey, he stood his own against Ahri, and he was almost pressuring her in lane a little bit with this one fight where he then misses ult Q. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. So on the one side, that's a good thing for the Tiger, of course, that he can not die against the Ahri. That's good. But on the other hand, he also was not able to provide the pressure needed to keep the Ahri in lane. So I was kind of free to roam and pick up 11 kills all over the map. So I think Team Lubbe showed a very good fundamental understanding of the game. They showed that they know Nidalee needs to go top lane. They also Slazer showed that they know that Nidalee needs to go top lane and tried to be there, but it just didn't quite work out for him. Just an early game composition that got ahead. That's basically the story of the game, and that also was very, very telling of how this happened. I'm wondering what do we need to see in game 2 to turn this around? Are we going to need to see changes in the gem select? Are we going to need to see the same gem select but just better play? What do you think?
It's tough. It's this composition is kind of specific. I think there's maybe there's some flex picks of maybe a Soraka instead of a Karma or whatever. Maybe Talia instead of a Lydia. I'm not sure. But it's still the idea of it is we group up and we heal each other and we take long fights, long team fights. And if they want to commit for that again, then they're saying, it was execution. It's fine. We're gonna not turbo lose our lanes as hard this time, and instead we're just gonna vibe a little bit, gonna make sure the gold lead isn't that big, and then we can make use of our efficient gold items for AoE team fighting. But if you want to commit for that, then you're saying there's a possibility we're going to lose the exact same way once again. And that's just depressing. If you're running back and you just get stomped again with the exact same comp, then it's okay, well, I mean,
yeah, the salty runback is definitely very risky. Salty runback effect is how it's called in NA, because their teams lose and pick the same comp and then lose again. So, I'm wondering if that is the correct way to go. I'm mainly looking up to the top lane. I know that Jonathan Beta is a very big Ornn player. Ornn is in the current meta, of course, not as strong, so he's going into the Shen right now. But yeah, I think they need to find a pick where Jonathan Bata can be stable. He can try and withstand the pressure. And that doesn't necessarily have to be a tank in that case, but like I think a tank is going to be most stable. Yeah, Shen just didn't work out this game.
I'm not sure. I think the Shen's bad though. Like the Shen, even though he was against a 3-0-1 Renekton, he never got solo killed by the Renekton, and he still had like a decent amount of farm, 124 compared to 177. It's not a lot of farm, but he was picking some up in a matchup where like the Renekton is scary. Like he just kills you. So that's kind of decent. Just the 2v2s was really where it went wrong, and that's not necessarily like one pick's fault, I guess. Maybe just execution or like the setup of the fight.
Okay, then do you think, for example, the other way around, do they need to ban the Renekton in order to provoke more freedom for the Shen?
What bans are you giving up then? Like what was Green banning this game?
Targeting the jungle, I believe, with the Echo ban, for example.
The Echo, and the Evelyn was the other side. Graves was the other side.
Yeah, I think
maybe there's something there.
Hecarim ban was there, so I think maybe you need to drop one of those bans and try and target more of the top lane. Who knows? Because this time it was, I think, proven by DC Green that handling a Renekton Nidalee is not going to be the way they win the game. Another way you can actually maybe improve your situation is by looking at the mid lane, because we saw Ahri getting a lot of freedom to roam. So is Karma really the right pick for the Tiger there?
Yeah, I think the Karma is good. He showed to be quite comfortable on it. Like with at one point, Rakan was like coming in, she just W'd him, eat away, got the root off. Like he was executing it, I think, well. But that's micro and not the team play necessarily.
Okay, interesting. So well, let's see what's going to happen as we are creating a new lobby already. As the teams are getting ready, so it shouldn't be long before we go right back into game. So actually, the one we already mentioned a little bit. The one light spot for the EC Green was that bot lane. They actually got a 2v2 kill, after which Great Shaco diving a little bit too deep, going into the tower and dying. But hey, they got the 2v2 kill to the Samira. Is it maybe a good idea for the EC Green to play around that more, to try, instead of like defending the top lane, try and go and provoke the bot lane? Is that a way you think they can win?
The Lilia was topside most of the game, so that is fair. The thing is, though, I don't know, like if Jhin and Shaco can actually force anything hard. Like they kind of want the Jhin and Shaco because that's their two most comfortable picks. So and they kind of practice a lot and it works well. But if they're playing Rakan Samira and a Lilia comes walking in, I think the Rakan Samira just walk away, and then like maybe Shaco can queue behind and place a box, but that's all he can do. And if the box doesn't connect, then you maybe burn a flash, and then that's it. And I don't know if that's enough.
Okay, well, we're going to see it right now, right here, because we are already back in the champ select. This time TSCA Green, as they lost the first game, opting for a red side this time. So yeah, we're going to see how that turns out for them. The first ban has already been done by Seduced by Lies. It is namely the Nico once again. So looking for a repeat of bans from the side of Team Lubbe. Hacker response, so definitely same thing again. For now, the same bans coming through. We mentioned. Yeah, go ahead.
For the side of Lubbe, I would say if you're winning this hard, like you don't have to change your strategy. You just ban the same stuff and like don't get unexpected. Like maybe the Evelyn like this time would have popped off. So like if they're not winning, then why would you change your bans? I think that's fine.
Never change your winning team. Yeah, definitely agree for now. Ahri coming in, so that's already a mix-up from DCA Green. Do not want to deal with drop the bosses Ahri once again. It went 11-0 last game. Unkillable, in fact. Having a lot of agency all over the map, picking up charms left and right. So it was definitely hard for DCA Green to deal with. We're going to see what is going to be dropped, and that is in fact not a Graves ban.
Yeah, interesting. Like the Shaco, honestly, fair enough. Like they kind of were just like, what does this pick even do? It's like he's just bouncing around with his Q and placing boxes and stuff, and it's really annoying. So just ban it out, and then you don't have to face it. Leaving the graves open though, if they kind of want to run back the Moonstorm Renewer kind of stuff, then the graves is like a good hyper carry for that comp with like maybe supports in the lanes instead of more supportive role from the jungling.
Yeah.
So maybe they want to go for that route.
On the other side, Ari and the Samira ban leaving open the Echo, which is then instantly picked up from the side of Team Lubbe. And Dacia Green responding with a Jhin and Leona combination. It's a little bit more engage heavy than the Shaco. So who knows? Maybe with a Graves, with a Lydia, whatever, it's going to be a lot more provocative in the bot lane, trying to push the advantage that they managed to grab in the first game a little bit harder this time.
I'm excited for the Leona and like the keystones and stuff and the build she's going, because he's been known for going a little bit more aggressive Leonas instead of like, she's tanky enough anyway. She has a W. She doesn't need more stats. Her AD carry's dead before she's dead anyways. So why not just do a little bit of damage? You know, it's fair enough.
Yeah, we'll see if the Pressy attack it does come out from Leona. We'll see. That's actually a callback to, I believe, Worlds 2017.
Ignar. Misfits against SKT, I think. Maybe Rutger can like verify me on that one. Solo killing the enemy bot lane.
That would be actually 2018 then.
Favorite esports moment.
Ignar Misfits. Yeah, that was I guess it was a really hype series, of course. Now we see the Akali being picked up from Drop the Boss. So I think that's going to go mid lane for as far as I can guess. So we have a mismatch. We have the bot lane and the jungle picked up from DC Green, and the AD carry, the jungle, and the mid lane picked up from Team Lubbe. So we'll see how the bans get affected by that. Last time we saw a lot of top lane bans. It's still definitely possible, and the Renekton finding himself banned, causing a lot of problems in the early game for Team DC Green the first time.
Yeah, fair enough. If you don't want to play against it, just ban it out. Easiest way. I wonder what else they're gonna target here, because is it the top lane that's still the problem? What did they ban last time? They already got the picks that they like the Echo and the Akali that they banned out, which now are open.
Yeah, the Gnar was banned out last time, for example, by the ACI Green, as well as the Irelia. And the other side was the Darius ban, as well as the something. I'm not even sure. Again, Gnar actually finding his way to the bench.
Camille.
Yeah, you're right. The Gnar this time finding himself on the bench once again. Therefore, the Irelia is open. The other side, we see the Karma ban, a little bit surprisingly. I believe they are trying to force the Tiger off his comfort. So yeah, who knows? Maybe we can see it. We're definitely going to see a new pick from the Tiger, as it's not going to be Nico or Karma this time. But maybe he's going to be able to get a lot more done with this time. The Lydia is already picked up, of course, in the jungle, so I don't suppose it's going to be... I'm
not expecting the Kha'Zix here.
I don't think...
That would be a curveball and a half, though, which I respect.
Yeah,
maybe... Wait. Is it... I'm not going to spoil anything. Is it the Lilia mid? The Tiger Lilia mid?
Oh, that is a big brain move right there. That's really, really cool. I was going to say we're going to call it back to Alex Ich playing Kha'Zix mid, but yeah, I think the Lilia mid is much more likely. I actually played a fair bit of the Lilia myself. It's very fun to play. You go fast and you do a lot of damage, actually, surprisingly. I'm not sure how it's done with the new items. I think you just go hunting guys or something. Hunting, Landis Anguish, that item. But yeah, we'll see how that turns out. So we see the Kha'Zix picked up in the jungle from side of DCA Green. And the Alistar picked up now together with the Kai'Sa in the bot lane. Alistar bringing a lot of CC. In fact, I think he can proc Kai'Sa's passive 3 times with his W, Q, and with his E. So that's going to be a lot of hard engage together with the Ornn. And yeah, if you ever you see hard engage, you see Ornn basically currently. So I already mentioned him earlier as a pick that maybe could go in the hands of Jonathan Beta, now being picked up by Seduced by Lies. So is Jonathan Beta going to pick the tank v tank matchup, or is he going to try a pick that's more... Ooh, Gragas top lane.
They got 3 junglers. Man. Okay. Greg is like, I don't understand the pick. I don't even want to talk about it. He's fat and he sits there. What I kind of think interesting is the bot lane, though. It's like Leona and Jhin. Feels they got the setup of the CC, which is nice, but they feel sort of like a mismatch. Because Leona goes in and then Jin's sort of like, I'm not that good at going. I can give you a W. Good luck out there. On the other end, there's the Alistar and the Kai'Sa who are both like, hey, we can both go in. We're both gonna get that Jhin after the Leona engages on whatever. And then Leona is kind of useless, and then the Jin's dead. I feel like that's how that matchup goes. Maybe no better.
Yeah, I think it's going to be rough for Leona. Alistar, I believe, is a bit of a counter pick to Leona, because if Leona goes in onto Alistar, then Kai'Sa can free hit the Jhin. But if Leona goes into Kai'Sa, then Alistar can just bop away the Jhin, and then Leona is isolated, and there's not much Leona can do in a row. So this is going to be potentially a rough matchup.
Yeah, but on the other end, where else is Kha'Zix going to play around? There's a Gragas in the top lane against the Ornn. That's not going to happen. Lilia is not going to kill an Akali, especially for Shroud. Maybe if she has 6, but then even then she sleeps inside of her Shroud. She's like sleep in the mist. That's not going to happen. So it's still the bot lane that they can do anything around. I don't know.
What I think might happen, I'm not sure how viable it is because of the Akali Shroud, but Leona and Kha'Zix both going towards mid lane a bunch of times, trying to force Akali to a rough spot, maybe try to pick up the kill here and there if they manage to land some CC. I think that way you can try and provoke a little bit of an advantage. Then again, I'm not sure how much the Tiger with an advantage on Lilia mid is going to be able to do to snowball the game. So I'm not even sure if that's worth it. But if you give the kills to Kha'Zix, maybe it can be worth it. Maybe it can be very strong in the long run.
Yeah, they did pick the Lilia into the Akali, like deliberately, thinking this is the matchup we want. So maybe it's sort of the thing like, if Akali's in her Shroud, I stand in the middle of the Shroud and I Q, and then I always apply my true damage AoE big circle Darius kind of thing. Maybe that's like the idea of the matchup. She's in her Shroud, you can still just use all your impactful abilities. I don't know.
Yeah, one thing that is an interaction between Akali and Lilia, of course, is whenever Akali takes damage, she's going to be revealed where she is in her Shroud. And Lilia has a damage over time in her passive, meaning that if the Tiger manages to hit a single skill onto the Akali, she can never hide. That's one thing that might work out for them.
There's the little blink. It's a little bit hide. It's kind of hard to hit still.
Yeah.
But at least he knows which side he's playing, and then you can set up for it. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So
maybe this is like the counter pick.
The one we've been looking for all year long. Yeah, Akali has been a very strong pick in the meta, natuurlijk, for a very, very long time. Let's run it down lane by lane. Who's going to win the top lane? The 1v1.
I don't know. It's Ornn and it's Gragas. Ornn is fat and he kills people for some reason. Gragas is fat and he apparently also kills people. I don't know. Okay, I don't understand it.
You know what? I'm gonna call it a wet noodle fight. Let's go to the jungle. Who do you prefer in the early game and the mid game?
Echo's not allowed to find a Kha'Zix, I think, because if Echo's isolated, then Kha'Zix just kind of turbo stomps him. But that's my experience playing Echo. Maybe the experience playing Kha'Zix is like, oh, the Echo is scary. But I doubt it. So in that case, Echo just kind of wants to scale up a little bit, and then once he has his ulti, Kha'Zix can't really do much anymore. I think.
Yeah, Akali versus Lilia, we already briefly touched upon, but do you think Lilia is going to be able to pull off the victory there? In the lane?
It's a Lilia mid. I don't expect anything from it, but maybe.
We'll see how it turns out. And of course, we have in the bot lane, we already briefly touched upon it as well, the Kai'Sa and the Alistar against the Jhin and the Leona. I wonder how that's going to turn out. Depending on the engages from Leona, I believe. See if they can fight the right enemies at the right time, I suppose. I think it's going to be important for DCA Green to keep track of where Bodyblade happens to be in the jungle.
I think Bodyblade has an advantage in that you can attack 2 lanes this game. You can attack the Lilia, because I think that's quite an easy engage with the Kali and the Kha'Zix to just jump on the Lilia, and then Lilia's like, okay, I guess I die. And then there's the bot lane, which you can also attack, opposed to the Echo, who can only attack the bot lane. So maybe that's like, if Kha'Zix's playing bot side, he can kind of bounce around 2 lanes, and then if Echo's playing towards bot, then he's like, not the Lilia. If the Echo's playing towards bot, you can bounce around 2 lanes. If the Kha'Zix's playing towards bot, you can only go bot lane.
Yeah, what I am also curious to see, a very minor interaction, of course, is the Lilia, if she's going to be able to go bowling in top lane and bot lane. Because you have the river, it's a very long, straight lane. So, might be an opportunity to get some long-range engages for. Who knows?
into ulti. Ooh, they're stacking. Okay, I love a little stack. Except I don't think they're taking any chances here. So Lubba just kind of fanned out, nice and easy. Gonna get a ward down. Maybe the Echo kind of moving up to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, Team Lubba not
it's a
taking
gamble.
any chances. Team Lubba not taking any chances, but DSCA hoping they might. They have a very strong level 1 fight, and I think Team Lubba also recognizes that. So, deciding to spread out over the map. We see Echo going base, placing a ward at the river entrance on the top side. Going base, picking up the sweeper. So now he has that available for his first gank. Very strong, very typical play. We see this time it's not Slazer that does it. He's going to be starting blue side as well as the Echo is also going to be starting blue side. So we see a bit of a mirrored jungle path here.
So it's PTA Leona with Spectral Sickle. She has to deal damage to get gold, and she has Fleshy attack instead of Aftershock. She's going in, baby. She's gonna fight.
Yeah, Rainbow Shaka knows once he gets his W, he gets like a lot of magic resist, a lot of armor, so he's not going to die very quickly. So you know what? Let's just deal some more damage. You already mentioned that exact sentence, I believe. Let's just kill them a little bit harder. So yeah, I wonder what's going to happen once the Rainbow Shackle hits level 3, or maybe even already level 2. See if he's going to go in. Oh, there you see the spray of the Lilia indeed. If she hits the bowling ball onto the minions, it's also going to affect the area behind it, meaning if Akali ever steps behind minions, she's going to get tagged by the damage from the bowling ball. Oh, there you see it again. In fact, we see Akali already burning a pot in the mid lane here. So definitely feeling the pressure there from the Tiger, but the Tiger is running a bit low on mana.
He burned his own pot himself. For the rest, Echo is going towards bot side now. He's going to pick up his Raptors, which he does very efficiently. Kha'Zix's a little bit more difficult than Raptors, but he's already a little bit ahead on the camp anyways. So that seems to be kind of even. Yeah, okay, interesting though. Kha'Zix is passing towards top side. And like, is he going to do anything top side? Jonathan's already pushing in a little bit, so there's not a gank opportunity there.
Those were some strong wet noodles going in. Both sides, of course, Ornn and Gragas, you already mentioned it. Both champions already known for killing people while being tanky. So, you know, we might be able to see a 1v1 kill on the top lane later. As Top the Boss manages to hit the E, dashes back in, and the Tiger is feeling it as he is not having much mana. Pops both of his last spots, and now Kha'Zix coming in for the kill, jumping, landing the spikes, but it does not matter. The exhaust and the flash from the Tiger just flashed away by Drop the Boss. That's going to make the lane in the mid lane a little bit harder for the Tiger, as the automatic has knocked up in the top lane.
Commitment, both Suns, for that opportunity. But I guess fair enough, lane's pushed in, so now she can get a reset up. Echo taking bot scuttle, Kha'Zix taking top scuttle. And Kha'Zix now finding out that there's no camps in the top side. No, never mind, he's gonna ward it. He's a smart player. Yeah,
very interesting stuff. Actually, very stock standard for now. Kha'Zix temporarily visiting the mid lane because there was a very low, very aggressive fight going on. But for now, like people playing around where they have pressure. So it makes sense all the way they're going. Echo dropping down and then also a ward in their jungle. So you know it's very mirrored, and I'm curious to see how this plays out. As there's Golden's better managing the.
Oh, wait, I'm bad actually.
Oh boy, here's Echo as well, and the Rainbow Shaka flashing away, but you know he is not tanky and therefore he gets killed. Unfortunate time, but now we see Kha'Zix also trying to get a return kill on the top. It doesn't work because Visualize just flashes away. So a net gain for Team Lubba once again in the bot lane. Eagle's Pearl looking a little bit too aggressive and dies for it.
Only Alistair burns his flash, but he has X flash, so he actually got his better flash now. On the other end, Leona losing hers, and she does not have X flash because she's into precision.
Yeah,
I guess that's the main thing you throw away, the Hex flash.
We cannot exactly see her secondary tree, so I am not sure if her secondary tree is inspiration, but I suppose it will be resolved for a little bit extra tankiness anyway.
I assume so. Maybe it's free boots, but I think it's resolved.
Yeah. Yeah, I think actually if she would have gone inspiration, then she would have had the X flash, and she doesn't. So yeah, I agree with the resolve.
Interesting point coming up possibly soon. Akali hitting 6 should be happening in like 1 or 2 waves. And that's a summoner list Lilia. So I don't know how she's gonna handle that, and if they're gonna have to ask Kha'Zix to come. There's a free dragon. Oh, Lilia's kind of standing dangerous there. That's kind of in the middle of a bunch of people. She's walking away though. She's hopping away.
Yeah, definitely a little bit there. Having the pressure to just go to dragon, pick it up. No contest coming from the side of the ECA, knowing that there's a pressure there. So, you know, it's still very much by the books, playing around where you have pressure. Kha'Zix now walking into the top lane, knowing that Gragas is ready to respond whenever Echo might appear, picking up the Grom.
And Echo is gonna appear though. He's coming in. So maybe there's gonna be a nice fight in the jungle there. Echo's taking a path towards the. I don't think the Kha'Zix is spotted out just yet. So now, I don't think they know about each other.
Yeah,
they're gonna find each other very soon.
Oh,
now he knows him. Now he knows.
Slazer now knows. I'm not sure if Echo knows though. I'm not sure if Bodyblade knows where Slazer is. So Slazer just dips deeper and goes for the
doesn't care.
Oh,
the wall behind him. He's all good. Wait, if he stands still, he's gonna act like a wolf.
Now he sees Echo coming in. He tries
to smite it. Yeah,
there you go. Echo now notices Kha'Zix is there. Thanks for the help. Akali is not going to be able to respond in time, and Slazer just gets
through. Weird invade.
And gets out.
Weird invade.
Hey, it works out, man. You take those.
Ring around the rosy. Don't even know each other there or something. Oh, that's not for Echo, but
ships passing in the night, I suppose. Oh, here we see Leona in the mid lane, but nothing's gonna happen because Mr. Mario had also roamed already. That does mean now that Leona has the priority path through going towards bot lane. You see here that
and he's behind Kai'Sa.
Exactly.
She just hit 6. That's kind of big for her.
Yeah, but I guess nothing much is going to happen. The root and the stun both land, but Leona does not have her sword or flare, so yeah, I guess the Dark Coffee just knew that he was never going to die there. The level 6 power spike from Akali has in the meanwhile come through. You already mentioned it. Akali looking to pressure the Tiger now a little bit more.
Oh, the Tiger did get his exhaust up though, so that's quite big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fun thing about the precision Leona of the press the attack. When you apply press the attack on somebody, all the damage they receive is amplified by like 8%, I believe. So also Jin's damage.
Oh,
it's kind
wow.
of a support thing.
I didn't even know that. Interesting. Yeah, so definitely looking to auto-Q auto, you know, resist shield of Daybreak in the face and stun him up. Oh, here we go, Akali immediately the exhaust as well, and Dr. Boss might have misplayed that as he gets shut down by the Lilia, so 1-for-1 trade. Not expecting the exhaust maybe. Definitely worthwhile for the Lilia, I think, but also maybe for Dr. Boss, so we'll see how this pans out later.
I think either was good.
Oh, Hex Flash into the knock-up, into the stun from Echo, and I don't think Rainbow Shaco is feeling it, Mr. Krabs.
I don't think Rainbow Shaco has Aftershock. So I don't think he is tanky.
I'm not even sure if he would have been allowed to proc Aftershock right there, so, you know.
That's fair, yeah.
Rough spot. Now, Seduced by Lies looking to trade a little bit onto Jonathan Bata, but you know, wet noodles and everything, nothing is going to happen.
So one of the Gragas that was an LEC. I'm not sure when in the build, but they bought a tier. I think it was like after 2 items or something though. But maybe just worth picking up because I think he's kind of low on mana, trying to land all those Qs and all those E's and all those W's and Ornn. Because Ornn just takes a bunch of them before he dies.
So you pick up the tier just for the mana, you don't even upgrade it. Is that what you're saying?
I think so. That's what they did in LEC. I'm just hate the message, not the message. I don't know.
I mean, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just curious about it. I never heard about it.
Yeah. I mean, it's 400 gold for 250 plus 360, like what, 500 mana. It's gold efficient if it's stacked.
Yeah, 600 mana for free is out for 400 gold is pretty okay, I guess, yeah. It does delay your power spike a little bit, maybe, but if you already have 2 items, you don't really care because you're going to be tanky relatively anyway. Kha'Zix just picked up the Rift Herald, now looking towards a topside play, but instead decides to go... Oh, actually, Kha'Zix is red side, never mind, I thought he was going to invade. To flash forward for Echo, trying to get onto the Tiger. The Tiger getting dove even more, and here goes Akali landing the E, and then...
I don't think you can 1v1 that. I don't think you can 1v1 that.
I don't think it's a 1v1.
That's also true. Yeah, this is where it gets tough for Lilia. She's just getting dove at this point, and Echo can just dive. Oh.
Ooh, everything misses from Rainbow Shaco, and Drop the Boss fancying his chances there as he still has the backup from Bodyblade. There, Leona going low, and the return of the Time Winder is not going to connect as Red Bull Shackle manages to flash away. Mr. Major of Alistar now also in the mid lane, pinging for help because he really wants that kill, because he knows Station 20 has decided to stick around. Oh boy, here we go. The knockup is landed, and now Stacer just walks and jumps to flash away from Mr. Major, looking at the stun, and Akali flipping over, and in fact the Kai'Sa ult and the Acathian Rain is ultimately what picks up the kill there. So, very aggressive, but hey, it pays out from Team
Alistar flash, that was hype.
That was hard.
Yeah,
You wanted
the
to go.
Leona ulti seemed like a whip, but I think what he was going for, I'm not sure, was that he was gonna ult the prediction of Akali E.
The flip, yeah, I think you're definitely correct there. He was looking.
It was about the range there, so maybe he was going for like a turbo smurf and it looks kind of stupid. Yeah, that's generally how it is. It's either the best player or the worst player, something in between.
Yeah, I agree, but Dop the Boss kept his head cool. Soul Solar Flare was going to miss if he just did nothing, so he did nothing exactly, and manages to live by it. Now he's still looking on the aggressive, trying to land a dagger or a shuriken onto the Tiger time and time again, looking for kills. Actually has his ult and his ignite available once again, so the Tiger must be feeling hot under his hooves.
Does he have hooves?
Like the feet, like the four thingies.
Yeah, like does a deer have hooves? I guess so. No idea actually. There's lucidity boost on Gragas, which kind of intrigues me. The item got buffed by like 5% ability haste.
Yeah.
I just never seen it like buy on a top end. Ooh, going in on the Akali, instant Q ulti though, so he's kind of frozen, got the W off, but still not enough damage. There's the Akali going in hot, and there's not a kill.
Yeah, Akali ultimately misses his shuriken and therefore cannot go further onto Station 20. Yeah, Akali looking like a very powerful champion at the moment. The Tiger not really feeling it, but Stacer really is. Incoming Echo. The Time Winder manages to actually the stun manages to hit, and then the Time Winder is an easy follow-up. Dr. landing his shuriken and getting the kill there. So now definitely with 3 kills and the Rift Maker already completed, going to be a very big nuisance in the fights to come. Oh, Jonathan Beta finding the Echo, doing a lot of damage. But I don't think it's going to be the death of Echo here. Smiting away the Scuttle Crab, manages to go back all the way to full health. Here comes the Ornhorn, and
there's no mana.
That is going to be rough because indeed there is no mana. Flashing away, trying to leave this area as soon as possible, but Optiver is also there. Knock him from the Orn, and ultimately he is taken down by Body Blade. Assist picked up by Akali. Very clean. Gragas fighting off and drinking a little bit more than he could there,
And look at that, the top leaders are on the board. But they're also part of the game. Only Jin left to go with any kind of kill participation.
Yeah, although this
That's
kill
all regarding that kill
participation from Jonathan Beta is not the kill participation you want to see from him if you are a DCA Green fan.
That is true. Yeah, at this point the game, not as snowbally as previous game. I think not yet at least. Like, maybe it's kind of similar actually.
Ooh,
here we go. Engaging there.
Alistar immediately ults, and the Solar Flare actually lands, but the Dark Coffee bringing cleanse to the table and immediately cleansing away. But Mr. Major and the Dark Coffee together taking away the life of Red Bull Shaco. He is too squishy and there's just not enough damage to follow up. The flash away as the dive comes in. Eagle Squirrel going very low under the tower, but Mr. Major tanking up exactly the amount of tower shots that he could. Very clean tower dive, getting the second kill of the bot lane fight.
I don't think Leona can be engaging if Jin's on a Noon Quiver and Kai'Sa here is on her Mythic.
Yeah, the Kraken Slayer here are definitely doing work. Like even if the Leona were tanky, Kraken Slayer is going to do a lot of true damage regardless. So yeah, rough spot. Like 40 CS behind for the Jin is Noon Quiver versus the Kraken Slayer. Now he actually has skill force, so looking to do a little bit more damage, but still not looking like a very happy camper right now. Tom Bata is induced by. Ooh, that was very cool. Jonathan Bata trying to go for the body slam, but mid body slam he got auto attacked by seduced by Lies, and that turned him around and he just didn't hit the body slam because of it. Oh, here we go.
You got the. Oh my god, that's a solo kill. Don't carry, come on.
Man. Yeah, definitely.
Alistar respectful. He's waiting. He's like, hey, you deserve this one, Orn.
Yeah,
Guy
no,
just picks it
I
up.
think this is a good message for all AD carries. Always steal the kills from your top laner. I think that's very much worth it to do.
I think that's like the opposite way you should ever do, actually. But you know.
Oh, Ornn actually directly teleported towards the bot lane looking to defend this tower. Also thinks he can 1v2 the bot lane. And honestly, he's not look too bad doing so. So very tanky. Has his randomness, actually his Sunfire thingy, actually. Sunfire Aegis, I think it's called at this point.
Sure.
Completed. So yeah, it's going to be a rough fight for the Jhin. Jhin already has trouble killing tanks, as we see Body Blade walking into Slazer, but he doesn't really mind because he's got his ult still available. Now Slazer jumping and flashing away, but it's not enough to get away from the Akali. Now the engage continues as Red Bull Shaco is in trouble. He is too deep, manages to land a big server fight of 2 people, but it's not enough to save his own skin. Now with 2 kills from the side of Team Lubbe onto DSCA Green, it looks like it's going to be another dragon picked up, and this time we're looking at Infernal Soul.
At this point, we're kind of.
Okay.
It's all good. At this point, we're looking towards the kind of snowballing we saw in the last game. So 2 minutes ago, the gold lead was only like 3.2k or something. At this point, it's already at a solid 6.5k, which is kind of not the rate you want the gold lead to grow at. 3.5k for 2 minutes, and that's kind of just a nice predecessor of what's probably going to happen for the rest of this game, which is that gold lead is going to keep increasing until the Nexus is broken.
Yeah.
No spoilers though. Anything can happen.
We won't spoil our script just yet. Yeah, so, right, we see, you already mentioned this, right? The 6.5, 7k gold lead from the side of Team Lubbe. So it's not over. It's looking rough though. So how does the Green try and fight back into this game?
They kill people and they take their shutdowns.
Take the shutdowns, just kill the Kai'Sa, indeed. Okay, fair enough.
Just kill an Echo and a Kali and a Kai'Sa. They're not defensive.
Are they going to find these skills in team fights? Are they going to find these skills in individual like picks? Or how are they going to find these skills?
They're never going to win a team fight, so they have to do it through picks. They got Lilia Sleep, they got Leona ulti, they got Jhin W, they got Gragas ulti, and then they got Kha'Zix damage. I think that's all the options you have.
Oh boy. That was a little bit of a greedy path by Red Bull Shaco, getting punished for it, rightfully so. And now it looks like Mr. Major is not in any kind of trouble because he has a lot of backup. The Horn connects and the Yotan Beta is now in a lot of trouble. Landing the body slam flashing away, but is it going to be enough? The answer is no as he goes down. Now the 3v5 continues as Deagle Squirrel picks up a kill to the Ornn. A tiny little shutdown, but he directly goes down for it as well. So I guess that might be worth it for him for now. Now Body Blade going diving further, the Dark Coffee picking up the kill. Looking very one-sided as Akali decides, you know what, that tower isn't even there. I don't even care about the tower. Takes the Kha'Zix.
Okay, Leona's gonna 4 levels
Here
up.
comes the PTA. Is it going to work? No, because Ivali is invisible and you cannot auto-attack invisible people. Thanks,
Nice,
Riot.
invisible, she's ignited.
Okay, fair enough. Uh-oh, Lance the Shuriken, do it. I dare you. No, he doesn't do it. He's wiser. Okay.
Yeah. So this is not the tempo you want the gold lead to be growing at. I think I've said that one before.
Yeah, that was 3 towers and a bunch of kills picked up in a very, very short amount of time, ramping up the gold to 10k right now.
Interestingly, the Lilia is going for a Leandra's Anguish, not for the Moonstorm Renewer. So like, you know, the comp did pick last game. They were like, nah, screw that. We're just gonna pick what we like. So that I think that's why it's Lilia mid, not necessarily because they wanted to do some weird meta stuff. Just to point it out. I don't think it matters really, but you know.
Yeah, I agree. I also think the Tiger is much more the type to build more damage than like healing. So yeah, I think it is also more stylistic in favor of for regular for the Tiger. So yeah, I'm wondering, it does do a lot of damage because like Lilia passive together with the Anguish passive is going to be a lot of damage over time being dealt after you hit something.
Yeah, the damage still applies after the last tick of her own passive. So then it just keeps ticking and ticking and ticking and ticking.
Yeah, similarly to like a brand passive, does the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we see at 20 minutes and 20 seconds, 20 2020. We see that the Baron has spawned, and Team Lummet has decided we do not really care. We're just gonna take it, and there's nothing that Dacia Green can do about this, and they are incontestably correct about this. So that's a Baron. That's another 1,500 gold into their pockets. That's buffed minions all over the place. So the siege. How is Dacia going to stop it? If they are going to stop it at all?
Come on. Your queries are too difficult for me. I don't know.
404 enter not found. Fair enough. Now, I think one of the answers might be don't let it get to a siege and try and fight for this dragon. You know you're behind. You know you have to look for the fight, but then don't die here because that is going to make it a lot harder. Rachel Shaco using his ult and
is there an ult from Gragas?
Gragas manages to engage as well, ulting, going in one by one. It's not enough to pick up the kill, and also Gragas goes down without a response kill. Now Jin get a flash jump, also going down. Stage 20, he's also looking to go down. Jin still manages to get away, but he is very, very low on
Or
health.
still tanking, doesn't care.
Yeah,
Wing the Gragas ulti, by the way, so that was kind of neat.
That was really well played by Screwstooth, by Lies. Either he predicted the timing.
Oh, that means they're dead.
Very quickly.
He's flying asleep! What?
He was flying while asleep. Akali don't care about no sleep. He just goes anyway.
There's no minions. This is kind of troll, actually.
Mr. Mayor.
Probably the sacrificial cow here.
Oh, he dodges. He is still tanky, and he gets killed by the tiger. So that's already some gold going back. So now Legal Squirrel and the tiger over a span of a couple of minutes picking up kills. No, wait, it's all by the tiger. Never mind. They didn't even get the kill onto the order here. So the tiger picking up a lot of kills, looking to see if he can finish some items as Team Lubbe is picking up soul point, or actually the soul here by itself, Infernal Soul, amplifying the damage even more. It's going to be an interesting set of circumstances for the ACA Greens to come back into this game. But again,
never take soul when you're this far ahead. Never do it.
Because you gave up the Elder Drake, you mean? Or like potential.
Elder Drake is win con, Soul is not win con. They're trolling. They're actually out of their minds taking it. Nah, I'm joking. That's Elder Drake is so powerful. That's the only way they can win. I think they snipe with a Jin W or a Jin ulti the Drake away.
Here we go.
They get a nice pick.
Put the flash away. Managing to waste both the flash from as the ult as well as the ult from Rachel Shaco. Now going back in. Now
waste. That's still again, baby. 900 gold.
That's a lot of gold. I don't think that was exactly what Dontebot was going for, but hey, he's feeling it. He's going hard. Mr. Mayor thinks he can take down the Jin if he can get to him, but has to disengage. Flash in anyway. Rachel Shaco very low, taken down. Now also from the mid lane coming in the rest of Team Lubbe, and that's a double kill for the Kai'Sa. And that also looks to be the end of the first series, ending in a 2-0 victory in favor of Team Lubbe. And with that, they managed to get themselves the first spot into the finals being played tonight of the Dacia Optiver League of Legends tournament. So, I'm looking forward to that already. But first, let's have a little bit of throwback onto this game. Because, it was an exciting game, but it was also 2 times in a row relatively one-sided game. So, what do you think?
I think that the comps that Green are picking are fun, are nice. They got some cool stuff going on, and Lilia mid, very cool. Thing is, though, they're kind of losing. They're dying, and then they lose gold, and then they lose the game, which is very well played by Libby. They're executing it well. They got nice solo plays. They got nice 2v2 plays, especially. The jungler probably setting up in the top lane mostly in the first game, in the mid lane in the second game very well. Well played. Yeah,
I agree. I think Team Lubbe twice in a row picked a composition that works for them. Like, checked all the boxes. They had Chunky Boy. They had Engage. They had Damage. They actually managed to pick some early game. They managed to pick some late game. Although in the first competition it was less late game. But they managed to pick some scaling, and they executed upon their strengths. They made the ACA Green run around the rosy a little bit too much for their liking, and ultimately they went down for it. In the second game, they kind of did the same thing, right? Picking a little bit more for the late game, but again, there was hard engage, there were tanks, and they just got the Akali fed and based their win off that. So definitely looking very solid, I think. I'm not sure how much we can judge from the strength from Team Lubbe, but they're definitely looking solid.
That's the thing. Like, a team looks good when they're playing against something that they're better than. a team can look very bad if they're playing against something that they are just worse against based on skill level. So yeah, like if you're ahead, you're looking good. But let's see how they can actually get ahead in a match that's maybe more difficult for them against something like the Dorensmannelijk Rosa or the DCA Orange, because I think those are higher rated teams than the Green generally is.
Yeah, I do think they're supposed to be. Now, what I do think is that these matches show that it's like I already briefly touched upon this, is that like Team Lubbe does have good fundamentals. They know how to take a game, determine their win condition, play towards their win condition, get ahead and take the lead, and then take it to the end of the game. So I think that is some very structured League of Legends that we just saw. I also think that's where the ACI Green failed to dismantle the structure in the games. I think that's what they should have gone for. That's what they didn't go for. So I definitely think that is where the ACI Green should have tried to play for, try and dismantle the game, try and go for this like chaotic style where like make it hard for Team Lubbe to understand what is going on.
I think they tried that. I think
exactly.
With the Shaco, with the Lilia mid, they're definitely going for the maybe you don't know what this does. Deal with it, but like they did. So that's good for them. Also, what you said about the fundamentals with like understanding what they have to achieve. I think like the fact that Nidalee and Renekton paired up early game in the first game kind of showed that. They knew which lane they had to attack and they attacked it successfully.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I agree. That's exactly where I agree, and that's also why I think that Team Lubbe, once they get a team composition that they can play with and that they are good with, like for example, as we saw in the first game, the Renekton and Nidalee, I think they even against a team that is higher rated than them, they can pose a threat. So I'm not saying that the finals is going to be a done deal in any case, but once they get to the once they have gotten to the finals, which they have, right, we're going to have to see who they're going to go up against. It's going to be either DSJ Orange or Dorensmannelijk Rosa, and those are two teams that are supposed to have some very strong fundamentals. We see the bracket here coming up. Dorens and DSJ Orange starting in like a while, so we have some time to talk. Now, let's actually, after we some Team Lubbe's praise a little bit, go into the mistakes that they made. Did you spot anything that you think Koen, Team Lubbe could have done better and need to do better in the finals to win?
Question. In general, they played it quite clean. Like they were not giving away any shutdowns. They died like 3 times and 4 times in both matches or something, which is just a very low number. Even though you're winning, you often just kind of like fumble one kill somewhere, which just happens. You're just going too far top lane or something. They didn't do that, which is nice.
Yeah, something I did find a little bit questionable. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's a big reason for concern. Was that last kill onto the Akali in the last game? Feeding it a little bit too much, going back in, even though she was very low. And,
even though she was asleep, she still was like, I'm gonna go. Maybe it was for interaction. Like honestly, to see like, hey, can I move in my sleep? Like, I respect it.
Fair enough. But yeah, sleepwalking all the way there. But yeah, the death she gave up there, I don't think it was necessary at all. There was no need to, like, she added the shuriken, then went anyway. And I think that is something that maybe a stronger team than DSA Green might be able to capitalize on. But yeah, so like team fights here and there were like not 100% clean, although I'm not expecting to play them 100% clean. But yeah, so there were definitely some points, I think, in the later stage of the game where they gave up like tiny advantages a little bit where they could have played it slightly cleaner.
Also, team compositionally, the first game with their like very early game heavy Renekton, Nidalee, got the mid laner, Samira, Ari, Samira, Rakan. Like if they don't get ahead of a team composition like that, and they're against something similar to what they were against, of like the Moonstorm Renewers and the team fight oriented playstyle, then I think it gets really tough for them, because then they just don't have enough damage to burst anybody, and then just keep healing, and then they lose the game after that. I think maybe that's kind of like a kind of greedy comp to go maybe against a team which they cannot necessarily force out early game. Yeah,
I agree. I think they got ahead based on some fights specifically that went their way. If those fights didn't necessarily have to go their way, if the DSA Green had played a little bit slower in that early game, and in that case, it would have been slightly more risky to go that early game comp. But yeah, I think overall was a pretty good set of plays. Sorry, I'm quickly getting some messages.
Good.
Yeah,
and now for Green, I mean, they had a long tournament. They were in for a year. Well played by them. Stayed up, but eventually their road ends here. And I think they still get like a decent prize pool, though. I think they're like 250 for third and fourth place.
Yeah, exactly. So definitely not going home or staying home, in fact, empty-handed. But yeah, I mean, they had a good tournament. I think the fact that they made it all the way to the top, the best four, is already very impressive. They beat it. They beat the finalists. I'm not actually sure who they played against, but they won the quarterfinals relatively handily. Made it all the way here, so they win pretty decently anyway. So yeah, I'm like, yeah, I think ultimately DJ Green performed pretty decently this tournament. They were up against an opponent that was just bigger than them, and they just couldn't pull off the David versus Goliath. And I mean, that's just understandable, right? There's not something huge that actually happened. So I believe we are going to go into an interview with the winner very soon, so we can ask them a couple of questions, but that is going to take a few more minutes. So until then, Koen, we just let's go over the picks that we saw in general. Do you think we're going to be seeing these picks return in the second semifinals? Do you think it's worth that to consider?
I think there's a bunch of counter picks around the board, like the Shaco. We're not expecting that one again. Lydia made definitely no as well. The Jin and Kaisa, I think 2 staple lady carries. Samira as well. We'll keep seeing those. The Greg is top. If Ellie sees any kind of his prediction for actually how strong the pick is, then probably seeing it more. I just don't understand it. Oh, wait. Somebody entered the call. Is that the one and only Hello, Matt Milan?
Hello.
Yes, so indeed, we have an interview here with the winning team, I believe, the team Lubbe. I don't think you can see Milan just yet on the stream, but that will be coming in shortly. Yeah, so you mentioned, Koen, a couple of picks from the side of the TSCA Green. But like everybody said, Shaco is not going to come back, right? But I think like most of the champions that maybe save for the Ari that Team Lubbe picked were very repeatable. Do you agree?
I think so. Wait, is this ready? Interview?
Okay, there we go. Heading into the interview with Milan from Team Lubbe. Milan, first of all, congratulations. You made it all the way to the finals.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Yeah, so
how are you feeling? Excited?
Excited for the finals, of course. Yeah, happy that we managed to win from DSI Green. Yeah, we were very prepared for them, and I think we did very well against them. So yeah, feeling good.
Yeah, nice. Good to hear. I definitely think.
Victories.
Yeah, 2 very clean victories. Actually, I think you looked very, very clean, very neat in your plays from left to right across the map. Did like everything go according to plan, or were there some curveballs that you didn't see coming?
Well, we're trying to reflect on the things that we could have done better. In the first game, one of those points was we tried to contest bot side scuttle. I think that was very greedy of us. I needed to flash there to get away, and I think we could have done better there. Yeah, some other small things, but we were pretty far ahead, so we could manage to just meme a bit along the way.
Fair enough.
But it's very sad that they managed to get the Agali in the second game. For the rest, we're all very we're doing good.
That sounds good. Sounds optimistic about the second game. Yes.
Yeah.
So, are you guys prepared for what's still to come? You're gonna watch the series.
Yeah, we prepared the draft for DSR Green. Wanted to look if we could win that, and then we would prepare the next draft for the other team. We're gonna watch their games and see what they're gonna play, see how they're gonna play, and try to prepare a next draft and next bench for their games.
Do you have any idea of like who's gonna win between Dorns Mondegrolse and DSA Orange? Or
We have a feeling. I'm not gonna say too much about what our feeling is, but I think both teams are very good, and I think they're the best teams in the tourney. And whoever wins, it will be, well, at least two very strong matches, and we're gonna try our very best.
Fair enough. Sounds very good. Yeah, so you already mentioned some misplays that you made in the early game. So it's good that you're being critical, of course, of your good play, even though you looked very clean. But do you think there's also like moments in the game where you played like the best you could? Do you think there's like things that you really executed like exactly as you planned?
Well, in the second game, I think there has been a clip of that as well. We did a dive on mid. I think it could almost not be executed more perfect. It was just making our lead much stronger than it already was. Yeah, I think that was very clean of everyone of us, and I think we made multiple of those plays.
Okay, well, good. All in all, I think you can have a very happy feelings for now, because like it looked very good just in general with like 2 very clean wins. So congratulations for making it to the finals. I hope to be seeing more of you in the finals. The best of luck with your preparations and ultimately the games. Thank you so much for the interview, and good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Okay, well, I think that rounds it up for the first semifinals so far. Koen, I hope you've had a great time for now.
Of course, and I'm still looking forward to what's to come, especially the bonus match. That's what it's all about, people. The DSCI board versus Optiver.
Yeah, definitely. So we're going to be heading into a short break before we start with the second semifinals. And after the break, definitely be sure to check right back into the game, because we are going to be talking to Adam Barham from Optiver about Optiver and esports and games. So yeah, don't go anywhere, or do go anywhere. Grab a drink, go to the toilet. You can do it right now, but then definitely come back and have a good time.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the think of you and I, it takes me to a special place in my mind where we can be together. And I still hope that you'll be mine forever. Even though you're far away, I still know we need to again. We are together. We are together. Even though you're far away, I still know we need to again. We are. And I still hope that you'll be mine forever.
extremely dangerous.
Memories die out too hard. And we were traveling mountains just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean moon. Memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Bring that beat back. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Bring that beat back. sight, but she looks like trouble. Her lips so kissable and poisonous. I know she won't be good for me. But I don't care, 'cause I know it's so rare for a guy like me to get a chance with a girl like her. And I won't waste that chance. 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 She got me like. Her looks, I assume they come with a price. She's smiling, but that may just be a disguise. I wanna say hi, but I'm scared she'll kill me. Could we? Will we? Would she? Probably not. But I don't care, 'cause I know it's so rare for a guy like me to get a chance with a girl like her. And I won't waste that chance. 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 She got me low.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. trying to protect your soul.
Feeling's gone and I am left alone with a trace of the night on the way back down from the sky where you left my soul. Can you help me fly? I can't resist, 'cause you have got a hold on me. And all these thoughts, when you are here, you light up the dark sides. To live in the night shine. You take my life and light every side. You fade the dark inside. The living night shines. And the feeling's gone and I am left alone with a trace of the night on the way back down from the sky where you left my soul. Can you help me fly? I can't resist, 'cause you have got a hold on me. And all these thoughts, when you are here, you light up the dark sides. To live in the night shine. You take my life and light every side. You fade the dark inside. The living night shines.
But I never really knew that it was over till the quiet and the echoes became colder. And I never really knew that it was over till the quiet and the echoes became colder.
Sleep till I come home. Dream of something sweet. I will be there soon to wake you so discreet.
Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've been on a long break of about over an hour because the matches were done relatively quickly. But hey, we're back for a little bit because we are going to be talking again to Andrew Meyer. He did already the introduction earlier, but there were some internet connection issues. So he's going to do it again. So you guys will be able to figure out exactly why Optiver sponsored this tournament and how gaming is related to stock trading and option trading that Optiver does. So Andrew, take it away.
G'day. Welcome to our inaugural esports tournament for Optiver. It's very exciting. Certainly, I'm very excited about it. It's a project internally I've been passionate about for a while. Been amazing energy so far from these casters. It's also the first time I get to do something like this. So that's very cool. Thanks, guys, for that intro. I want to tell you a little bit about why I'm so excited about this thing and why we're actually hosting an esports tournament as Optiver. So I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I'm actually Australian. I'm based in Amsterdam now, but I grew up in Australia. I studied space engineering there. And I thought, oh, maybe one day I'll end up working for some big shot space engineering company or something like that. And actually what happens is by chance, I came across a barista in a cafe in Bondi, which is where I grew up. Nice beach. And he just met this guy who happened to work at Optiver. And the guy said to me, oh, I just met this super cool dude. He works for this like Dutch company I never heard of. It was called Optiver. And anyway, through this barista, I got in contact with this guy who ended up calling me, and I went in to check out what happened there. To cut a long story short, I've been working now for Optiver for 10 years as a trader, and it's one of the most awesome experiences I've ever had, and mainly because of the brilliant people that are there that you're working with every day. So studied space engineering, studying with all these cool engineers, and end up working at this small Dutch company, at least in Sydney, that I'd never heard of, with the most brilliant people. So after a few years, I moved actually over to Amsterdam. That was about 7 years ago to continue the adventure over here. We have a few offices around the world. And well, actually one of the first things I noticed, which I hadn't really thought about in advance, was it's very cold and dark in winter. So when you leave the office, it's dark already. Where in Australia, after work, you might go to the beach, go for a swim with your colleagues, etc. In Amsterdam, in Amsterdam in summer, you can't even go to the beach. So definitely changing mindset. But when these first dark evenings started to hit, I actually suggested to some of my colleagues, hey, why don't we crack out a LAN party? Which is maybe a little bit odd. We're all 25 to 30, talking about playing video games. Not that we'd ever talked about it before, say. But it was fascinating, actually, what came out of this suggestion. It turned out at least half my team grew up playing the exact same video game I grew up playing. That was Counter-Strike. We all played it at school. We all loved it. We were all pretty good at it as well. And then what also started creeping out of the woodwork as we started doing some LANs and playing some games is we had incredibly talented video gamers, actually. We had, even just in my team alone, we had top 10 players in Europe for Warcraft, Starcraft, RuneScape, Diablo 2, that's an old one, CSGO, League of Legends. We had a top 100 player, I think. And it was like, oh, I just had a bit of this eureka moment. It was like, oh, hang on. These people that are incredible at video games are also doing very well in our company at what we do. They were all very high performers, say, with what we do. And then I started thinking a little bit, hey, video games. What are you doing in a video game, especially these team-based video games? Like Counter-Strike, I played quite a lot of, actually. And you have this screen in front of you. There's all this real-time information on it. You have to take it in. You have to process it. You need to have a good screen awareness of what's going on. And then you have to make real-time decisions. And you're working together with team members. You need to communicate clearly. You need to adapt. And most importantly, if you want to get good at games, as obviously a lot of people joining today are, you need to do a lot of self-reflection, be self-critical. Hey, what did I do? How could I have done it better? Seek out knowledge for the game, develop a game sense, etc. And do that very much as a team. And then I was thinking, oh, hang on, what are we doing every day at Optiver? Right? We're sitting there. It's the most phenomenal place when you go onto a trading floor. There's screens everywhere, people communicating, consuming all this information, making decisions, basically participating in a sort of real-time strategy game There's other participants in the market. You're developing your strategies. When the market closes, or the game finishes, you're talking to each other. Hey, what were all our mistakes? How could we have done it better? What did we learn? And it's a very high intensity kind of environment. And so then we started thinking, well, this is a bit like the light bulb moment. I was like, oh, what? I mean, yes, a lot of people here we recruit through STEM studies, a lot from Delft actually, all do very well. But I wonder if, this was the hypothesis or the experiment, what if we tried to recruit really good esports players as our pool of talent in some of these particular games like League of Legends and Counter-Strike? And we thought, okay, let's have a crack at that actually. And we said, let's host an esports tournament. That's one way of actually getting very good, not just people that watch esports or like esports, and people that are very good at it into the company. Side is grand vision. Oh, let's have every university in the world send their top team, have a local competition. We'll fly them all over to Optiver on the trading floor, which is just this high energy. Oh, it's like out of this world when you see it. Have it all set up there in the pods with proper gaming setups and all playing each other, do a weekend, stream it all downstairs, have all the company watching, etc. That was maybe a bit big for step one, say. So very much thought, let's take it in some steps. Let's learn about it. Also, COVID hit, which made it a bit more difficult. So it's absolutely brilliant now to be able to do something like this online. I'm certainly learning a lot about it, meeting a lot of you excellent players to have some conversations and see if we can find something that works and see if we can really tap into this recruiting channel. So definitely today, best of luck to everybody. I'm keenly watching all the games. I'm keenly watching you guys to cast. I definitely have a lot to learn about how to talk to a camera. I'm not very used to it. And I'll speak to you guys at the end of the day after the final. I'll speak to you then. Thanks, guys.
I think Pepe's muted. Thank you so much, Andrew, for the great insight there. And honestly, you're doing a phenomenal job with the camera. I don't think we're doing it any marginally better at all. Right after the following break, we're going to go into a section where we interviewed both the team captains of Orange as well as Doris Mannelijk Rose, and then we're going to give some insights on how that semifinal is going to shape out, as well as a nice preview of both those teams. After that, two other casters are going to take over for the actual semifinals, as well as after that, then finally the final somewhere. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you after the break.
fire makes my city lights up night. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay while we leave. Stay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this finals day of the DSCA Optiver tournament. We just came off a break after a very insightful talk by Andrew about like how he got to Optiver, of course, and everything. So now we are finally ready to start looking forward into the next semi-finals between Doorns, Mannelijk Roze, and DSCA Orange. And I can tell you it's going to be a banger. So in order to prepare for this match. With me is still Koen Den Dekker. Koen, you still holding up there?
How is it going? I'm doing quite well. How about yourself?
Yes. I'm also still casting, still going for now. We'll see how long we keep that going, of course. So let's actually have a look at the lineups coming up into the next... the bracket, sorry. First, into the bracket of the tournament, because we just saw the Asia Green versus Team Lubbe. Team Lubbe beating that handily 2-0, but yeah... They don't know who to play against yet. So let's find that out. That's either Doorns, Mannelijk Roze, or DSCA Orange, as we just said. And they're going to be coming up soon. So now there are the lineups. Koen.
For sure. So Doorns Mannelijk Roze, the left-hand image of, I think, Thanos, showing himself very nicely on screen. There's Dylan De Bash in the top lane. Time Foute Makelaar in the jungle. Merlijn Marine in the mid lane. Luc LM Masters in the AD carry role. And Jeroen Evil Devil in the support. This team from Nijmegen, I believe.
Indeed.
And they're going up against DSCA Orange. Of course, the home crowd is very excited for DSCA Orange because I'm expecting them to show up big with Mark, Mr. King Mark 01 in the top lane. Tim de Mortius in the jungle. Ramon Krielkipje as a mid laner. Floris Fixit back from mid lane, back to the AD carry role. And Maxime Mordax, of course, the true and one and only support.
Yeah,
a big team.
Definitely a clash of these teams we have already seen actually a couple of times, not necessarily exactly these lineups, but very similar. So the teams played against each other in previous tournaments, so it's definitely not an unfamiliar opponent for either of them. So I think they will be very well prepared for going into these matches, and I'm actually very excited to see what's going to happen.
For sure, they're both the teams that from group stage a year ago were undefeated in their groups. They haven't faced much competition yet in this tournament, but I guess for both of them, this will be the first major point to see if they are good enough to win the finals.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and it's going to be. Some say this might already be the quote unquote finals, and that whoever wins this match will definitely go on to beat Lubbe as well. But I mean, nothing is set in stone. Lubbe showed up very, very strongly, so it's going to be a rough matchup either way. Now, let's first focus though. Let's take it match by match. Let's first focus on this coming up best of 3. We are going soon to be joined by both team captains respectively. We're going to be asking them if they're prepared, if they're going to do well, if they're going to do poorly. Who knows?
Maybe they'll say like, "Yep, we're gonna flop," but I doubt it. And here, I already can hear in the call, Fout de Makelig has joined. He will be showing up on screen shortly. He's representing, of course, Dorens Mannelijk Roze.
Yeah, definitely. He's turning on his camera as we speak, so you should be able to see him very soon. I think there we go. Tijmen, the team captain from Dorens Mannelijk Roze. Fout de Makelig in the jungle. Welcome. Good to see you. I suppose you have seen the first semi-finals as well. So.
I mean, no.
You haven't actually seen it.
No, I was fast asleep actually.
Okay.
Well, good, charging up for the next coming battle. What are your expectations?
Well, I'm actually not sure what to expect because normally I would be very confident going into the match. But some of my teammates have been kind of slacking in how much they've been playing lately, so I'm not quite sure what to expect from them.
So it's your teammates' fault, though. It's your
well,
teammates slacking.
I mean, they are kind of slacking though. Like my support hasn't played in a month. But I think it's going to be fine now. Like no worries.
Okay, coming in with the classic solo queue excuse. My teammates are bad. Fair enough. But hey, you still made it all the way to the semifinals, so you were doing something right at least last year.
Yeah, a year ago.
A year ago. Did you come prepared? Did you have strategies ready, or you're just going in blind?
Well, I told them to go and prepare strategies right now. But we'll see once we get into game, I guess.
So your strategies were developed within the last 30 minutes?
Yes, but that's how we always do it.
Ooh,
so
fantastic.
It's whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, what better way to prepare than right before the match, right?
Fair enough.
Yeah, true.
Most recent information is available definitely by then. Now, Deja Orange, you have faced them before a couple of times already. Maybe not exactly this lineup.
Have we?
I believe.
I'm not actually sure.
Not actually sure. It's possible that you have missed each other previously.
I think DSA Green was in our group at least. So
oh yeah,
I don't think we played them.
Not necessarily in this tournament, but in previous tournaments perhaps. I do think you might have faced off. I could be wrong, actually. I
don't know. I don't think so actually. Like I know obviously I know some of the players, but no, I don't think we've played against them as a team.
Okay, fair enough. Well, knowing some of the players, are you expecting some curveballs, or do you think they're just gonna stock standardly play everything?
I mean, they've also not been playing that much, I feel, apart from the support. So anything is possible at this point. It's hard to expect, to know what to expect from them because I haven't played, but also from my own team because I haven't played. So I'm not sure. I feel like maybe Morlax will throw some curveballs because he has a weird ass champ pool. But yeah, I don't know.
Does he?
I think so. He doesn't play the normal shit. I think he just plays Zillion and crazy champs, But we'll see. We'll see in draft, I guess.
So
and
how do you know what? Sorry.
What?
Oh, go ahead. How do you know what the normal picks are? Okay, you go. I'll show up.
How do I know what the normal picks are? Obviously I'm still playing actively. And our top laner as well. Well, he doesn't play actively, but he's a coach for a Belgian league team now. So we're both pretty well informed. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what the Morch is going to play, for instance, because he's an AD carry main at heart. And those kinds of things make it really hard to prepare, I think.
Yeah, but I heard Kai'Sa is very strong, so maybe a Kai'Sa jungle could be a thing. Who knows?
No, that's a thing of the past.
Anyway, yeah. So, do you have any threats, any BM towards your opponents here? Do you think you're gonna?
Nah, only love.
Only love. Okay, very, very kind of you, of course. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us. So for this,
No problemo.
I wish you the best of luck for the semifinals and if you win it, even for the finals. But I mean, we have to get there first. So good
True.
luck
Yes.
with your final preparations, then getting everything ready. And
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah, I hope it's going to be interesting to cast, but we'll see.
we'll do our best.
Sure, sure.
Yeah. Well then, signing out.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, glad to hear from Tijmen here. Was pretty insightful, I guess, in how the Dortmund Roze likes to approach a game like this, just head on, I guess.
Yeah, prepare 30 minutes in advance. Like the most creative juices right before the assignment is due. That's when you're working hard, you know.
Yeah, the stage fright getting in the creativity flowing, definitely. So, yeah, what do we make of this? Do you think did your opinion change on the match? Do you think this is going to be very impactful, the last minute preparation, or?
I think it shows the fact that at least I looked at the OP.UGs of their opponents, so that's fair enough. Like they saw that Maxime is playing, Maxime, the support of Orange, playing way too many games, and indeed he plays a Zillion. And I guess that's all your preparation you need to face Orange, honestly, because the rest, the rest plays like very specific weird stuff. So I think they got it. I don't think they got it, but I respect. You know, I think it's going to be an interesting match. That's the main thing.
Okay, so do you think they're going to be able to pick up a game or 2 games even?
Yeah. I don't think 2 games, but I think it's going to be 2-1 to Orange. Because it's like they're good. They're good players.
Okay, well, I hope it's not Castabay right there. Of course, coming from home, from Delft, is the ACA Orange, and we will be joined by Mordax shortly to see what he has to say about his preparations to the map and to the opponents. But yeah, until then, the lineup you already mentioned, Fix It, moving back to AD carry. Since this academic year, he has been switching to mid laner to fill a gap in DSCA Red in. For DCA, so the main team from DCA. But now he switches back to AD carry just for this tournament. So maybe he's no longer used to playing AD carry. So we can just ask Maxime Mordax, because he is actually right here with us. So he should be showing up in the stream very soon. So yes, we are ready for the interview. And in fact, I think, yeah, he's visible as well now. Maxime, team captain of DCA Orange. Welcome. How are you doing? Feeling good?
Yeah, feeling very good. How are you doing, guys?
Very fine. Good to see you on stream. Are you prepared?
We are very prepared. We already made the draft, like yeah, already some draft, but we still have to fine tune it a little bit. But I think we'll manage.
You're not doing everything in the last 30 minutes.
No. We did the draft yesterday already, so.
That's on time. That's
yeah.
crazy. So what are you gonna pick? You know, like I'm sure you want to just put it right on stream.
Yeah, I'm not going to do everything, but yeah, we're gonna try some new stuff. That's for sure. That's the only tip of the iceberg I'm gonna share with you.
I'm excited. New stuff is always fun. So
exactly.
We have seen yesterday in the LEC and previous weeks in the LCS already a bunch of picks and bans and stuff that has shown up. The Gragas top lane, the Renekton priority, that kind of stuff. Do you think that meta that is shown there is correct? And do you think it fits you as a team?
I think the most important thing, which we also share with LEC, is the fact that we want to snowball very fast, and that we really want to take the first objective and don't have like 50 minutes games, but that we want to take some tempo into the game. That's the most familiar when you watch the LEC, but like the picks, like a Renekton or a Gragas, it can be played, but I don't think it's like the important part.
Okay.
The team.
Interesting.
That given away still gave us some insights there. What about the team dynamic with Fixit moving back to AD carry? Is he comfortable back in this position, or do you is he now a mid laner? Like what's going on?
Yeah. He also with his main team he also swapped back to ADC for like 3 weeks or something. So and his heart always lies there as well. So I don't have any doubts that he will fail or something. So that will be fine. And the team is just back together. It feels good. So no stress at all there.
Now, looking at individual matchups, do you think there's going to be a specific matchup where you as a team, or like that specific matchup that lane is going to struggle throughout the series, or are you confident that you can win every single lane?
The lanes will probably be even or winning, but yeah, the jungle will be the hard part, and that's what we know. Like them most likely will be the better jungler, although I give the Morpheus credits for his jungling. So yeah, that's gonna be the hardest part thing. Don't get a jungle very far behind and play off lanes.
Cool, good to know. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for joining us for the interview. Very insightful.
You're welcome.
Do you have any words to say to Doris Mannelijke Rose before you leave?
Before you say them,
To
realize
Lubba, we see you in the finals.
Very confident.
Diamond gave you love. And this is what you give back to him. That's
we
crazy.
gotta do it.
Okay. Well,
all off the Tamer.
Very confident from you, I guess. Good to hear from you, and I wish you the best of luck going into the semifinals in a hot minute.
Yes.
Thank you for the interview, and yeah, we'll see you maybe in the finals once, like you said yourself.
Yeah. Thanks for casting.
Luck.
Good luck.
Bye.
So now that we've heard from both team captains, let's do a prediction, both of us. You said 2-1 already. Are you going to keep at that? Stick with that?
They're so confident. You gotta respect it, you know? They're like, well, we already did some drafting, we got some more to do, but it's basically good. See you in the finals. That kind of makes me hyped as well. Like, hey, they're gonna just dump 2-0. But I want to have the 2-1 because the 2-1 is more exciting for the cast than for the stream.
Definitely.
So
yeah.
I'm gonna say 2-1.
2-1. You're gonna say 2-1. Okay. I'm interested because like you have this very high confidence coming from the ACA Orange, but I'm also thinking about hubris, right? But like being too confident, thinking you can make it, and then falling right flat on your face. So I wonder if like as long as they can then keep themselves contained and focus on the match, play like how they want to play, I think they have a very good shot winning this. And I agree that like a 2-1 is very interesting and very likely to see. And I hope also because we got a lot of matches done. But I do want to make the side note that if DCA Orange start like feeling too confident and start memeing too hard, that like Doris Mannelijke Rose is not going to give you the game for free. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
fair enough. I've heard that Adam is going to join us now for a nice chat. Adam, representative from. I guess he can introduce himself because I think he is just about inbound.
Yes, Adam is a Optiver employee who is going to have about gaming and Optiver.
Ooh, I think I hear some echoing. Is that just me or?
It's from Adam. So as soon as Adam is ready, he will be joining us on the stream. Yes, I can see his camera right now. Very good. Yeah, we can have a little chat about Optiver and their connection to gaming and what Optiver thinks about the day so far. So let's bring him up to the stream and see how it's going.
Hi guys.
Hi.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing very good. Firstly, I'm very impressed at the whole setup. You guys are doing an amazing job. It looks very professional. I think you two could be the next freak and quick shot in the LCS. if you aspire
that'd be
fun. Yeah, so a bit about me. I studied mathematics and statistics at the University of Warwick. And then in my second year at university, one of my housemates introduced me to League of Legends, which completely changed my life, of course, because I was really, really bad at it first. So like they always used to mock me. They made me play Karthus so that I could still do damage after I died. So yeah, it felt embarrassing, and I was very motivated to prove them wrong. And yeah, within 2 years, I got to very high diamond, and I actually peaked at rank 200 challenger for one day. But that was 7 years ago now. So, but then I finished university and I played poker for a year. And then my friend recommended me that maybe I'll be good at trading. And so I literally Googled, hey, best trading companies in Europe. And yeah, Optiver came up. That was the only one. I applied to Optiver, and yeah, I got the job. 2 months later, I moved to the Netherlands, and I must say I absolutely love living in the Netherlands. way more than living in the UK. So it ended up being a very good thing. So then I've been at Optiver for 6 years. I'm what we call an option market maker. And yeah, as Andrew mentioned earlier, I think there's many similarities between the type of people that we want at Optiver and the type of people that are going to be very good at competitive esports. So I think the biggest thing is that competitive drive. You need to want to be the best, and that's the same with trading. If you see that we're not doing the best trades, you have to figure out why. The same as in a League of Legends game. Your team isn't winning. You've got to figure out why. I think the other thing is really quick decision making. So in League of Legends, you're taking loads of inputs from all different sources. Like you're trying to track the cooldowns of enemies' abilities. You're tracking everyone's flashes. You're trying to see where the jungler is. You're trying to make sure you last hit the minions at the right time, and you're really trying to optimize every movement that you do. And the same with trading. You've got tons of different inputs coming towards you from the screen. You've got numbers all over your screen that all signify different things. You're hearing other people giving you information in the background. You're maybe hearing brokers talking to you, and you've got to piece all of this information together and have a good memory so that you remember, what happened yesterday, what happened last week, what happened a year ago, and try and react to the situation. And the same, with League of Legends, there's more than 150 champions, loads of different abilities. You've got to, if you want to be really good, you've got to remember what they all do, how they all interact. I think you mentioned, Pepine, earlier, the Lilia interaction with Akali, that Akali doesn't go invisible if Lilia hits her. I was unaware of that because I haven't been playing League of Legends for quite a while now. So it's things like that knowledge that you have to have. It's a similar thing with trading. You have to keep that knowledge going and be driven to keep improving, and stay humble when you make mistakes. I think a lot of players in solo queue could do with a bit of that. Rather than blaming everyone else, you lose a game, you do something wrong, it's probably your fault, and you have to figure out why and keep the drive to improve. So that's.
I can mention that you seem to be quite humble. The first thing you said was you're garbage at League of Legends, and then you're suddenly, oh, by the way, I'm a top 200 player for like 1 day then, but still, like that's kind of impressive. Wow.
Yeah, very interesting. Very nice story indeed. Also about Optiver, and I mean, like you mentioned similarities between gaming and Optiver, and so you decided with Optiver, let's just organize bring the gamers to us, and let's just organize an League of Legends tournament. So, do you think it has been a bit successful? Have you enjoyed the games we saw today as well?
Yeah, as I said, I've been really impressed with the whole setup, the overlay, the switching from one screen to the next. It looks really professional, like seriously, like LCS. And the first game, I really enjoyed watching the mid laner drop the bus. I don't think he missed a single charm with Ari. That was
except one of them was against a minion, the flash charm.
All the snails. Yeah.
It's a real shame that we didn't get to meet in person. Obviously, the original plan was that you come to the office and you get to see the setup of trading. Where if you don't know, then every trader has 6 screens in front of them, like 6 big size monitors, and you can imagine the amount of information that we have to process looking at all of that. And you guys could have played on those screens, but maybe in the future. I'm just very happy that we can sponsor this, and hopefully we can sponsor more esports events if there's also other games. I'm only a big League of Legends player. I don't know too much about other games, but I'm sure your society has plenty of ideas that you can suggest.
Sure, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So you mentioned you're looking also for people with a certain skill set, right? And say I were to be a gamer with a specific skill set that might be congruent with Optiver. What do I do? I go to Optiver's website or something. I send a mail, and then I get invited for an interview, perhaps. I heard that these interviews can be relatively tough on Optiver. Is that correct?
Yeah, indeed. So honestly, my take from the interview process, the final interview, I left thinking to myself, wow, that was the most fun interview I've ever done, because it really was. You play a lot of market making games, you get asked a lot of puzzles. I thought to myself, that was really fun, but there's no way I got the job. because it felt like I didn't answer all the questions well. But of course, that's the point, and they're trying to judge your critical thinking process. So yeah, for anyone who's interested, you can go to the website. I think it's optiver.com/job opportunities. And there's plenty of different roles. Like in League of Legends, we're a team of people. It's not just traders. We obviously have application engineers, developers that build nice tools for us to look at with fancy colors and good usability for traders. And we have research teams, as well as all the other control functions in a company. So mid office, finance, HR. So you haven't just got to be a super sharp trader to apply to Optiver. I think it's a very great company to work for. And in Amsterdam, I really love living here. So I think anyone who's driven has that competitive edge. And if you've got some sort of maths or economics-based background, I think you can definitely be a great trader. One of the biggest parts of the interview is there's this, I think it's quite famous, an 80 questions test where you've got to do a lot of maths quickly. So that can be quite daunting, of course, but it's something you can practice for. The same as someone who gets obsessed playing League of Legends for 5-6 years. I'm sure you can get obsessed with the financial world and improving in that as well. Yeah.
Cool. So, you talked about Amsterdam already, because Optiver, of course, is located in Amsterdam. In fact, very near South Station, I believe, in Amsterdam. Very, very near. I've come over to visit like once or twice, so it was really nice, really cool to see your office, because it's a massive office with like a lot of extra resources for the employees. So, what does Optiver do for employees, besides giving them a workspace?
There's plenty of benefits. I mean, short-term memory this year. There's obviously with Corona, there's been a lot of employees not in the office, but there's been plenty of care packages sent to all the employees, which is a nice thing. There's a really soft blanket. I think is my favorite thing that I got sent. It's that I sleep with, so that's nice. They sent plenty of food, picnic hampers, things like this. Every Friday evening there's drinks after work. So again, with Corona right now, we can't all gather in a big group, but there's a sign on the fridge on Fridays that says, please take a beer after you're done working. I think I far prefer Optiver over any other typical financial institution, because there's more of an informality about it. Obviously, there's no dress code, and it just feels like a group of people working together towards this goal of improving markets. The company started in more than 30 years ago, and it was just 4 guys who thought, we want to make money trading. They asked for some prices. They thought, hey, we can make prices tighter than that. And then they asked the exchanges, can we be a market maker? And it just expanded from there. So it really feels like there's this almost startup feel still about it, even though it's now a really big company in the Netherlands. So I think Optiver is a way better option if you want to go into finance than other typical banks or pension funds or hedge funds. So I highly recommend it to students to check it out.
Great. Many of the students that are here are at the TU Delft, of course, which is more engineering based courses, some computer science as well. Are those also things that apply well to Optiver, more engineering oriented, or is that?
Yeah, for sure. I'm surprised sometimes it's not just, you don't just have to have a maths degree or a stats degree or economics. I think there are many traders who did something maybe less related, but still, say, a hard science like physics. There were some very good traders who did, definitely computer science. I think that's a typical example. And Andy, obviously, who you met earlier, did space engineering. There's also mechanical engineers. But to be honest, it's not an absolute requirement to have such a degree. It's a case of simply, if you're good enough, if you can get through the interview process, we will take you. So it's always worth a shot if you really want. I've heard of people at the company who have been rejected 2 or 3 times, and they just keep pestering, no, I really want this job. I promise you I'm going to be really good. I'm going to be the best. And you end up hiring them, and you kind of admire this persistence. So it's not common, of course, that happens. But no, any background, there can be a role for you. I think everyone is capable of learning different skills if you put your mind to it. So if it's something you're enthusiastic about, go for it.
Great.
Very, very nice.
We'll be seeing you in the match later today between
Yeah.
the board as well as Optiver. Okay. And which role
Yeah.
will you be filling?
I'm a jungler. So.
You're a jungler. All right. So was it
Yes.
Karthus jungle you were playing?
No.
All the way back? Okay.
No, I don't have a very wide champion pool, so I'd rather not give away. If my champion gets banned, it could be a completely different game.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, I'm looking forward to the next games. And I have to say, Kuhn, I agree with you that Gragas top lane. I don't understand.
It doesn't make sense, right? It's not a thing.
I hear you. Didn't get it at all.
I appreciate that.
Well, based on these remarks, let's ask you then. Like, what do you expect from the coming matches, right? So you have Daisy Orange versus Dorans. Like, they're two pretty decent team, both like full like diamond, or I think Mordox even hit Master the other day.
Master yesterday again. Man, okay.
Oh, really? Okay. Which role is he?
He is a support. Yeah.
Oh,
So
support is Master. Okay, so he's going to win with Vision and CC. Yeah, I mean, so I'm a big fan of CC. I think it's probably the most like in a 5v5 game for sure. I think having CC is way more optimal than in solo queue. So if you can just chain CC champions down, that's for me, maybe not at the professional level where they all know expertly how to counter it, but just below the professional level, I think having chain CC is just that's it.
no fight Oriana combination, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, indeed. So, yeah, Warwick Malzahar was one that I used to do a lot with. Just suppressed the whole time. Yeah, as I say, I think I was most impressed with the mid laner of Lubba earlier. So I think maybe whoever gets to the final should make sure they ban out, drop the bus. We'll see.
Interesting. Yeah, and CC and hard engage, of course, is a very, very reliable tool for starting fights. So always been very important in League of Legends, also in the new season with all these new items. Have you been able to adapt to the new season a little bit?
I have not. I have only played about 4 games of the new season. I'm trying to learn what all these new items are. I've just about figured out what my build might be today, but we'll see how it goes. We have to think quick on our feet, maybe.
Chink in your armor. You don't know what the game is anymore.
Exactly. Season 11 changed everything. And yeah, we'll see. I'm quietly confident though. So it will be fun.
Yeah, do you also think you're going to win the show match later today?
Yes.
Okay.
I think I will.
Good to hear. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us. Very insightful, very nice information about Optiver. And well, I guess we'll be seeing you back with this show match later today.
Very good. Indeed.
Good luck with that. And see you then.
Thank you, guys. Best of luck with the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, I believe we are also wrapping up this section and going to a short break, after which 2 other people, no longer me and Pepijn, but instead Timo and Quinn, are going to take over the cast for the second semifinals of the day.
Yes, it's been a blast casting with you, Koen. Good luck later today, because both of us will be back later today, just not directly right now. So we'll be heading into a short break to switch casters, and then we will be greeted by Timo and Koen in a hot minute. So see you then. Don't go anywhere.
on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go?
Hallo, dames en heren. Welkom terug.
Engels.
We zijn nu bij het tweede semifinale aangekomen van het Optiver toernooi. Hartstikke goed dat jullie er allemaal nog zijn. Nieuwe gezichten op de stream. Verrassing. Pepijn en Timo zijn ineens weg. Pepijn en Koen, sorry. En nu zijn er ik en Timo Kersens. Hallo.
Hallo.
Wij zijn super duper hyped voor deze tweede semifinale. Waarschijnlijk wordt het een closere semifinal dan degene die we net hebben gezien. Net zagen we DSA Green tegen Team Lubbe. En het was iets minder spannend dan we waarschijnlijk hadden gehoopt allemaal. Vooral de DSA-fans natuurlijk. Maar nu hebben we een nieuwe hoop. Namelijk DSA Orange. En het is een flinke hoop. Dat zeker. En we gaan zo dadelijk bijna meteen de game in. Ik ben heel excited. Timo, hoe voel jij je eronder op dit moment?
Of course, I'm extremely excited.
Oh, sorry.
A nice game for DSCA to win. It's going to be a tough battle, fierce fight, and I'm really looking forward to it. And if I'm not mistaken, we can already start watching the pro draft because the bands are starting.
Hell yes, yeah. So sorry for the Dutch. My excuses. I usually cast in Dutch, so therefore my apologies. But let's see. We've already seen the first ban, the Pike, an obvious target ban at Raymond Krielkipje in the mid lane. We've seen the lineup just a second ago before the break. He's very, very, very confident in his Pike play. It's, I think, his highest mastery champion, so a very logical ban there. Lulu, another ban from Doran's. In general, very strong champion right now because of the Moonstone build. There's many things you can do with Lulu. You can put her mid lane, you can put her top lane, you can put her support even. So she's very flexible, very good pick to pick in the early phase of the draft. The B1, maybe the R1, R2 pick is very good to pick Lulu. Then the third ban to round out the Doran's bans will be the Zillion. Another target ban. This one definitely targeted at Mordox, the support of DSA Orange. Also very efficient at the Zillion play. And from DSA Orange, we see the Pantheon Kha'Zix Seraphine ban. Seraphine, I'm quite surprised they banned that because they also really like to play that. But maybe they're afraid that it will be first picked away from them. And we see the first pick Olaf. What do you think about the first pick Olaf from the side of Doran's?
I think Olaf is extremely powerful. It's nice to get engaged, get sort of a tanky guy, and I think it might be just a solid first pick, so you don't have to lock in any certain type of team comp.
Yeah.
Karma from DSCA Orange, always good. Also a little bit of a mid laner or support, of course.
Karma is kind of similar to Lulu in many aspects in that she can also fill those three different roles, top, mid, support. And she's a very, very good answer to the Olaf. Olaf, you can't CC him, but you can outrun him if you are fast enough. Karma gives that global, not really global, but team-wide shield with her mantra, E, I think it is, which provides movement speed to her entire team. And then especially if you combine that with the Staff of Flowing Water, that will be even more movement speed on top of that. And you might be able to just outrun and kite the Olaf, so very good response there. And Graves, he's good against AD junglers, very smart pick there as a response to the Olaf. Olaf will beat him early game, and probably the 2v2 Rift Scuttle skirmishes will be hard for the side which has Graves, but Graves will definitely outscale the Olaf. So if they can minimize the early damage that Olaf deals to their team composition, then DSA Orange is looking pretty good here.
Yeah, we see the Oriana from Doran's, always a very powerful champion. Of course, you can put the orb on Olaf, have him charge in, ult the entire team. Just a powerful comp.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Olaf, uninterruptible, can charge down the enemy backline, put the Ori ball on him, give him the W movement speed, and then once he has reached the backline carry, which we see here will be a Senna, just press ultimate and command shockwave the backline. Lots of damage, lots of setup for the rest of the team. And then we see a Jhin and a Senna as potentially ADCs for both teams. Senna does not have to be ADC, of course, could be the support. I have seen Mordox play some Senna, and I also have seen Fixit play some Senna, so it's definitely both possible. Senna can build the Moonstone build as well, whether it's ADC or support, in fact. Even an ADC can pick up a Moonstone, probably will not pick up the Staff of Flowing Water, of course. But maybe. We'll see. We see a Galileo ban here, aimed at the mid lane. Killkip, and we see Renekton and Leona banned from DSA Orange. Both two strong early game champions, which really aim to win their lanes. I think DSA Orange, looking at what they've drafted so far, they are looking to scale, and they do not want to get absolutely stomped in the early game, especially with the Olaf already present in the enemy team. I understand these bans, definitely.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. And we're going to see what the next picks will be. Lilia, of course.
Okay, interesting pick, the Lilia. That actually means that the Graves is probably a flex pick, which is really, really interesting. Because the Lilia is most likely to go jungle, I would say. I haven't seen a lot of Lilia play in solo lanes, but Graves can be a very powerful solo laner. Maybe they decided to put the Graves into the Orianna, which is fine. I mean, that matchup will probably not a lot will happen, but we will see. The Graves flex is still possible for mid top. There's a lot of flex potential for Orange, honestly. Crazy.
But we're starting to see a very powerful comp from Dorns as well. The Shen, the Nautilus. Shen, of course, going all over the map with his ult, getting a nice shield, making sure to counter all the ganks. And Nautilus, of course, very solid support.
I think the Shen pick is all right, but it's not very aggressive. It's more of a passive pick, and I'm not sure if that's really super suitable for the team of Dorans. But maybe they seem to be going for more like a protect thing, while Orange has the poke to deal with it. So I'm kind of favoring Orange here. Looking at the draft, looks like the Graves probably going to go mid, and Lilia jungle. I would have to predict, because I do not think Ramon plays Lilia mid, but maybe it's Lilia mid and Graves jungle. We did see Lilia mid in the game versus Lubba, played by DSA Green. So who knows?
Yeah,
could be.
Lastly, of course, from DSA Orange, the Ornn, very powerful. Forge God, of course, upgrading all those items is always really nice, and a nice engage on his ultimate. So we're going to see.
Potential. DSA Orange was missing some engage potential, and that's where you fit in the Ornn. So you can indeed, as you say, call down the Ram and ram the entire enemy team, knock them all up, and then maybe set up a nice Lilia sleep or a Senna ulti and win a team fight that way.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm excited.
I'm also very excited. I also think it's very interesting to see how both teams are shaping their comp around the meta, because we're seeing some different strategies develop right now in pro play. Looking at LEC, LCS, etc. These players, well, they don't all do it, but a lot of them have been trying out Moonstone, Renewer plus Staff of Flowing Water builds on champions which you wouldn't expect it on. Like Lilia, for example. Lilia usually builds full damage, but now that item is so strong that we see a lot of pro players pick up the Moonstone Renewer on Lilia. And we actually have 3 champions that could build it on the DSA Orange's team. The Senna, the Karma, and the Lilia. 0 champs really on the Dorn's Monolith Rose's team would be expected to build those items. So, I think this will be a very good showing of whether or not these items are really as strong as some people make them out to be.
Yeah,
quite excited for that.
Yeah, of course. And right now we're still waiting for a little bit. I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's a little bit of a spectator delay, but we'll be getting right into it.
Yeah, looking at the whole League of Legends client situation right now, it seems that Doran's Monolith Rose is still waiting for a player. That player is relogging right now. Seems to have some minor issues with their client probably. So yeah, we apologize, but there will be a little bit of a delay. Obviously, that is not a big problem because we can spend that time making some predictions here. We didn't really have any time to get our predictions in with how fast everything was going. So Timo, I will let you take it away first.
Okay, so looking at the team comp, I'm seeing some very strong things. I think I'm gonna have to agree with you on the most part. at the side of DCA Orange, but I'm really hoping that Dorans actually uses that Nautilus, that Shen, to make some really aggressive early game plays. So, well, I mean, if you hook someone, you can even dive some towers, and you can't just get those early kills and then tank out the late game. And that's really what I'm hoping for if I'm them.
Yeah. I mean, I can see it. Nautilus is also pretty aggressive, or can be played pretty aggressive. And we're, of course, still not entirely sure how the team of the ESA Orange will be distributed across the map. But Nautilus, yeah, if it is into... Nautilus obviously good into Senna, but Karma kind of minimizes that a bit. It would be crazy if DSA Orange decides to put Graves 80 carry and Senna in a solo lane. It's also still a possibility. I don't think they would do that, but it's a possibility, which I think would be pretty good for them, honestly, because Senna into Orianna, for example, or Senna into Shen, I think both pretty good lanes for Senna. So maybe. But I don't expect them to go that crazy.
Oh, I imagine.
Yeah, but for the entire set, like after seeing this draft, I'm pretty confident in our boys from DSEA. I think maybe I was kind of on the fence who would win this one, and I think it will be very close. But I think it will be either 2-1 for either DSEA Orange or Dorans, but I guess I'll give a slight, very small edge to DSEA Orange. What about you?
Nice. Yeah, okay, so I completely agree with you. Once again, I think these teams are really well matched, which makes the games all the more interesting. I'm pretty sure we're going to go to a game 3, which might be just a coin flip. But if DCA keeps making better choices during the draft, they're going to have an obvious advantage into the game. And of course, as we say, we lost or we won at draft already. Now you only have to play the game.
Exactly. Well, of course, draft is not everything, so we will see how both teams decide to play this out. Looking at both teams, let's see kind of what their game plan is. I think looking at Orange's team, because they have that high volume of Moonstaff champions, they might want to play around the power spike where they all obtain those 2 items, which is fairly early into the game, will be probably around the 3rd dragon. Might have to give up the first 2 dragons. I mean, they are up against an Olaf and Nautilus, which are pretty strong, obviously, the first couple of levels.
Yeah.
So I think they will give up the first 2 drakes and try to just skill a little bit. For that 3rd drake, they will have a very, very, very strong team fight if they aren't too far behind at that point. And then I think they should be able to theoretically take over the game from that point. But yeah, we will obviously see how it plays out. Dorans probably will not want to allow that. They have the Shen, which is really good in cross-map plays, and can try to split push. And DSA Orange does not have a huge split pusher on their team. Nobody who can really go out in the side lanes by their own. Maybe Graves, but, well, not as good as Shen or an Olaf.
Yeah.
So maybe the split push is the game plan.
As we're seeing right now, it's Ornn top, Lilia jungle, Graves mid with Kriwakipje, and Senna and Karma in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. Pretty much like I would have predicted it with the Graves mid. It will be a very interesting matchup versus Orianna. I'm very curious to see how that plays out. I myself haven't played it. I do like playing Graves mid. It has been somewhat of a flavor of the recent couple of weeks with the resurgence of competitive play. People have been Graves has been brought to the attention of many players, and it's very interesting. We will see how it goes. I suppose.
Yeah.
I think in the early few levels, Graves probably outtrades. He will go fleet footwork most likely and try to out-sustain. Just kind of dash in, get a few of those chunky auto attacks in, and then back out, use the fleet footwork to heal back up, and then through that, probably try to win lane prio.
You're really gonna want to harass that Orianna. She of course has difficulty just farming last hitting, and especially if there's a Graves on top of her, it's gonna be a lot harder.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think this game, especially the mid lane, will be about CS numbers. I don't think they are going to really go for any crazy kills there. There is the risk with Graves mid that it almost always naturally pushes out because the way his passive works, where he hits multiple minions, usually on accident, unless he gets super duper close to the minions. So that is a little bit of a risk factor if he does not want to push out. Like if he might want to freeze the lane, that's really, really hard to do. If he knows the jungler is around, he doesn't really have many ways to avoid danger except for warding and calling their own jungle, which is Demortius, to try to help him. That is something that might be a little bit hard for Killkeeper to play around, but yeah, we will see.
Yeah, especially. Well, of course he does have a little bit of a dash. Ultimate for a knockaway, but it's gonna be difficult. The bot lane, I'm not quite sure. That's gonna be a lot of freezing on the side of DCA, probably. That Nautilus, of course, wanting to go in, and juicy Karma, because those are very easy to kill.
Yeah. I definitely think that the bot lane is more Dorn's favored, because the Nautilus is so strong into the Senna.
Yeah.
He can just see where the Senna is in her mist, and he doesn't have any real problem, with the mist like other supports have. Like Alistar, for example, if Senna's in her mist, he can't really click on her and do his knock-up combo. Nautilus can still throw the hook because he knows where she is in the mist. So I think I have to give the early lane advantage to Dorn's Monolith Rosa in this game.
And of course the top lane, Ornn versus Shen, a nice wet noodle fight.
Yeah.
Not a lot's gonna happen. Maybe a kill if Olaf comes around, but it's gonna be nice.
It's a bit of a classic. Two scaling tanks that provide more value for the team than for themselves. They don't really play for like carrying their team. I think Shen has the lead in the early couple levels because of his high base damages. But after that, I'm not entirely sure how the matchup goes. So it will be very interesting to see. But anyways, I am very excited. We're almost about to head into the match, and the loading screen has been completed. So we are going to switch over right now to the game here. As we see the champions load in to the Rift.
Everybody's spawning in. No connection troubles, which is always nice.
That's always a good thing. Exactly. Yeah. Everybody, get your hype in the chat. I want to see some predictions in the chat as well. Let's see who you are rooting for. Are you rooting for the boys of DSA Orange, or for Doran's Mannelijke Roze?
I'm really starting to see an invade from Doran's in the top lane. Nice 5 of them, of course. With the CC of Nautilus, you can get an early pick, but they don't find any of the DCA players. They actually, they're the golems right now, just chilling out.
And hide the timeline. There we go. Sorry, I just had to quickly do some of the UI things. Yeah, we see the entire blue team up in the jungle of the red team, but
they have been spotted.
They have been spotted out. There's a red side ward right there. So it looks like they're not going to continue this invade. I'm switching back to both teams' vision here. A deep ward is still useful, though. It helps them to track Lilia's position. And then the laners will know when they're allowed to play more aggressively, because if they know that the jungler is on the other side of the map, they can use that to their advantage and pressure their opponents more aggressively.
But I actually like it not going for that red buff with Olaf. You really don't want to risk it all right away. Just start off calmly.
Yeah, we say that, but we do see Olaf pathing towards that red buff already. Meanwhile, we're looking at some exchanges on mid lane. Now we're on bot lane. All right, interesting. Heavy trading on mid lane. Ori hit level 2 a little bit earlier and barely won out on that trade.
And Olaf is, of course, now taking that red buff. That is unfortunate.
Yeah.
For DCA.
Lilia does know this. They have a ward on the red buff. Looks like they're trying to collapse here. Let's see if we can head over to the Olaf's camera. Yep. Graves and Lilia both around here. But Orianna could also respond, and Foutamaklar, he got away with it.
Yeah. So a nice little invade, getting a red buff, just a little bit of a gold advantage, forcing Lilia to now kill the golems, get less XP.
It's a pretty big gold advantage because he's also grabbing his own buff after this. 3 buffs to 1, that's a pretty big difference. Lilia does know now that Olaf is on the bottom side of the map. So she will be able to get the top scuttle uncontested at least. I hope.
Yeah.
We are going to go back
thinking
to the
about a little gank, but no. Just chilling out, getting that scuttle, that 100 gold. It's something you need, of course.
Exactly. Yeah, we do see the Shen slightly ahead here, pushing the wave into the tower, trying to make Ornn lose some CS. And I want to quickly go over the runes that we see. We see Kriokipke does indeed have the... Oh, actually we see a gank here. Nah, unfortunately Lilia missing the trigger seed. It's going to be the end of that gank, but Olaf and Lilia seem to be skirmishing in the river right here. Lilia going for the top scuttle, thinking that Olaf's not going to be around. Olaf is very strong so early in the game, but he's going super low. Kriokipke with the huge amount of armor of the Graves. Olaf just couldn't deal damage to him. He seemed to be so low, but because of the Graves passive, he didn't want to die.
Yeah, I really don't like that early engage. It's really costing them, well, probably the entire game.
This is
3
huge.
kills behind.
This is huge for DZ Orange.
Yeah.
The Olaf is so reliant on getting that early game lead, and not having that is, yeah, that's gonna make such a huge difference. He did have the lead with the triple buff, I mean, but
yeah,
somehow they still lost that skirmish.
Before the fight, well, DCA and Dorans were pretty much equal. Dorans was inching ahead in farm, but now with a kill on the mid, top, and jungler.
Yes,
it's gonna be really tough.
3 kills ahead for DSJ Orange. It's gonna be a pretty big mountain to climb for Doras Manlerose. With the first dragon spawning in 10 seconds, it looks like mid lane is pushed out right now, so DSJ Orange definitely not going to be attempting that one immediately. Both bot side lanes are pushed out for Doras Manlerose, so I think they're going to attempt it themselves. Yeah, it looks like Olaf is going to start the dragon. This makes sense. I do not think, because of the bot lane state, I do not think that DayZ can contest this. So
no, of course they can't. And unfortunately for them, it's an Infernal Drake. So that's going to be a little bit more damage on that Olaf, on that Orianna, on that Jhin.
Mm-hmm.
You really don't want that, but unfortunately, you already knew this was going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And at this point, DSA is just slightly weaker in these fights than Doras Manlerose. They do have the kill lead here, so the scaling will be faster for them, and will be very interesting to see. Maybe they can even fight for the second Drake here in 5 minutes.
So right now they're 1.6, 1.7k ahead. That's almost a full item, so that's really gonna aid them in these next couple of skirmishes.
Yeah, it's about like a needlessly large rod and a Doran's item, so those are 2 pretty powerful components to be ahead in. We see the Senna having a tier, so she is definitely going for more of the scaling approach, and buying a longsword right after. So we already know that she is at least not going for the Moonstone Renewer. However, we see Lilia picking up the Bandoglass Mirror, and the Bandoglass Mirror does build into Moonstone Renewer. Almost certain that she will go for the Moonstone Renewer. Bit of a misplay though to pick up the Bandoglass as a first item. The other alternative there's 2 components for the Moonstone Renewer: the Bandoglass Mirror and the Kindle Gem. A Kindle Gem is a way more efficient purchase to pick up earlier. Yes, it's cheaper, and yes, it is very tempting to pick up the Bandoglass Mirror first, but the Kindle Gem gives health. Health is super duper efficient early on. So let's see if that will be punished. I don't think it will really matter that much though, because it's still a very cheap item in total.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looking at the goal differences really quickly, we see that the Lilia is now ahead of Olaf, and she is looking to play aggressively here. See trigger, see this landed on Orianna. No lullaby though. It's not going to be slipped. The other goal differences we see here is in the mid lane, 600 gold ahead from Graves. I think it's mostly because of the kill and the assists that he has. He is a little bit of farm behind still, but the goal difference is in favor of Knilkipje. So he will be very happy about that, I think. He's also right now...
Only the bot lane currently of DCA is falling a little behind. That's only marginal.
Yeah, looking at the bot lane, they are pushed in completely right now. But that's fine. I think they're content with simply farming for a bit. Because if they posture too aggressively, they will just be hooked by the Nautilus, and then it will all be over. Obviously, they do not want to risk that.
No. A little bit of farming, almost always under that turret. You're gonna have to.
Yeah. That's fine. It just means that they will probably also end up giving up the next Drake. Which will be in...
So the next Drake is in 2 minutes. I'm currently not really seeing wards around it, which probably means that they're giving it up.
Yep, and that's what Dorans wants. They want to get those few early Drakes at least, and then with the advantage gained from the early Drakes. And here we see an aggressive engage by Nautilus onto the Senna. Here we see exactly what was said before, but oh, nice ultimate. Jhin falling very low. But the Shen ult in the end came through. And
yeah, beautifully orchestrated. The Jhin almost dying, but Dorans etching it out. And getting the kill on that ADC. Couple of plates erbij. That's a nice advantage.
Honestly, a very, very impressive turn by Fixit and Mordox. It looked almost like they were going to win that. But in the end, the Shen appeared with his ulti, and well, the rest is history. Because of the Shen ult, Mr. Kingmark has been able to farm freely though, which is pretty good for him. He's now 77 farm opposed to 69. Let's see how the gold is. Well, the gold is still even, so in the end, the realm of Shen is objectively pretty worth it for them. But just a little bit of free gold into Orin's pocket is obviously never bad.
No, it really isn't.
Drake spawning in 15 seconds here. The bot lane of Duas Monlegosa has just reset. I guess after that play they couldn't reset immediately because they wanted to push out the wave, but because of that, we see Omon going very aggressively here, trying to get even more priority for this dragon. Looks like DZA Orange is trying to get this dragon already.
Yeah, we see the entire team there. Shen of the opponent, of course, still in the top lane without his ultimate, so he really won't be joining, even though he might with his TP.
But he has his teleport up. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. DZA is taking this second dragon.
Dang. DZA coming online faster than you'd expect, or maybe just setting it up very well. The timing was very, very poor from Domas Monlegosa there with the recall, so they could not really contest it, but I think that was obviously a debated choice from them. They thought, well, we have to spend our gold that we just got from that kill on bot lane. It makes sense.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, had to sacrifice the dragon.
We're seeing an Ocean Soul, of course, a lot of extra bushes in the map, and that's going to be a lot of healing. Now, if Dorans manage to get this Ocean Soul, it's going to be a huge advantage with all of their tanks. Just going to have to get it.
Okay, we see Ori and Graves trading some more in the mid lane. I think both of them are pretty fine with where they are at. Ori bought the tier and boots. She's stacking up the tier slowly, going towards that. Luna's Echo probably, and Graves, he got the refillable potion to not spend too much on health pots, and he has the Noon Quiver. I think he will be building into an Immortal Shield Bow. because he's up against that Olaf, I don't think he really needs the dash. Oh, here we see another fight erupting. Merlin going down very quickly, and the Jhin also falling. Element Masters is dead here. Nautilus running for his life. Very nice engaged by Daisy, but the Ornn ult, wow, even killing.
They really see the power of the Karma, getting that shield, barely surviving all the damage. And that was just really a really nice couple of kills for DSCA.
Oh, and Graves did buy the Gale Force. Okay, so I was mistaken when I said he was probably going to buy the Immortal Shield Bow. He got the Gale Force. I'm guessing he mostly wants to use that aggressively. He is very far ahead now with 3-0-3. So yeah, I think that's definitely justified in this position. 1k, oh, less than 1k gold lead for DZ. I think that's mostly due to this Herald on top picking up the entire top turret and the first turret in the process. Pretty good trade back there for Doans Mandakose, minimizing the gold difference. We see also Karma picking up the Band of Glass Mirror. Also wrong order of build, but it's fine. It's cool to see that he's also going for the Moonstone Renewer. Hamon slowly farming up. Graves, late game, if he's against a team like Doans Mandakose, which does not have a huge amount of AP burst damage, just thrives. He becomes super strong and insanely hard to kill in those later stages of the game. Yeah, and let's see what he can do with the Gale Force as well.
Yeah, of course, there's a new Rift Herald spawning in 2 minutes, which would help DSCA grab another turret. This mid lane turret, of course, being very low, top lane might even be taken with it.
Yeah, I think both teams must be thinking right now which team is going to be stronger for that Rift Herald fight. It's going to be, I think, pretty close between the two of them. We see 2 mythics completed on the DSCA side and 2 mythics completed on the side of Doans Mandakose, so it will be mostly a matter of who sets up that fight the best.
Yeah.
So let's see how both teams decide to posture themselves going into that, how they decide to set up vision and make sure that all the lanes are pushed out so that they can go to that objective without losing too much gold in the form of CS.
And if we can look at the gold per person right here, because I'm fearing that for Dorans, the gold might be largely in the Shen, which is not really where you want it.
No, that is true. The Shen, obviously not a hyper carry in any way of the word. He's more of a supportive top laner, and therefore having a lot of gold in his pocket is not extremely efficient. But he gets very tanky. Yeah,
that is true. Really unkillable, getting some nice assists with that ult. And here we see, oh, almost a fight starting again. Mordok's flashing away from the Nautilus Q.
Well done, well done.
Nice.
We see another part of this wet noodle fight. Oh, actually, Ornn dropping fairly low, but now putting back some damage onto the Shen. Both of them, they aren't dying in this 1v1, of course, because they just do not have the damage for it. They're both 2 very tanky boys. And do you remember at which level Ornn gets? Oh, actually, hold that thought for a second. We see a really strong engage here by Doans Mandakose, but DSCA might be looking to turn that around with this lullaby here from the Lilia. I don't think they can, though. Lilia falling, the bash going very low on the Shen. Ooh, picking up the kill there with the Graves ultimate. Very well done by Kyukipye. Making it a 1-for-1 in the end, but Doans Mandakose with higher HP amounts, I think, and set up fairly well here, positioning-wise, for this dragon. Looks like they might be getting the Ocean Soul. Oh, no, Ocean Soul, Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, second dragon.
Now, DSCA has 2 options. They can either try to contest this, or they can try to get the Rift Herald in return. I think Rift Herald is way weaker than the Dragon at this point. Way less good to get. But oh, we see here Nautilus hook onto the Karma. Karma falling pretty low. Jhin is being attacked by the Ornn though in the backline. Faustomakar has slain Mordox, and we see Shen coming in there with a TP. And now it's looking really bad for DSCA because they are completely outnumbered. There's 3 members alive from DSCA with the Ornn almost completely out of health. Looks like
beautiful engage.
On top. Yep.
And that Nautilus really nice getting that hook. And it's going to be a huge advantage for Dorans. even though DSEA might be able to take some part of this turret.
Yeah, but it's not looking good. Demorch is also in a very unfortunate position here. Looks like the Bash might be able to taunt him up. No, okay, Lilia with enough movement speed to get themselves out of there. Also slowing down the Shen a little bit with the trigger seed. Think he will be happy to have escaped out of that with his life.
Yeah.
The problem with DSEA's team composition now noticed in that fight is that nobody is really there to tank the Nautilus hooks except for Ornn. I guess Graves can also get away with it, but as soon as you hook either Lilia, Senna, or the Karma, they are pretty much dead. And that's what happened there. The Karma got hooked. Ornn tried to distract the backline, but he also almost died in the process, and Karma still died. That was a very unfortunate team fight for DZ. We're going to go back to the items really quickly. We see now that Doran's Monagos, almost all of them have completed their mythic item. Only the support's still waiting for his mythic item. I think it will... I'm not sure what those what the components are for the support mythics, but I think it will probably be the Locket. Locket really strong in those early to mid game team fights.
Yeah, and really strange how Doran's managed to turn this entire game around now with a lead. Of course, in gold. Kill's still a little bit behind, but that extra dragon is gonna provide a little bit of healing and gonna get him closer to that Ocean Soul.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting to see how this was turned around, as you said. But I think it's because DSA hasn't really hit their big power spikes yet. I thought it would be sooner. I said third dragon, but it looks like it might be around the fourth dragon where Lilia will complete her Moonstaff build. And Karma's still waiting for that Moonstone Renewer. So yeah, so we'll have to see. I think once those items are completed, DSA is going to be looking a bit stronger in the team fights. But for now, Doran's Monagos has been playing this very well. They also have defended all of their turrets so far. DSA not really being able to pick up any turret, and Shen has the Rift Heralds, so Doran's Monagos might be able to get some turrets of themselves if they want to make use of that. It is on the Shen though, so it's not very flexible in its usage right now.
But if I'm looking at that top turret here of the ECA, that's probably really easy to take with a Rift Herald. Just let him charge once. It's probably gone. It's gonna provide an even bigger gold advantage for Doran's, already up 1.3, 1.4k.
Yeah, happened pretty quickly. Let's see once again on which of their carries this is. Still 1.3k gold on just the top lane, and a little bit of a gold advantage now back for the jungler of Doran's Monagos. Makelaar there with a slight advantage over the Lilia, but Olaf will fall off way more than the Lilia when we get to those more late game team fights with the Karma Mantra. DSA want to be kiting back a little bit more, and that's why I also think that they want to be at objectives before Doran's Monagos. I think that's very, very important for the team comp of DSA. Otherwise, they can't really execute on that game plan of trying to kite backwards with the Lilia Moonspeed and the Karma Mantra. They have the only other option they really have is with a big Ornn engage. That's also a possibility, of course.
Yeah, of course. I'm not quite sure if they already want to start that team fight. Maybe just wait a little bit longer, get that Senna a little bit stronger. Make sure that you can really burst down that Orianna, burst down that June.
Yeah. And we see a tier on the side of Doran's Monagos, but we also see a Muramana on the side of DSEA. We see the Muramana is almost stacked. At 312 stacks right now, at 360. At that point, it will be also a very big power spike for Fixit. I think he's very, very excited for that one. Once he's got his Mythic as well, Senna will be looking pretty good. But for now, she's going to be looking pretty weak in this next fight.
Of course, both teams preparing for that fourth Drake, the Ocean One, of course, again. Making sure that everything is warded, clearing out.
Yeah. are moving as 5 here to prevent being caught up by the Nautilus. They are setting up for this Dragon, which is in 5 seconds. Shen putting on the Rift Herald to put a lot of pressure on the top side. He's going to be looking to enter the Dragon fight with his ult or with his TP. Ornn going back. I think he wants to go back to match this Rift Herald, but the Dragon falling very low, very quickly. Olaf going in with the Unstoppable, trying to 50-50 this, and Olaf has stolen the Dragon in the end. This fight also not looking very good for DSA as... Olaf has died though, but Lilia very, very low. The Senna shield keeping everybody alive. Moonstone healing. We see a lot of Moonstone healing all around. Suddenly Lilia has a lot of her HP back again. And Ornn also. Ornn was very low just a minute ago, but 2 Moonstone renewers have enabled him to stay at half health. Top lane, the inhibitor turret has fallen, but pretty good fight in the end for DSA Orange. They have lost the Dragon, but I think they'll be able to siege down at least a mid lane tier 2, or maybe even look for Baron here. What do you think?
Are they really grinding for Baron? That's powerful. It's really gonna help them a lot. They really need this power. I think the fight was alright. It's very unfortunate that Torrens is now at soul point. Of course, having the almost getting that Ocean Soul, but this almost
is pretty
like
risky. There's not that
DSA.
much damage on the side of the DSA, and Karma getting immediately chunked out. It's already a 4v5, and the Baron is still very high on health. Keep trying to make something happen. Nice Q on the Orianna there. A lot of burst with the Q into the wall. Mr. Kingmark falling very low, and the Lilia also dying. And this was just a really bad fight for DSA Orange. I don't think the Baron was the right call in the end. You hate to see it when you are a DSA Orange fan, because now the Baron is not going in the hands of DSA Orange. It's going in the hands of Adonis Monlik, and there's not a lot of fix it's going to be able to do about it in his lonesome.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. DSA barely 2k behind, but this Baron power play is really going to matter. Now it's time for DSA to bunker down, make sure that you protect your base. Just try not to get overwhelmed while you wait. Senna did get her power spike though.
We saw how... Yeah, that is pretty good. She does have the Muramana, but she is still waiting for her Mythic, so... Not that powerful quite yet. On the other hand, though, we did have the Moonstone Renewer and the Staff of Flowing Water on Lilia, which we saw at the Dragon fight how much healing it did. Which was a really good fight for them. Also, the Karma Moonstone. And we also saw in the Baron fight how much burst the Graves had on that Orianna with the Q into the wall and the Collector proc. However, he did flash forward, and that did kind of cost him his life, so not entirely sure if that was worth it. He could have maybe cut it back a little bit more with the Guild Force. Okay, we see here an Nautilus hook, but no members of Dolan's Monlik goes around to follow up on it. DSA Orange just fighting for some vision in their own jungle. They're really doing their best not to lose this mid lane turret, because as soon as the mid lane turret falls, which is right now, their jungle is in jeopardy.
Yeah, that mid lane turret getting sniped by the cannon minion. Of course, Baron boosted, so it gets a lot more range.
Yeah, this jungle that was DSA Orange's property, but now it looks like Dolan's Monlik Rose is taking it over with the falling of the mid lane tier 1 turret. Now they can just stand there freely without having that awkward position behind the mid lane turret. So DSA Orange gonna have a little bit less income than before. It's not what you want as DSA Orange, but this is really good for Dolan's Monlik Rose. They are not allowing DSA Orange to scale here. Oh, a fight breaking out in the mid lane. Senna ulti going down on to only Timmy to keep him alive, but the Mortis was already in a stopwatch, so it didn't really matter. He is coming out with his life though, thankfully. He unfortunately missed the start of that fight, but I'm guessing it was a Nautilus hook. Oh, Lilia throwing down the Drowsy onto the Jhin. Here we see maybe an engage opportunity for the Ornn with the called the Forge God, but no, DSA Orange decide to let this
I'm
one
really
go.
scared for DSA here, really not feeling this engage.
No,
but maybe they know something I don't.
I mean, I understand the engage only really hit 1 or 2 members of Dolan's Monlik Rose, but it did cost them 2 huge ultimates. I think for now their plan is just to try to wait at the Baron and not lose too much. I wonder if the Guild Force for the Graves was the right call in the end. I'm really not entirely sure about it, because the Immortal Shield Bow is much more of like a 1v5 build, because you go low, but then you just regen your entire health back with a few auto attacks as soon as that lifeline triggers. So I'm not really sure if this was the play. He is so ahead that it's basically on him to try to carry the team in the team fights.
Yeah.
And if he's just being blown up, then, well, he can't really do that.
And here we see DCA recouping a little bit of the jungle, but this is the fourth Ocean Drake.
Soul going into the hands of Doans, and DCA Orange decide not to do anything about it.
Yeah, and this is now really dangerous for DCA. Of course, the fourth giving that Ocean Soul, which is a lot of health recovery. So now if they don't burst somebody down, that person is not going to die.
Yeah, that's gonna be pretty rough. They don't have that much burst except for the Graves here. I guess that the Gale Force helps a little bit with the burst at least. And the Gale Force also being upgraded by the Ornn now. Ornn finally getting access to some of those masterwork items. Going to be fairly powerful in the long run for the DZ8 side. DZ now behind 5k gold though. And an open inhib on top.
And what we saw here with the Graves trying to attack that Shen, just barely doing any damage and it all getting healed right away.
Yeah,
it's gonna be really tough for DSA to overcome.
Yes, this is really not the position DSA want to be in either. They want to be standing around dragon pits and baron pits, not inside of their own base.
Nope.
Now with this Olaf, he's going to have so much healing. His passive amplifying any healing on him when he's lower health. So the Olaf also gets more healing from, for example, the Gore Drinker and the Ocean Soul. Thankfully, that was nerfed last patch, but it's still insanely powerful. So yeah, we'll have to see if DZ Orange can deal with it. An obvious answer to a lot of healing is to grab some healing reduction. We see some healing reduction on the Senna, but outside of that, no other healing reduction present. I think he is aiming to try to apply that to all the champions on the team of Dumas Malagosa with the ultimate. But having all that responsibility in only the hands of Fixit might be pretty difficult. He does
really
find
unfortunate that Fixit was not able to get any kills so far.
Yeah.
It's of course really stunting his growth.
It really is, because Senna it can be so strong when she gets to those later stages of the game where all her souls are stacked up, because she has that passive which for each soul she has she can increase her range. Well, not for each soul, but there's like certain thresholds. And she gets really powerful if she has some items and some of those souls. So she needs some kills to get those items. See here, Dumas Malagosa setting up for the Baron. This Baron might be the nail in the coffin for DZ Orange if they allow this to go over to Dumas Malagosa. So I think they're trying to strike back right here. Demorti is kind of going in all by himself. I don't think there was a lot of communication there. Gets the slow onto the Olaf, and Nautilus Olaf dashing in with Shen ult on top of him. But can Olaf be killed here by the Graves? Graves does a lot of damage when he's so close and personal, but he can't just not finish the Olaf because there's too much healing with the Ocean Soul and the W passive, and they just run all over DZ Orange.
Yeah, really trying to engage this Nautilus, probably not the best idea, but maybe really the only chance that they had. Of course, as you can see with that Ocean Soul, Nautilus almost at, well, 3/4 health back up, ready to siege this middle tower to get those inhibitors, and maybe even to start attacking that Nexus.
Yeah.
Having to wait 25 more seconds for Crew Kippy to spawn.
It's not looking amazing. It's not looking amazing. The Ocean Soul just gives so much power to the team of Dumas Malagosa. It's really not what DSA Orange wanted to see here. Maybe with like an Infernal Soul they could have dealt with, but this is just too much healing at this point. Luckily, Graves also picking up an Executioner's Calling, going to provide a little bit more healing reduction there. Maybe they can be able to get through with the healing, but this Baron is probably going to be the last opportunity for DZ Orange to fight a proper team fight. Because once... it looks like they're just going to give over the Baron. And then they'll have to fight against a Baron and an Ocean Soul. It's going to be tough.
Lilia is still thinking about getting close, but really wouldn't be able to help here.
No.
The damage of Dorans is of course a little bit too much here. And now with an Ocean Soul, with a Baron buff, it's gonna be tough. Elder Dragon spawns in a minute. That's probably the last fight that we're gonna see. Or Dorans had already won it.
Yes. Yeah, it will. Yeah, if they get the Elder Dragon, then I do not see any way in which they ever lose another fight. I mean, the fact that they're even giving Daisy Orange another entire minute to kind of skill up a little bit. Oh my god, Shen just chunking this Graves. Looks like he's not having any trouble with that 1v1. The Baron minion's going to finish off the Graves there. I think Graves was just a little bit out of position. And Shen just continuing this onslaught with the Ocean Soul, almost taking out the Mortis as well. Damn. Very well.
It's really
well
tough to see. That Graves, literally the strongest guy on Orange's team, dying to the opponent's top laner tank.
Yeah,
this is probably going to be the end of the game.
That's not good to see for DSA Orange. But I must say, Thomas Monagose executing this really well. They decided now Graves is dead. I don't think we need the Elder Soul, Elder Drake anymore to finish this off. Looks like they're just going to siege the Nexus here. They are so much more powerful with that Ocean Soul. Really well done. All the dragon control, they had it almost all game long except for that second dragon. Really, just in general, really well played. And now they're looking to end the game here with the catch onto the Mortis. The Mortis falling low and the Ori ult hitting the Graves. Kipkid dying just after he came back to life. And with that, that is enough for Thomas Monagos to take the first game 1-0. Congratulations on that lead for Thomas Monagos.
A tough fight. Really tough. Especially amazing from Dorans to come back after those 3 kills that they lost in the early game.
I see we're back on screen. Yeah, it was looking pretty good early on for DSA Orange. They had those first couple of kills, which we saw in the first early skirmishes, and that was pretty big for DSA Orange. They could actually already fight Thomas Monagos at the second dragon, which was pretty good. However, after a while, it just kind of slipped out of control for them. And well, I think they made some pretty bad macro plays. We saw the Rift Herald at some point taking the inhibitor at top. They didn't have the top wave pushed out far enough to like have the top laner be at the dragon fight at that point. While for Dawns, they had the Shen ult. They could just place down that Rift Herald there, put a lot of pressure on the top lane, go to the dragon, and then take both the dragon and the turret. Also, there was at one point, I think, Olaf 50-50 the dragon. That was the third dragon, I think, that Dolan's got. And that was obviously also very well done by Fautomakar there with winning the Smite battle over the Mortius.
Yeah.
Those were some pretty big points in the end in the game.
Yeah. Well, I mean, after those early kills, we really started seeing Dorans win practically every encounter, and even if they lost, they managed to make it up either by killing top lane turrets or just getting objectives. So we're gonna have to see better macro from DCA Orange.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think back to the draft and trying to think whether there was anything in the draft that DCA Orange could have done better. But I mean, honestly, I think they had some pretty good responses to the picks by Thomas Monagos. So I do not think that the issue was really there in that aspect. But I don't know. I think maybe DSA Orange will try to go for a little bit of a different strategy. I think especially the Senna felt a little bit lacking. Did not really accomplish that much in the end in the game. Maybe with something a little bit more powerful early game like a Misfortune, or maybe something that skills just a little bit faster like an Ezreal and doesn't get hooked as quickly by the Nautilus in the case of Ezreal. That might have been a little bit more useful to the team of DSA Orange. What do you think?
Yeah, so I know that Fixit himself really likes to farm. He really likes to get that late game advantage and get really strong. But maybe especially against like a scrappy, aggressive team like Dorans, you need mid game. You need something like that Ezreal to just, start doing some damage while they are attacking you.
Mm-hmm.
In the end, he didn't really get called out, so it wasn't really lost on that bottom game. Bot was really solid. Maybe it's just in the top that they were lacking, or just in the mid that they weren't doing enough damage.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they didn't really have any burst to get through the Ocean Soul, so once it came to that point, it was just pretty much over, I think.
Yeah,
I think we would have to look at what happened before that to see where DSA Orange really went wrong. And, well, one of the things which happened was the kills on bot lane, where I believe Karma got hooked, not the Senna, by the Nautilus, and then there was a Shen ult, and both of them ended up dying, and that was pretty bad. Something that might not have happened with like an Ezreal or something, and maybe the turn would have been more successful with like a Misfortune. But I mean, honestly, it's very hard to say in retrospect, of course.
Yeah, really. And I think we're gonna start the draft again.
All right,
if
exciting.
I'm not mistaken, chasing sides, of course, orange this side. This time on blue side with Dorans on the red.
Okay. I believe it is Luz's pick, so DSA Orange consciously chose the blue side, I believe.
Well, honestly, like from a personal standpoint, I prefer the blue side mostly because of the screen layout. So where I am opposed to where my opponent is. I think that might not be DCA's only reason for picking blue side. Getting that first character pick in is also really powerful in competitive play.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, getting the first pick is obviously pretty big. You can grab the best B1 pick, like the very best character or very best champion in the current meta. And like you said, because you have the abilities at the bottom of your screen, it's nice to have the enemy champs at the top of the screen, and therefore it's nice to have the blue side, which I also completely understand. Red side has some pretty good advantages, though. They have the final pick, and the final pick is also super duper powerful and can change drafts entirely. I think if draft is completely optimized, which obviously it's almost never, but then in that case, red side is a little bit favored because they have that R5, which can just completely change a draft around, and blue has no option of responding to. But yeah, I don't think we're at that point of draft, so I completely understand the blue side choice here from DSA Orange. And let's see.
Draft still not hasn't been solved.
No, of course, it won't be solved for a very, very long time. But it will be interesting. I think nowadays people are starting to think much more about it, like especially with popularity of some big names like LS, who just do a lot of theory crafting around it and try to think of like what is a good response to certain things, and try to really think about everything in the context of not just the lane, but also in the context of all the other picks that have been made and which bans have been made and stuff like that. It's really impressive, and eventually we will move towards better and better drafts once coaches and players start to pick up on all the little things. It looks like the draft has started. We don't have it pulled up on the stream yet, but I can see in the background that DSA Orange is now preparing their first ban. Let's see what it is. Pantheon again.
Pantheon, yeah.
I think they're pretty scared of the Pantheon jungle. I did see that Fautomakler had been playing a bunch of Pantheon jungle on his account, and Pantheon, of course, also a good flex pick. So very dangerous as a pick on R1, R2 if your mid laner or maybe even your support are also capable of playing it. Zillion ban from Dorans once again.
Yeah, of course, still just that counter pick against Mordox. Getting rid of that Zillion. Might as well.
Yeah, exactly. He's just so proficient at it. You don't want to give it to him. I completely understand. Missed ban by Daisy Orange. I'm guessing that it was probably not a missed ban. Okay, they just put in the chat that it is a Kha'Zix ban. So
Yeah,
another ban
so-
targeted towards Automakler.
As everybody might have saw, it flashed Kha'Zix, but then disappeared again. So Kha'Zix is probably the real one, just like last game. And Olaf this time, yeah. I mean, after that game, we saw, of course, how strong
Understandable.
that Olaf could be. You really don't want to give him that
Wow.
second wind.
I would be kind of surprised if we see the Shen first pick. So I don't really like it that much. I think there are some answers to it. Yes, okay, it doesn't really lose lane. You can't really flex it either. Renekton going to make his life a pain, probably. I would have thought that they would go for a Karma or Graves first pick, but Shen also fine, I think. But Renekton will make it hard for him. Let's see what else they pick on the side of Doran's.
Of course, that Shen is just really solid once again, not really like locking anything in. Shen can basically fit in any comp. Renekton, on the other hand, kind of means you want to be a little bit aggressive.
True. Yeah, Renekton going to be aggressive. Locking him in the Jhin with it enables even more of that catch potential with a long range of Jhin. Especially the W, locking down enemy carries from a long distance if the Renekton gets his W off on them, and then the Jhin can follow up.
Yeah.
So I think DZ Orange want to play a little bit more backwards. Karma seems to be logical there. Just prevent anybody from being blown up. Oh, I thought something was being said to us for a second. But... Yeah. We had understood the second ban of DZ Orange is the Kha'Zix. Just quickly got that from the production team. Thank you. And let's see what the third pick will be from DZ Orange. Hecarim.
The horse. Nice.
Interesting.
A little bit of that horse action, of course, really can get in there with his ult.
Yeah.
Or take someone with him.
Sped up by the Karma and having a Shen ult on top of him. Pretty dangerous. I think what they're looking to do is to just try to make Jin's life a hell. See if they can get on top of that Jhin. Dorans have banned the Lulu out themselves, so Lulu won't be a good support to counterpick this with. Talia, a very, very powerful jungle right now. Yeah. I think they will ban out Lilia then, because Lilia has a very good response to Talia. What else is good against Talia? I need to think about that for a second. Maybe Karthus. I think maybe they want to ban out the Karthus as well. I don't really think that Demore just plays it. No, they just decide to ban out Galio from Group Kip. That also makes some sense.
Yeah, not a bad choice at all. Getting rid of that enormous threat, the giant engage. Of course, they already have a Hecarim, they already have engage.
Yeah.
But if you get
only
Hecarim
more dangerous.
Ulted, and then Galio ulted, you're really dead.
You're pretty dead. Especially with Italia and a Jhin, both quite immobile. Don't really want the Galio on top of your face.
Orianna ban from DSA Orange. Once again, just after last game, don't want to give him like the security.
Fair. It seems that both teams are kind of handshaking to kind of go for like this engaged team.
Yeah.
So it's quite interesting to see. And they could have gone for more protective comp, but there's still an option for DSA Orange because they do have the Shen and the Karma. So let's see. But now with Italia and Jhin locked in, you do kind of want to put a lot of pressure on those two champs. So let's see. I think DZ Orange want to draft a mid laner, which is a little bit more aggressive. It would be cool to see the Pyke, maybe. I can kind of see it. I don't really know how good it is in their comp, but it's pretty good against Doran's comp, I would say. I don't know how good it is with what Orange has right now, though.
Yeah. Lastly, of course, we saw the Nautilus and the Kai'Sa ban. Nautilus once again like banning Doran's old characters. Doran's forced to go Leona. Orange's pick. They get 2 right now.
Oh
looks
my!
like a Thane.
That's going to be interesting. In that case, Orange is going for a very, very scaling game plan. I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it. Vayne still has the option of reaching Italia. Jhin maybe less so. Okay, time to pick the support first. Going hyper protective here with the Soraka and the Karma. I love to see it because personally in my league team we try to employ these kind of strategies as well, and it is very strong against the catch comp like Doran's has. And then we do in the end see the Vayne being locked in here. But Doran's has some pretty good answers. DZI Orange does not have a lot of damage outside of the Vayne. So if they pick, well, just some aggressive stuff, maybe a mid laner that can roam down, maybe like a Twisted Fate or something, and just try to shut down this Vayne's life, it's going to be very, very hard for DZI Orange to play this. So let's see if Doran's can maybe pick something that has the roam potential of like a Twisted Fate, maybe something like, well, Kassadin or something, but that would skill more. We see Syndra, a little bit less of a roamer. Fine as well. Can win the early lane, and at least you will be able to get all the scuttle crabs very easily for Doran's.
Okay, so as I'm looking at it right now, the only real like trouble Vayne is going to be in is when that Leona is on top of her, stunning her, making sure that DSVA doesn't have any damage output. DSVA probably thought of this by getting that hacker and making sure that if worst come to worst, he can ult, get that Leona out of there, and make sure that that Vayne is doing damage. Soraka healing the Vayne, Karma shielding the Vayne, and Shen shielding the Vayne.
A lot of shields.
We're gonna have to make sure that Fixit is close when we're fighting. Otherwise, we're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, for sure. Doran's has the option of, well, let's start with something else. DSA Orange has 2 characters that could build a Mikhail, so that kind of well, it reduces the effectiveness of Leona just a little bit, and Vayne might also decide to go cleanse. I wouldn't be surprised. Then another point is the Karma going mid or is the Soraka going mid? Also an interesting question, because both are very viable. Soraka is not going to do anything in lane except for just kind of poke the Syndra with Qs and just try to, you know, go a little bit even. I think might actually have a little bit of a better matchup than Karma. Not entirely sure though.
Chucking those bananas, of course. That's never wrong.
Yeah, exactly. But what I was going to say is that DSA Orange, like you said, kind of has to play pretty grouped. They do have the Shen, but I'm not sure if the Shen will be able to match Renekton in side lanes. Like if Renekton is pushing out side lanes, can Shen stop the Renekton? I'm not really sure if he's capable of doing that. So that is a little bit important because DSA Orange, outside of Shen, they have to be grouped up, and if Doran's just split pushes them to death, then there's not much DSA Orange can do about it. So Shen is fine. Shen is fine versus Renekton. I see IL say in the chat, thank you for that information. In that case, it's looking pretty good for DSA Orange, I would say.
Once again, I'm just really hoping that this Vayne can scale into mid-late game. Otherwise, it's gonna be tough. Dorans want to get aggressive in this early game, get those Renekton kills, maybe go towards mid, kill an easy Karma or Soraka. It's going to be tough for Dorans. Just make sure that the Leona gets on the Vayne, make sure that the Syndra boss stun the Vayne. And then you're going to have a nice time.
Yeah, for Dorans, I mean, both teams, the game plan is clear. Dorans wants to stomp DSA Orange so hard in the early game that DSA Orange just does not have the time to scale up with the Vayne and then win the late game team fights. And DSA Orange wants to prevent that. It's really as easy as that. They want to try to scale and not die, basically. They're not going to make any crazy plays in the early game because Dorans is just way stronger. They have way higher base values with the Syndra, the Renekton, the Talia, the Leona, and even the Jhin, pretty strong in the early game. So yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for DSA Orange. They have to really show a lot of restraint, and that's not always easy.
No.
Always
we're gonna see. We're gonna see. I'm quite excited. Of course, the predictions from us are still that this game is going towards Orange.
Yeah, that is our prediction. We'll see how it goes.
Once again.
We'll see. we did see Dorans play very, very well in the first game, and I wouldn't be surprised if they picked up this one as well.
Yeah. It's, well, we're going to see you all. I mean, if Dorans makes that same early game mistake again, this time DCA might be able to all make more use out of it. Get that Vayne fed this time. That's really going to be their focus. Fixit is a very conservative player, at least in the early game. So farming, waiting for late game is really what he wants to do. And the rest of DSA orgs, of course, really can't engage in that early game. Maybe we're going to see Hecarim get a little bit aggressive on that Mordius. But, well, I mean, their entire team is just going to have to wait till level 6, maybe level 12 or something, when they're going to start killing some people.
Yeah. Yeah, level 6, level 12 or something. You are right, though. It does take a lot of time for DSA Orange to scale up. And they will have to really take their time, be patient, and let's see how it goes. And the funny thing is, they are once again drafting the kind of comp which is able to build a lot of Moonstaff builds with the Karma and the Soraka once again. So very interesting to see. Yeah, it's just really funny that these two teams have such, well, I guess different philosophies on that build, because it's really unclear yet whether or not that build is good. It hasn't been played that much. It hasn't been explored that much. It's just been a couple big names screaming that yes, it's so good, you have to play it. And so it's interesting. You have on one hand the philosophy of let's try to use this to our advantage. It's a new thing. If we can use it better than the opponents, then we have the advantage. And on the other hand, you have the let's play it safe and just stick to what we're used to. So I don't know. We'll see what wins out in the end.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're still waiting on a little bit of spectator delay, just 2 more minutes. So make sure to get your drinks, get your popcorn ready, because, well, hopefully it's going to be an exciting match. Once again, a little bit close, probably. We're going to see.
I hope so. I hope so. This is the kind of game that could be an absolute blowout, though. If Dorans gets a bit ahead and does get those early kills, then it's going to be a very, very dire situation for DSA Orange. They just need to scale. They need to farm. If they don't get the opportunity to do so, if that mid tower falls early, Dorans is going to be in that jungle, and DSA Orange is not going to have that ability to scale, and that will be very, very bad for them.
But on the other hand, if they just really won't get an advantage, Dorans, in the early game, then DSVA is just going to be unkillable. You're going to have a Vayne that's going to 1, 2, 3 kill you after knocking you into a wall somewhere. And, well, then you're just crying because you can't. Well, I mean, you don't really have a strong engage on that Vayne if there's going to be a Michaels, if Soraka heals her, if Karma shields her. You're just done for.
Yeah, exactly. Until there's a Mikhails, though, or if Vayne has her cleanse off cooldown, it will be less hard for the ones to get that pick on the Vayne, because they do still have Leona, Renekton, and Syndra. It's still a lot of lockdown. And with the Talia wall, potentially, it's not a wall that Vayne can just queue through. So, yeah, I mean, it's not that hard for them to theoretically lock Vayne up, but at some point the circumstances will be in such a way where DSA Orange has the tools to deal with it. And they just need to hold out for that moment. Anyway, spectator delay is almost over, so we're almost going to head into the second match.
Yep.
Yeah. In the chat, please let us know whether you think that DSA Orange is going to win the second game, or if Dorans Montelacros is going to take the series to 0. I want to see some hype. All right, we're going to load up right now. Spectator delay is over, but we are still slowly loading into the rift itself. It takes a little bit of time. What do you think about this whole philosophy of trying to adapt to a new build as quick as possible, or sticking to what you know is good?
Honestly, I'm having difficulty to decide because myself, I was a little bit of a one-trick pony. So I played a lot of Trash and a lot of Pike quite a while back.
Champions.
And that meant that I was just sticking to what I knew. I knew that if I hooked the guy and then flayed him back, I was having a good time and I was killing that guy. But honestly, in the higher ranks, in the competitive scene, you're gonna want to change the entire time. Just when a new patch happens, something new is going to be powerful, and you're gonna want to make use of that.
Definitely. I also think that when you're at a little bit of a higher level, you want to try to get every advantage you can. But of course, it's hard in a situation where you don't really know what the right move is. But yeah, interesting insights. Let's see. We see the phase rush from the Syndra going to, well, opt to play a little bit more scaling. Phase rush, pretty good in those late game team fights. Also makes it so that she can farm way safer. Oh, here's some easy money. Oh, never mind. I thought for a second Karma was support, but we do see that Karma is mid lane, so no Spell Thief's edge money there. Actually, we see Soraka, in fact, going for the Relic Shield, not for a Spell Thief. Yeah. So looking not to really poke that much, maybe. I think just might be a little bit scared of the Leona, which, well, it makes sense. We do also see that the Leona is a different name. The support might have switched accounts. The support from Doran's Monlagos, I'm not really sure how or why, but unfortunately we didn't hear that. Maybe just some issues with the champion pools.
Yeah, there were some problems at the start, but let's hope that it's all solved. Of course, we are in the game. There weren't really problems during the game, so it's probably all right.
Ooh, good trades for Deja Orange here early on. Getting the Jhin pretty low, that's a little risky though. Very aggressive play by Fixit. But the Leona not having level 2 yet, so not having the access to that E. I think she probably started Q, but here a very strong early aggression from the Bash into the Shen. Kind of like you would expect. Renekton a strong early lane bully. Shen can negate it somewhat, I think, with the E of Shen, which allows him to ignore basic attacks. Very good against the Renekton W, so he won't get stunned up. I believe that's the interaction. And so that's pretty good.
I like it from DCA, just getting a little bit of that damage in the early game.
Ooh, but we see here strong engage, Fix It having to cleanse immediately and flash away. They were stuck in a bit of a bad spot there, in between a rock and a hard place, you could say, with the rock being Talia throwing rocks at them and the hard place being a literal wall. So Talia with a very influential early gank, going to win the lane easily for the side of Doran's Monlagos, because Fix It has to be already grabbing a boot and running back to the lane. The Bash, like expected. Let's see if Mr. Kingmark can. Yeah, he can safely get a siege main at least. Well, that's good. And in the meanwhile, we see that mid lane is going fairly well for Kriukip. He has a bit of a farm lead here. Syndra has popped one Corrupting Potion stack and is already out of mana. While Karma's still sitting pretty on full health and full mana with both her pots. So some good micro probably by Kriukip to win that lane. So I don't think it's a very easy one. There aren't really easy lanes into Syndra.
Yeah, of course, both teams just like really being close.
Oh, but here 3 people around mid the Bash. Bash stunning up. The Mortis doing so much damage with that Fury and Power W. Kriukip, you had to flash there.
Yeah.
That's the power of the early prio.
Well, that's expensive for DCA. Kriukip, you really being open to another gank in the upcoming minutes. Well, we're gonna have to see if Dorans is able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, really strong aggressive play by Fautomakler. He knows what his team needs to do. They need to get ahead early, so he is being there in those early skirmishes. He grabbed double Scuttle, so probably a decent amount of gold ahead of the Hecarim. Well, we see now it's almost equal, but the XP difference should be felt pretty soon. Mark and the Bash exchanging a little bit, having some trades. Mark has the Grasp of the Undying, so he wants to be in combat before slapping the Renekton to get those Grasp of the Undying procs. Renekton wants to be in long exchanges because he has that Conqueror and wants to stack that up. So here we see Mark going in again, proccing the grasp, and backing out, because that's what he wants to do. Here is Jin out of position, not really. Leona's right behind him.
Yeah, Fixit really having to look out for those E's, not getting trapped there, because Leona's combo is still a lot of damage.
Yeah, and especially now that he has his cleanse down, like I said, he's the most vulnerable right here. I think Fautomakler is going to be looking at a bot side clear into maybe a bot side gank or otherwise a dragon if bot is going to be this pushed out.
Yeah.
The Jin slightly ahead in gold, but a lot ahead in power, I was going to say, but he only has boots of swiftness. Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
He has a lot of consumables though. He has 2 control words. Very interesting. Buying behavior from Jin there. It's going to cost him quite a bit of money and delay his item. He doesn't have any AD either from a Doran's item, so pretty interesting. On the other hand, though, it's okay to be greedy because Fixit has a call, so he's also not going to have a lot of combat stats early on. And here, like expected, just going to grab the dragon.
Yeah. Cloud Drake, of course, giving a little bit of that movement speed. We see Earth Dragon coming up next. Mountain Drake, I'm sorry.
The Mountain Drake.
Finding
Mountain Drake means it's not going to be a Mountain Soul. It's also not going to be an Air Soul, Cloud Soul, sorry. So it's going to be either an Infernal Soul or the Ocean Soul. Both very powerful. Oh, here we see the Leona engage. There is a cleanse on the side of Fix, but he doesn't have to use it. But Talia is also here. I'm not sure if they were prepared for that. Actually, pretty good trade here for the Fix, but he's queued into the Talia W, forcing the Shen ulti. Not great. No summoners burned on the side of Domas Malagro as well. Very well executed by them. It looked like DZ Orange was kind of doing pretty well in surviving that, but Shen maybe it was unnecessary to ult there, but he did decide to use it, and well, that's going to be a pretty long cooldown. That's down right now.
Yeah, I really didn't like that. From Fixit rolling there, not just going away. Unfortunately for Mr. King Mark, it's expensive for him, but
really expensive.
Yeah, you're gonna have to save this AD carry, whatever happens.
True. And looking at the total gold, it's looking pretty okay for DSJ Orange.
Yeah.
But look at the top difference. There's 400 gold of a difference between the two. Shen did buy the what are they called? Plated steel cards, plated steel caps, giving him that armor, so he's going to be able to survive that lane. But Renekton, I think if he has the opportunity to do so, we'll probably freeze on him because he's just so far ahead.
Yep. Of course, DSCA, this is kind of going their way. 8 minutes on the clock, everybody is level 6, level 7 still, no fights. Well, none that resulted in kills.
Oh, that was nicely spaced by Fixit there. Very nice tethering to not get hit by the 4th shot, but we see a pretty big fire between Mr. King Mark and the Bash. Mr. King Mark not dying because he has those plated steel caps. But man, that was a lot of damage coming out of the Bash, and the Bash hasn't even beat in a long time. I think he's sitting on 700 gold. That's not too bad. So he had most of his money spent.
Kip probably trying to get this
being
blue.
Contested and just stolen outright by Fautomakler. Like, this is very, very nice awareness by the side of Domas Malagros, and knowing when the blue responds and knowing that they are just so much stronger at this point. So very well done.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, in the meantime, the mid lane also kind of swinging more towards Doran's. I think a small gold lead of 200 gold there as well.
Yeah, and right now the gold lead for Doran's is actually getting quite substantial. Nice 800 gold, but once again remember that Doran's really wants this early game. They want to win, well, if they could right now. And DSCA is just waiting for that.
Oh, Mark here in a very pretty bad spot, but manages to E out of danger there. Talia is going to put on the Herald though and make quick work of the start. Mark decides to go back in, not really sure why. That's just going to cost him his life immediately. Getting locked down, I think he wanted to protect the turret with his life. Lost his life, he's going to now also lose the turrets. Not great for DSA Orange. And well done by Domas Malagros capitalizing on this, grabbing the Rift Herald and just trying to snowball with it.
Yeah, that's really expensive for DSCA. giving Dorans just like a bigger gold lead. It's gonna be tough to win right now.
Yeah,
But
not looking great for DSA Orange.
No.
Looking pretty good for Dorans though. Next dragon up in less than a minute. There's no way DSA is going to be able to contest this. To be fair, the bot lane of DSA is doing really well though. Cole only 31 stacks left on that. Slowly but surely, Vayne is getting a lot of money. She already has 82 CS, slightly below most of the solo laners in this game, but that's fine. Still a very respectable amount. Oh, decided to queue aggressively there, taking a trade trigger in the W, but cost him a lot of health, and here the Jhin ult's being popped. I think Sirac's gonna tank that, but meanwhile Killkeep is being flanked here by nice flash by Falcon. He did get out of game.
Really getting out of there. Karma flash hacker him now, joining bot, hoping to protect this bottom turret. Maybe a little engage on that Jhin is still possible. He is very low and has to ult. And with the Shen there, that's gonna be a kill.
Dang, that took them so long, and by now the entire team of Dorans is already around them, ready to kill the Mortius. But still high health bars on the side of DSA Orange, and now a TP finally coming in from Karma, but also from Syndra. It's going to be a 4v3 here, with DSA Orange being one man down. Looks like Doran's Monolagros is going to clean that up pretty cleanly and takes out all but the bot lane of DSA Orange.
Yeah, that's a big yikes from me. A big fight, a lot of summoners used, TPs, ultimates, but it's gonna end really nicely for Dorans, getting this Drake as well. Unfortunately, with DCA, none of the gold got on that Vayne where they really wanted.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't that much gold to be distributed in the first place. Only one kill on that Jhin being picked up by the Hecarim. We see that's an Infernal Drake, by the way. Infernal Soul.
Infernal Soul. And once again, this Soul would really be nice for Dorans. Being 2 Drakes up, only needing 2 Infernals more. The damage is really nice on that Jhin, on that Talia, on that Renekton. While Fixit would also enjoy it.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely looking really good for Dorans right here.
Yeah.
All they need is these next 2 Drakes, and it's going to be very hard for a DSA Orange, but also with this gold lead, they can just start taking more and more towers and plates and put so much pressure. We see here Jhin 1 level ahead of Vayne as well.
Yeah, and really early already, almost a 5k gold advantage for Dorans.
They're going to be trying to kill Renekton, who is an entire level up with Shen and Hecarim. Let's see if they can do it. Renekton, pretty tanky boy, pretty strong here in the 1v1 with the Gore Drinker healing and the Empowered Q healing. We see both of them come through, but it's still enough damage from the side of DSA Orange. A shutdown, pretty significant. 600 gold to go into Shen pockets. Shen's pockets going to be a little bit easier for him to farm here. Well done.
Yeah, nice, and that's really gonna aid them getting back into this game. Getting some nice gold on that Shen.
Oh, Fixit unfortunately missing that Siege main. I can kind of feel that he might be a little bit tilted there.
Yeah.
No Bramble, yeah, we don't see a Bramble yet on the side of either Shen or Hecarim, so no healing reduction for the Gore Drinker or the Empowered Q, but I mean, they killed the Renekton, so it's all good. It's all good.
Still almost 4.5k behind, but that's
nice trade.
Yeah, that's a nice trade for Fixit. Fixit really starting to do like a lot of damage. That's nice because he's going to have to carry these next couple of fights.
Yeah, this time we do see the Karma making the correct play of buying the Kindle Gem first. Nicely done.
Maybe she was stream sniping all along and getting that information.
The interesting thing is that health is very strong early game, which is why Kindle Gem is such a good first purchase. Health falls off a lot because champions towards the end of the game, they sometimes double or even triple their health totals. Like what they start with is only a third of what they end up with at like level 18. So the health you bought becomes less valuable percentage-wise. While armor and magic resist almost don't really grow at all naturally, which is why that is more of like a scaling stat. The health, very valuable in the early game.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. So
yeah, we're
now
gonna
that
see a little bit of stalling here. DTA, of course, really wants to farm. Karma gets engaged upon, gets hit by that stun, but just managed to walk away
Talia
with that shield.
waiting for like a dive, I think. Let's see if we can see what's going on there. Mr. King Mark kind of caught out of position in his own jungle. It's sad to say that, but he does get out alive. But Karma steps forward just a little bit too much in an attempt to save Mr. King Mark, but he's going to die in the process, unfortunately.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Also a little bit unnecessary. Wanting to help, of course, is very neutral. But
Leona also picking up a Kindle Gem there. Very efficient purchase. Man, I love Kindle Gem. Good job, Leona. A Kindle Gem on one side, a Kindle Gem on the other side. Looks like that still equals out, and the advantage is going to still be on the side of Doran's Monolith. Was a nice shutdown, though. Unfortunately, going onto the Soraka, that's going to hurt a little bit for DSA. Orange would be very nice to have that one on the vein. Soraka should have just stopped attacking, but unfortunately, Fautomakala there, being able to let himself die to the Soraka. Well done.
Yeah, but that's a nice Rift Herald for DCA. That's a little bit more gold. Of course, they can try to kill either the top or the bottom tower. Seem fair. Plates
Looks
are
like
of course
they
gone.
might go for mid though, because they're already here. Yeah, I think they're just going to try to get the mid turret. Mid turret also pretty powerful because it's much easier once you have the mid turret to gap the other two turrets, because you can kind of surround the turrets by going into their jungle. I don't know if they can get the turret though. Is the turret going to fall here? Oh, it looks like it just barely is not. I don't know if that was a miscalculation or if they just really thought they couldn't. Oh, my bad. I messed up the camera there.
Well, honestly,
Dragon
they
up.
probably couldn't aid that with that Syndra there.
No.
That's a lot of damage to engage.
Leona engage going onto the Hecarim. Hecarim being Shen ulted, but the Shen ult doesn't actually channel all the way through. The TP of the Renekton, on the other hand, going to channel all the way. Leona falling here in the back line, but Fix It all on his own as his supports both have fallen. Oh no, actually one of the supports is still on the bottom side trying to support Mr. King Mark here, but Mr. King Mark also falling low even through the heals of the Soraka. Soraka trying to safely heal there, but it's going to be very hard here as all of these orange members have fallen and Soraka is running for her life. She's going to get sniped by the Syndra E and then hit by the Jin W. I see a request in chat to show the turret HP. Well, the turret HP is at a total of, let's see here, I can't really see it because the chat's in the way. 107 HP is what the turret is at. So almost nothing. Quite sad for DSA Orange there. Also denies them just a little bit of gold. Maybe one or two others would have been enough.
Dragon point for Dorans as well, getting a nice little flush with that Cloud Earth and Infernal Drake.
Lots of control boards on the side of DSA Orange. I mean, on both teams, yes, but especially DSA Orange, they have a total of, well, now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They had 8 just a second ago. Trying to get all that vision, make sure that the ones cannot walk into their jungle. Leona using a little bit of her CC here to try to get Karma, but Hecarim was around, so not that much danger for the Karma. We see the first Moonstone.
That ultimate on Leona really doesn't have all that long a cooldown, so it's already a quarter way up. Just waiting to be engaged again.
Yeah, exactly. Not a very long cooldown, and therefore she can just kind of use it, try to get a kill, and if she doesn't, then that's okay. And in a minute I can go for it again, you know?
Yeah, of course. Nice blue steal, of course, from Dorans again, getting that advantage.
Oh, we see an engage here from Fix It. Oh, and a disengage from Fix It.
Yeah. Really doesn't quite have the confidence to attack 3 of them at the same time. Especially with that Shen ultimate down, almost being back up again.
I think he's itching to do something. He knows that the onus is on him to carry this game. Oh, Hecarim here trying to get another kill onto the Renekton, but Renekton just going to E out. unfortunate for DSA Orange. They're not going to be able to lock that one down just that easy. Fautomakler here using the wall to catch out Kipke, but the Shen is here to help her. The wall's down by now, and Fixit can now enter the fight. He's pretty strong in the meantime. He doesn't have his ult anymore, though, because he used that in that engage-disengage situation, but the Jhin also falling. Looking pretty good for DZA here, because the Hecarim can flank, and the Cinder should be dead for sure. Renekton pushing the meanwhile. Okay, Fixit up.
And look at those shields, and look at those heals.
Yeah, the healing from Soraka and also from the Karma Moonstone.
This
Pretty
is going
incredible.
To be a mid turret as well being destroyed by the minions right now. There we go, and they're going for Baron.
Yeah, they are going for Baron, but we have seen a Baron throw from them the last game too. I don't know if this is going to be another one. It's not looking like it though, because now the death timers are actually long enough, I think.
Dahlia was dead, barely survived. Syndra still has to wait 10 seconds.
It's
Jhin
going to be tough though, it's going to be very, very close. Dawn's looking for an engage here, but DSA with the bait, going for the counter engage. Hecarim falling very low very quickly. Staying alive with the Steris gauge though. Not a kill in the end. I don't think DSA Orange can continue this Baron attempt, because now Dawn's Malakos are all around. The Leona Solar Flare being thrown down onto the Karma. Renekton finally falling, doesn't have the Stairs gauge up this time. Jhin using the Curtain Call here to get some damage from a distance. Flawless being Fixit being hit by the Syndra. Oh, but dodges the W-Q combo. Very, very big. He's still alive. Trying to regen some HP, waiting for Soraka and Karma to heal him up and shield him up. But he's under attack here once again from the Syndra. Not falling completely to death though. Mr. Kingmark running for his life this time around. Leona hitting the E on him. Mr. Kingmark, Ignite is ticking, but Shield Kip, he must have a shield up soon, or Soraka there to save him. Neither of those, but it seems to not be necessary as DSA Orange come out on top 2-1.
Holy damn. The entirety of DSA at very, very, very low HP. Barely getting those kills and getting away with it.
Incredible.
Really looking at that Vayne damage was amazing. Killing that Jhin very quickly. Getting the kill on that Renekton, a nice amount of gold. Really putting them back into the game.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the Moonstone healing amounts. Karma, I just looked a second ago, she was at 700. After that fight, she is at 2,000 healing done. That's 1,300 healing. That is exactly Vayne's entire health bar. And let's look at Soraka, she just bought it, so that's still at 0. But yeah, so she healed Vayne's entire health bar worth of health in that fight. Pretty amazing, if you also consider that Karma shielding as well.
And we're gonna see a fight around the dragon here. DCA not wanting to fight against an Infernal Soul, really giving that burn damage on everything.
Yep. This is the soul point, this is what really counts. This 4th Drake. If they give the soul to Dornos Malagos, it's going to be very hard for DSA Orange, but we have seen that they are able to fight. Renekton's TPing in right now. It's going to be a 5v5 straight up fight. 2 seconds for Drake to spawn. Let's see who engages this fight. It's probably going to be Dornos Malagos. They want to find something onto that Vayne. Maybe onto the Soraka, because the Soraka is keeping everybody healed up otherwise. Renekton stepping forward. Hecarim's looking for something in the top side, getting the shield from the Karma to get some movement speed. Maybe he can actually get to the backline. Maybe not. DSA have control of the pit right now. Syndra looking to kind of grab the control back. But it's just pokes being thrown out. They're both teams are looking for some kind of engage. Shen has decided, I'm pushing out mid right now. This is taking too long.
Yeah.
He has the ult up though, but Dornos Malagos immediately starting Dragon. They're starting Dragon. The Dragon's falling low very quickly. Hecarim has a big opportunity here to try to go for the steal with the Shen on top of it, but Hecarim dies immediately. 3v1. Meanwhile, the Bash in the back line passing the baton over to Leona, now having that 3v1 duty herself. She's going to follow, not as tanky as the Bash. The Bash Asterix is down right now, and his Goredrinker is just barely back up. Now suddenly it's DSA Orange in control of the Dragon Pit. Dragon falling really low, but the steal from Fautomakler, well done, incredibly timed smite there. DSA didn't have a smite themselves, and now they're fighting up against the Soul. It's 3v3. Both teams are very low, but with the Soul in the advantage of Dornos Malagos is not looking really good for DSA, but Fixit trying to smurf here. This is his opportunity. He's going to walk into the Syndra queue and going to fall. Oh my god.
That's awful. Awful for DSA. Damn,
Really
Vayne
awful,
walking into that Syndra orb at the end. Dormans getting that soul, really getting that advantage. Unfortunately, that Demortius did die early there. was unable to snipe.
That was honestly just really well played by Faustomakler there. Getting that smite, having a cool head, knowing when to go in there and flash in and smite the dragon to secure the soul for their team, knowing that Hecarim is down. I think what DSA Orange should have done is just not gone for that dragon there, knowing that they have the smite disadvantage. I think they should have just played it slow. Maybe they could have won that fight, I think.
Yeah, maybe just some bad mistakes. Yeah, just really sad. And now with a 6k gold disadvantage for DCA, Doran's really in the lead. We're gonna have to see that Vayne start picking up some more kills and get a bigger advantage. Otherwise, it's gonna be dire.
I mean, sure, Doran's is in the lead right now. They have the soul, and they are looking really, really good. However, in the late game, I still think the team comp of DSA Orange has the tools to out-team fight the comp of Doran's Monolith. We also see 2 forms of anti-heal on... No, actually, wait, I need a recount. There's 3 forms of anti-heal now on the side of Doran's Monolith. They have the Talia, Oblivion Orb, the Syndra Oblivion Orb, and the Executioner's Calling on the Jhin. Oblivion Orb, not a hugest fan of that item personally, because usually you want to build it into a Merlinomicon, and that item's still not very stat efficient, unfortunately. But I understand here, when you're fighting against 2 Moonstone Renewers, you just kind of have to bite the bullet and build a generally suboptimal item, because in the end it will get the value through reducing so much healing. Let's see right here, Doran's Monolith is trying to set up the Baron, trying to look for a pick here. So much damage with the Infernal Soul going over to the Mortius. It's chunked down to half of his HP almost immediately. Thankfully, they have the Soraka to heal him back up, get him ready for that dragon fight. Keelkippy looking at bot lane, trying to shove that out. He has the TP, so he could possibly TP in if they do decide to fight for this. I think they almost have to. They don't want to start at the Baron. Right now, only Talia and Renekton are on it, though. Not sure if DSA Orange knows what's going on, because they see the Jhin mid. Oh, and the stun going out to fix it. That's not the person that you want to have frontlining for DSA Orange, and now the team is already fallen apart, because without Vayne, you're not going to be able to do anything. Very well done. Very nice pick by Doran's Monolith. Really good Baron ult, really good awareness, and now it's a free Baron for them. What do you think DSA Orange can do from this position here?
Honestly, I think DSA Orange is having a really tough time, especially now with this Baron going to Doran's. Might be close to, don't want to say it, impossible for them. Fixit is gonna have to get back up, make sure that he doesn't get tilted, which is actually quite difficult at this point. Get protected, get a couple of those crucibles to make sure that he doesn't get stunned again. And then just get those key picks, get those engages, make sure to kill that Syndra, get that 500 gold. Yeah, but for now, maybe just survive.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they just have to try to stall out this Baron. It's not going to be easy, though. They still have the mid lane and the bot lane tier 2, so it's not like they're immediately going to be knocking on those inhibitors. But it's going to be more and more gold going into the pockets of Doran's Monolith. It's really, really good by them. They are just going to use this Baron buff right here to try to get that mid lane and bot lane turret, and then after that they're going to look at the Elder Dragon, which is spawning in also about 1.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Question from the chat they see that Vayne has Mercury threats. Pretty interesting indeed. Well, I think it's because they have a lot of CC on the side of Doran's Monolith, and he wants to cut down a bit of that duration using the tenacity. But that does go at a pretty big cost, not having the Berserker Greaves, going to be less attack speed, less damage per second, and being really the main carry. Not sure if that's completely worth it. Here, maybe a pick onto the Syndra would be pretty big for DSA Orange.
Nice, beautiful. Getting that shutdown gold. Exactly what I wanted to see. Syndra just being caught out. Really doesn't have the damage yet. Oof, and here we see engaging Mr. King Mark, but Mr. King Mark just so tanky that he can get away. And maybe this is the end game that DCA was dreaming of.
Yeah, maybe. It did not look too bad for DSA Orange. Looked for a second like Mr. King Mark was caught out, but then Fixit arrived to the party, and he said, "Hey, your health bars are nice, but let me take them away from you."
Yeah, Yeah.
Didn't quite
Yeah.
manage to kill anybody, but looked pretty good.
Of course,
Another
right
dragon
now.
in 10 seconds. Shen no ulti, but he does have TP. The Orange confidently posturing themselves here, trying to look for a pick immediately.
Getting that flash.
TP's both being used. Oh, Killkeep, you're going to die. That's one Moonstone Renewer down. Fix it. Oh, he's going to walk right into that Renekton there. He's going to have to try to 1v1 him. He looks like he's able to do that, but in the meantime, his team has died. And quadra kill for the Talia.
Yeah.
Well played.
And this might turn out to be a pentakill. We're gonna see Mordex running away very confidently.
He's running for his life. He does not want to give him that pentakill. He might give the game, but he's not going to give that pentakill. He's still running. He's recalling right now, and I think Faustomax has given up. But in the meantime, the rest of his team, they didn't even decide to get the Elder Drake. Just safely grabbing the inhibitors. All of these Orange are down. They might have a final fight in them, but it's going to be up against an Elder Drake.
Yeah, because of course that's where they're going right now, warding all around. Health bars sufficiently high. And of course that Infernal Soul for a bit of damage. Oh, stacking the bush, but just recalling. Maybe making sure that they have a little bit more health for that Elder Dragon.
Indeed, that Elder Drake is going to be really big for whichever team grabs it. I thought maybe Doran's Malagrosa would be able to immediately get it, but DayZ Orange getting out the base pretty quickly. They will have to force a fight very soon though, because as you can see, both mid and bot lane have those super minions walking very, very strongly for Doran's Malagrosa. And now DSA decides to clear those minions mid lane, but Doran's Malagrosa immediately hop onto the Elder Drake, and it's falling very low very quickly. Vayne still in the mid lane. I don't think they're going to be able to contest this at all. They're just going to give it away.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be insanely difficult. Alright, Jin laying down the curtain call. Unfortunately, we can't zoom out far enough here.
Yeah, and this is probably the final engage. The entirety of Doran's in that mid lane. Inhibitors already down. Siege minions joining them for the fight.
DZ is going to be fighting with effectively 80% of their maximum HP because of that Elder Drake buff. The bash immediately killing Soraka. She was already at about 50%, so only a little bit of damage needs to be dealt to get that Ancient Drake execute. Vayne here with the final stand. Hecarim laying down some CC, hopefully to set up for Vayne. Oh, we have a bit of a freeze. I think that is because the game is over and the replay has bugged out, which is a bit of a shame. But unfortunately,
really unfortunate.
We can all imagine how this worked out. And I think the game was won by Doran's Malagrosa. GG, well played, Doran's Malagrosa. Honestly, grabbing the series 2-0 over DSA Orange. Unfortunately, our predictions were wrong. But really it is how it is. In the end, the better team, the team that had the better showing in this best of 3 won out. And I think they definitely deserve this place in the finals against Team Lebbe, which will be very, very interesting to watch as well.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Unfortunate about this game. I was hoping for another one to get a little comeback going. DSA losing twice, it really hurts. But, well, yeah, what you said. The best team did win. And
I see in chat no cost to bias anymore. I'm sorry, we were trying to reduce it as much as we can, but of course we are secretly rooting a little bit for our boys from the association. But it's going to be still very, very fun to see who in the end wins the finals. And once again, extreme congratulations to the team of Doran's Malagrosa. Really well played.
Yep.
All of their players really coming through. Faustomax with those steals, with the smites in both games on the Olaf and the Talia, and playing really aggressively. Really well done. Just making sure that DZA couldn't skill in both games.
Yeah. Honestly, this game was really lost at the dragon fight with that Infernal Drake. If DSCA was able to either take it or just get more kills, that probably would have turned everything around. But yeah,
for sure.
Unfortunate for them.
They just weren't allowed to give that dragon over to Dolan's Malagrosa, and in the end they got the soul. Very well done. Obviously, all the dragons leading up to that final dragon were important, but those were not fightable for DSA because they were just weaker at that point in the game with the kind of composition they had drafted. And well, you accept that, but then in the end, when it goes wrong with that final fourth dragon, which gives the soul, it is of course a little bit sour. So I can imagine that the players of DSA aren't entirely happy about it.
No.
I think we are going to get ready for maybe a bit of an interview, I hope. I haven't heard from the production yet, but I'm assuming that we will get a winner's interview. That would be nice to hear the thoughts of Dolan's Malagrosa. So we are waiting for that just a second. So I'm really curious to hear about their drafting procedure, especially about the whole Moonstone thing. I also wonder how they're thinking about them going into the grand finals. Will be very interesting to hear all of that. I mean, well, let's have a look at the chat. I can see that there's a lot of GGs in the chat. Good to hear that. That's awesome. Good to see some sportsmanship. I hope that the boys from DSA aren't too upset over losing here. Of course, there's a pretty big prize pool on the line here, so everybody really wants to win. That's completely understandable. And we are now joined by Wouter Makelaar from
It is me, yes.
Dolan's Malagrosa. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We're just quickly switching over, I think, to the triple cam view. All right.
Cam view.
Congratulations on your victory over DSA Orange. Amazing play by you guys. How are you feeling right now? Any immediate thoughts?
I mean, it's good to actually play a tournament again. You know, it's been too long. Or like actual best of threes, because like just playing best of ones every time is kind of boring, and it's really more exciting if it's longer series. You know.
It's good to hear. It was also a very exciting one to watch. Definitely.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts about the draft? We saw that DSA
they were
Orange
like they were honestly just slitting it up with the Moonstone comps. I was kind of disappointed, but it was also kind of expected because you know their support only plays e-girls.
Okay, now that you've won, the DM may come out. I understand.
Yeah, no, but like I don't know, like I was kind of sad to hear that everyone was predicting DSEA to have pretty easy games. But in the end we did win. I was I mean game one was not what we expected. We kind of hard griefed it in the early game, but thank God DSEA didn't play the game. So they were just punishing our mistakes and not doing anything themselves. And I think that's what actually ended up costing them the game because they had like zero proactivity. And both of their drafts also showed it because like they basically had like no draft. Like the both drafts just didn't allow them to actually do anything apart from like one game they had a possible Ornn ult, and this game they had like the only engage they had was Hecarim. But then like if they put Shen on Heka, then no one's actually peeling the vein, and then it's I don't know. It was, but the games were interesting. They were harder than expected, but I feel like that's mainly because we were kind of slacking. But yeah, I don't know.
Nice to hear some really strong words after the set. I did kind of favor Orange. I did say that, but maybe I was a little bit biased. So
no, it wasn't just you. It was like the people before the games as well. They were also saying, yeah, I mean, we're rooting for our boys from DSEA. They're gonna win. I think they're gonna have pretty easy games. Maybe a 2-1 if Malagrosa is lucky. I don't know, bro.
Yeah, we saw you guys
went out of focus. Nah, it's just.
It's fine. It's
doomed.
It's fine. Well, it's all right. You won't be on screen for too long, but it's a bit of a shame that we can't admire you in full resolution.
Yeah,
but,
I should really get one of those OnlyFans cameras, 4K 60p of 60 hertz. FPS.
That would be great.
That would be great. Yeah.
How did you feel as a jungler about your lanes? Were they all doing like you expected? Was there anything else that you had to do? I heard you.
I just have to fix this. Come on.
Oh, okay.
Nah, it's just not working. It's a tragedy. But yeah, I mean, it was kind of weird because like we haven't played in a long time. Because like before we used to play DCL together, but because I'm not a student anymore, like right now I wasn't I'm not really playing with them actively anymore, and our support just doesn't play the game anymore. He only plays WoW now. So it was kind of interesting, and I think most of our synergy was kind of gone. But in the end, we started to get back into it. Especially like game 1 was kind of sloppy. Game 2 still very sloppy at certain points. Like for instance, when I got caught at Herald at one point, I was like, they were like, "Yo, can you do it alone?" I was like, "Yeah, I can do it alone, but you need to like keep them off my back." And then they were like, "Oh, like, yo, peace out," and I just went base, and I just got collapsed. I was like, "Bro," I was so angry then. But apart from that, it went good, and they were still like kind of reliable.
Okay, good
That's all
to
I
hear.
can say, I guess.
All right.
Nice.
Looking at the grand finals, they're going to be played, of course, after we have the exhibition match. But maybe do you have some thoughts about that already going into the match against Team Lubbe? Are you just as confident?
No, it's like we know less about Lubbe than we do about DSA Orange, because like I know like some people in DSA Orange, so I knew kind of what they played. Hey, I'm back in focus. Nice. But
Nice.
we don't know anything about Lubbe, and even though they already played a series, like you can't really say anything because they played golds, so you're not sure like what to expect. Like they could have just been fucking around and they still could have won. So it's I don't know. Like I don't know what they're gonna draft. I don't know what their playstyle is like. But I hope they will surprise me. Like it would be interesting if they pull some curveballs.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
You guys going to be spending the next couple of hours preparing for that, or are you guys gonna take it easy after a pretty hard set already?
Yeah, I think we're just gonna chill for a bit, actually. Yeah. I mean, obviously, like when does the next one start? It was like 7, right?
I have to check just to be sure. It's going to start at 18:30. So yeah, 60
Yeah.
hours.
Okay. So then we'll probably have dinner, maybe have a chat, maybe play some more games. I don't know. Like it depends on what everyone wants to do. But some of the team already left the call, so I guess they're eating, smoking. I don't know. They're doing some things.
All right. Nice. Well, thank you for having us here, explaining a little bit how you did. Good luck in the grand finals.
Thank you.
And well, we'll see you then.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sure.
Thanks for the interview.
Ciao, ciao.
Yeah.
See you. All right. Well, we've just seen that interview. As he said, he doesn't have the plans of really preparing that much the draft, but obviously just relaxing is preparation in itself.
Yeah, of course. Now, myself, I also would have taken this time to just like zone out a little bit, just get on a nice, easygoing level, and then make sure to break through during your games.
Exactly.
Well,
just be at peak performance after a bit of rest, because they did have a pretty well. It was a really good showing by them, but I'm sure they still tried hard and it was immensely taxing. I bet.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But I think now it's time for a little bit of a break. We're gonna see everybody in a while. Well,
let's tell them what to look forward to, because it's going to be something epic.
Yeah. So the next game is, of course, the current board of DCA versus some of the employees of Optiver.
It's going to be played at 17:30, so you guys are going to have an hour or about an hour, a little bit less of downtime, in which you can grab something to eat maybe and prepare yourself for maybe the greatest match we will see today. It's very hype. Let's see whose board is better. DSA's board has some pretty good League of Legends players, but also some very inexperienced ones. So yeah, it's going to be really a fun time, I think. It's going to be cast by Timo and Koen. So I will be off the cast for a while, and you'll see me back at the grand finals with Pepijn. So everybody look forward to that. I hope you guys enjoy the break.
Yeah.
jack it up.
such a paradise, standing up a mile high. Oh, you fall to give me strength. I can see a reason to try to fight for meaning, but you give me reason to know I still have meaning. I can feel you reaching through all the hard resistance. I know that you're with me. You've always got me through this. I'm not gonna fall for gravity, 'cause you lift me up when I can't feel. I'm not gonna fall for gravity, 'cause the world will doubt, try to bring you down, but your love is real. I can see a reason to try to fight for meaning, but you give me reason to know I still have meaning. I'm not gonna fall for gravity, 'cause you lift me up when I can't feel. I'm not gonna fall for gravity. Hearing all the wasted breath, struggle with every step, and I cannot get away. But you were such a paradise, standing up a mile high. Oh, you fall to give me strength. Memories die out too hard. But we were drowning in our tales, just to find the loudest seas. We set down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer. No to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I'm in a tropic club. We'll never grow. Don't look back, we're here to stay. A life we knew would come one day. And this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never die, looking through the eyes of a brand new life. And so just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly if we scream no. This is not how we're gonna go. We are the ones who'll never let go. Just watch us run to where no one knows. We'll never grow. We'll never grow. Don't look back, we're here to stay. A life we knew would come one day. And this is it, the borderline to where the future leaves us behind. The fire will burn and never die, looking through the eyes of a brand new life. And so just find me, just find me. Sparks will fly if we scream no. This is not how we're gonna go. We are the ones who will never let go. Just watch us run to where no one knows. We'll never grow.
Now fire makes the city lights up. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe me. This journey will relieve us. Stay with me while we leave. Stay with me.
Yo, hello everybody. We're back for maybe the most exciting match of the day. Of course, the friendly match between the DSCA board and the colleagues working at Optiver. And I'm joined here today with Koen. Hey Koen.
What's up, Timo? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing amazing. Really looking forward to this. It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be a fun match.
You said maybe the most exciting. Like I think I can correct you there. This is the most exciting match of the
The
day.
most
Every
exciting,
year
of course.
with the best teams of the tournament.
Yeah,
I don't think
yeah.
these are necessarily the players of the board, but this is Green, and Green is a kind of cool team. They're already out of the tournament though. So we can start with the Optiver team because I do think that those are the correct players on that side. Okay, now I can't see them either. We'll talk about something else instead of the lineup real quick. How was your cast? How was Orange versus Doris Molenbeek-Roze?
Well, Orange versus Doris Molenbeek-Roze was kind of exciting. It did end in a 2-0 stomp, unfortunately, but there were some really great matches, some nice casting, and well, excitement all around.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Myself, I also casted a game. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, I did.
Green performed against Lubbe, and Green was 0-2. So this could be the first game that DSCA takes home with a W.
Yeah, and that would be really amazing, especially because it happens to be DSCA's tournament. So yeah, well, would have been weird otherwise. But I hear that the board has some fierce competition.
Yep. So we'll go through the exact players in a bit, but we did already see in an interview with Adam that he used to be top 200 challenger 7 years ago.
Yeah.
So that's kind of scary. Like,
yes.
I don't know what's remains from those skills from 7 years ago, but that's a woozy.
Yeah. Amazing to think of, because like 7 years ago, I was barely even playing League of Legends. I was so young, and then this guy was already master at it. That's really cool. Really cool to hear.
Yeah, I didn't play the game yet, didn't know it existed. I started like 2 years later. And I'm still hard stuck plat after all those times. Like after playing for so long. Some people just got the game under their belt and some people don't. But that's why we're casting, and that's why these great teams get to play. In case you don't know about the DSA board, because maybe you don't catch my sarcasm and like what I'm saying here. Not everybody on the team necessarily plays the game whatsoever, which makes this an exciting match because there's like a bunch of stuff going on. There's a range of skill levels, which are gonna make for an interesting game, I suppose.
Yeah. So on the side of DCA, I'm pretty sure that the skill levels are all over the place. So our top player probably will be Wietse. He's pretty good. He's around diamond level. I think he started in orange for a while.
He is.
But on the other hand,
orange. He's been playing in DCL like 4 years ago or something. So he's been around for a while.
He's been around, yeah. Unfortunately. I think we have a new lineup available.
It's coming. Beats is definitely the one to look out for in the team of DCA on the board, because he could be the one that could carry the hardest. With some supports that can set him up for success, which are also steady players with the Henry, Ayos, as well as Alisa Juliasa. And then I believe Hui is the best player after that, Galanextmon. There's one like Store Apple in the team though, which is definitely Banana Bard, Kim, because she's level 9 and she's played Lux like a couple times, and that's I think like everything she's done.
Okay, but we're gonna have to imagine her playing like an easy champion, maybe something like Zed or something. Just
Zed, no true.
Get a little bit of damage in, maybe play support, heal heal Wietse while he is engaging. Wietse is of course a fan of getting those nice aggressive champions.
Yeah, he's a top laner. He likes the sets. He just likes punching people. Yeah. He likes the Darius, like passive stacks, boom, 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 kill people, ulti. He likes going in. He likes big boys that are tanky and do damage at the same time.
Yeah, really.
For sure. Yeah, so indeed you mentioned like healing people. I was thinking the Yuumi, like if DCA Orange, no, not DCA Orange, the board of DCA picks Yuumi, Kim doesn't have to use her mouse because the champion is like, she has like 2 buttons. Think about it. It's the
Okay.
perfect champion. I'm just like, don't ban it out, by the way. Like, you know, I don't want to be
Don't be
cursed.
mean.
Yes, they got some avenues, you know. On the other end, apart from the challenger guy, who's no longer challenger but used to be challenger, we don't know anything about the rest of their team. So there's
No.
like anything that could be in there.
Yeah, okay, but of course, Optiver is kind of a big company. Well, I mean, so probably they choose the best people in that company to play, to represent.
Yeah,
Oh, and it looks like the banning has started. So DCA has banned Skarner, and Optiver has banned Renekton. Renekton, of course, being very powerful, as we saw in the previous games. Skarner, I'm not so sure about. Koen, if you could enlighten me.
So, I think the Skarner Warwick thing was scattered out from their OP.GGs, because that's apparently the only thing they play. It's just they like clicking on people, and you know, Skarner has this cool ability. You click on somebody, and then you can like suppress and drag them. And Warwick has this cool ability. You aim, and then you click your ulti, and then they're suppressed. And suppression, you have to use your QSS. And like that's an item you have to buy. You know, like you have to spend money to get rid of CC. That doesn't do damage. That doesn't make any sense to me. So you just don't buy that, which means Skarner is super good. You know.
Yeah.
That's right. It's a lot of logical stuff.
Of course, no, it's always smart that when you're buying items, make sure that like in the text it says it does damage, because damage usually helps you kill your opponent, which is really nice.
Yeah, and Quicksilver Sash has like 0 damage inside of the item.
Yeah, 0 damage. Weird.
Like, also, the Renekton ban, I think that's just Wietse. Just ban his stuff out. Resets, definitely just ban out Wietse. Yeah, he still has his Wukong, his Mankey King. And his place is at the top, and he's not planning on leaving.
No, really. Yeah, so Wukong, of course, is a monkey and can do all kinds of monkey things. Is also the sun god, which you might remember. Can make a clone of himself, can spin around. He can smack his stick on someone. Really, really powerful stuff.
For sure. Also in TFT, he has a stun. He doesn't have that in the normal game, but something to think about. On the other end, we see Vi and Pantheon. Vi, I think, is a great champion. Like, I know my roommate, who is now out of the tournament, happens to the best of us. He thinks Vi is not a good champion, because apparently it doesn't do anything. But the thing is, she clicks on you.
Yeah.
And you're knocked up, right?
Yeah.
Think about it.
Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of like Skarner and Warwick, you know? You can't move.
Yeah, smart.
Pantheon, same thing. He clicks on you, and you can't move anymore. Leona, she clicks on you, can't move. They got CC. These guys are genius.
Okay. I'm starting to see some stuff here. However, on DCA's side, I'm seeing Annie, which of course can summon the bear and then just leave, which is kind of nice. And called a Malphite, which is like a big rock. You can check out people, which is nice.
I mean, that's also, it's kind of the same thing. It's like Tibbers, Malphite, Wukong, and then they're just, they can't move anymore. These guys are crazy good at making team comps, actually. We see events coming out, Zyra, Lucian. I guess they just play these champions. I don't know what Zyra actually targets. I don't know if anybody from the DSA board plays Zyra, but...
Well, it turns out that Zyra has plans and stuff that she can control, which is kind of scary. And like an ult, which knocks people up, and you really don't want to be knocked up, because then you can't attack your opponent. So it might be smart to ban her.
You are actually right about that. Damn, I didn't think about it.
Yeah.
The next ban coming in last second. Ooh, they're missing a ban. We don't need it. We don't need it. This board team, 0 respect for them. Not even going to ban any champion.
Yeah, kind of painful if you think about it. Imagine banning something strong, like maybe a Thresh or a Piker, but no, they don't need it. They already got their comfort Leona pick, so they're gonna be fine.
They're banning their own Lux.
Yeah, weirdly, DSCA banning Lux, nerfing Kim essentially. Oh, and I see here in the chat that missed ban was actually something I predicted. It was Thresh. They banned Thresh, so that's unfortunate.
And Thresh is a great champion, of course.
Yeah, Thresh, of course, as a hook, which it can use to hook people. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. Also, I think Kim is already on the Annie duty, so she doesn't need the Lux. Oh, and there's the Amumu, and I think that's an Alisa, Juliasa jungle Amumu, because that's as far as I know, the only jungler she plays. And the nice thing about Amumu, and like you won't believe it when I say this, AoE CC ability.
Oh,
They're like all the
AoE CC.
other 3 champions in the team.
What does AoE CC mean?
Area of effect crowd control. You know, it's a big word.
Yeah.
And that's just great. And then there's Swain. Okay, wait, what? He doesn't have AoE CC. That doesn't make any sense.
No, Swain, but Swain has like birds, and they're kind of cool and neat and stuff. So I mean, you might as well.
There's like the old Swain, and then you had Beatrix. You summon a bird, and like there's a line like bzzz, you know.
Yeah.
But then there's the new Swain.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have birds in his kit. He just has like birds flying around in the first 2 minutes of the game, but they don't do anything.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
So kind of a nerf for Swain.
Yeah, definitely.
And of course, Optiver choosing Seraph. Seraph kind of cool because, well, I mean, he can shoot lasers. Yeah.
Also, what's actually kind of cool is like if you got so much like go in there CC in the back end, Seraph can just stand back and ult and then still do his damage. So you know that's kind of good. He doesn't have to aim. Pantheon stuns, 5 stuns, Leona stuns. Good stuff.
Also remember that the Annie on Kim is actually a really smart play because the intro, if I recall correctly, you can already earn Annie. So you can start playing her like really quick. So all those games that you played, you might have had a chance to learn this champion, like in and out.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
She's level 9, so I'm sure she's an expert on Annie.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, if I'm really going to this team comp analysis, I would look at DCA's board team and look at, wow, that's 1 AD source and 4 AP sources. And that seems kind of garbage. But I actually think this is super huge brain. And I'm going to let you out why. First off, Amumu, he has a passive. Do you know what the passive does?
He cries.
Kind of true, actually, yeah. Other passive is that when he applies like his curse or whatever, people's magic damage, true damage in addition. So then, like, you know, that's kind of good. So that's very good. On the other end, because you have so much magic damage, the enemy team has to buy MR. But then, who is the star of the show here? It's Reetz's monkey. Okay, think about it.
The
It's Reetz's
monkey.
They don't have any armor. They're not gonna buy any armor because they're fake
Yeah.
damage sources. Boom,
Yeah.
and then the monkey pikes the monkey takes them.
Yeah, so the monkey then punches his opponents, and that's really strong. Nice.
Doesn't he, like,
Interesting.
poke with a stick usually? It's like, yeah, bah, and then he goes.
Oh yeah.
bah.
Oh yeah, it's got like a stick and everything. Powerful.
Yeah.
We're gonna see it. Yeah. I'm quite excited. We're starting up the game right now. Just have to go through a little bit of matchmaking and then character creation and some
That's it,
delay.
Like
So
character game. It's like an MMO. You make your character.
yeah. So a couple of counts have to be created. A little bit of that intro cutscene. Of course, important learning how to play Ashe. Also kind of nice, you know. Right click to attack. Yeah, might as well. You know, just get a little bit of more training in.
Fair enough. So yeah, I'm quite excited. Like I think both teams took a team fight composition, which is nice because then when everybody's together and doing stuff, you can see anybody. And it's like, hey, you're right there. You know, you can like shout out all people. On the other hand, because they're both the same the similar composition with. Actually, that's not true. Wait, let me really think about this. That's not actually true. Board is trying to team fight. On the other hand, Optiver trying to get picks. They're like, ooh, Violently on this one. W of Pantheon, Leona R. And then the follow-up of the range of stuff from the carries, they just kill one person, then they're out. And I don't want to say it, but like I think the Annie might be the easiest to take out because she's generally not going to position as well. So that's good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I see what you mean there. But on the other hand, with DCA board, of course, we're gonna see a lot of like Amumu benching in and then ulting, and then Malphite ulting, and then Annie ulting, and then Swain doing damage, and then the monkey ulting for a lot of knockups and even more damage, which of course is going to be orchestrated perfectly to just get pentakills.
Yeah,
And that-
I mean, if
and
we're
that's-
expecting a pentakill, who's gonna get it? Like on both teams.
Honestly, I think that the DCA board will get one pentakill on Wukong.
I think that as
because-
well as a pentakill on the Ezra. You know, it's like one for each.
Yeah, okay, one for each. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. And it looks like okay. So everybody found each other, and they're all going to the pick and ban phase in the client now. So it's about 3.5 more minutes till we get into the game.
So we get to do some more high level analysis, team composition. That's great.
Oh.
So yeah, we can jump to the lineup. Indeed, we have it on our screen. So we've already talked quite a bit about the board, but now we can actually see their names and their in-game summoner names. Vitse, the monkey. Alisa Juliasa one, which is the Amumu. Hui got a next one, playing the Swain, I think.
Probably.
Wait,
So Henry, Ayas will. Well, I mean, it's all confusing. Who will they play?
Oh yeah. Oh, Henway going for the Swain bot lane, which means that if last champion left, which I actually forgot which one it is then going in the mid lane as Hui. Henway, Swain. And Kimberly
Malphite.
have as Kim.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Malphite.
Yeah.
Is that a Malphite any bot lane then? Oh, it's a Malphite mid lane. There we go.
Okay, great.
Do you want to
And
do
on the side of Optiver, we have Hugo Prugo, who's playing Vi. Adam, a special one, is playing Xerath. Then we have. Well,
he's
I'm
the
not
jungler,
quite
but
sure.
I don't think he's gonna go Zerath. I believe he's gonna be going for the Vi.
Why are they picking in the wrong order?
I don't know, because and special one is picking Vi. Yeah, and he's the top 200 challenger guy. So he's a fierce force to reckon with, and he has a jungle role, so he can kind of impact all the entire map. So that's big. That's going to be big. Next we have Matej Teo 222, who is the mid laner, who will be playing Xerath.
Yeah, makes more sense. It was of course a special one with Pantheon jungle. That makes more sense to me.
Isn't it Pantheon top lane?
Fight jungle?
Yeah. Yeah, you're on board? You get it?
A little bit. I'm still quite confused.
No, take your time, honestly.
Yeah.
Then there's Clarence. I don't know how to say that name. Let's find it out. Is it Rabak or is it Refor Befork? I think I prefer
R4D4K. Nice.
And he's playing Ezreal. And then there's Philip Usagip. These names are weird, man. And he's playing Leona.
Usagip. Nice. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Loadouts have been chosen, summoners and anything, and now it's spectator delay time. Great. Okay. So, maybe I'm giving this game a little bit to Optiver. Of course, having an actual AD carry is usually quite nice.
I mean, like AD carry is not necessary. Like Swain bot is kind of a viable pick. Mainly just like the damage composition is sort of weird still from DC board, even though I was talking as if it's really good like a couple minutes ago. If Wukong's behind, then it's kind of doomed.
Yeah.
You know, it's
That's
fine.
fair. That's probably fine. It's probably fine. On the other hand, Optiver just like a really solid comp. We've seen this actually a bit in the past couple of days. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of those combos.
Where have you been seeing Xerath and Vi? Tell me. Is this your solo queue? Is this your solo queue adventures in?
Yeah, I think my own gold-ish solo queue adventures.
Gold on a good day. That's kind of decent. Chat, let us know. Who do you think is going to win? Maybe some like Optiver people have insights on how good these players are. Maybe some DCA people have insights on this great team composition that DSEA has drafted and how they're gonna abuse it and use it to find the win. Mark, DSEA Kim 1v9. That's an opinion I can't agree with, but I respect it. DSEA win. Wombo combo. Fair points.
Okay. Yeah, of course, DSEA got them happy feet. Nobody is playing Falco in this case, which is usually a big advantage.
Is Falco bad?
No, but it ain't Falco. So that's really nice. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. But hey, yeah. Honestly, I'm just hoping to see Kim improving during the game, understanding it a bit more.
Because she's so bad at the game, she has the biggest learning curve to be going. Like she's scaling not only with gold and items and XP, she's scaling in skill like every second of the game. That's the scary.
Yeah. So maybe in the end, she's got like a really crazy combo figured out that nobody even thought of.
Yeah, like you can prepare your stun and then use your ulti on your Tibbers with the stun. Like
that's insane.
That's crazy.
Yeah, really shouldn't be possible. But yeah, we're gonna see. The game starts in about 10 seconds, so I'm hyped. Oh,
Faster, yeah.
And it turns out that one guy in the chat got my joke. Thank you very much, Wolf315 key. Appreciate it.
I mean, first I want him to explain the joke before I actually believe that he gets it, but he can do that. What are your predictions for Lubbe versus Doris Mannelijk-Roze? Do you think that's
honestly, Doris Mannelijk-Roze was really insane. But I think Lubbe is going to win. Like Mannelijk-Roze made some mistakes, but clutched it out in the end, and Lubbe was just solid.
Damn, I did not expect Lubbe to be predicted by anybody. But fair enough. I do personally think that Doris Mannelijk-Roze is the stronger team, just kind of elo rating wise. I can therefore take the dub, but you never know. We are almost in game, but I'd like to point out something that I can see on my screen, which is that Radiant Wukong is chosen by Wietse. And Radiant Wukong is first off Goku, and Goku is a very powerful character. And second off, it's a TFT character, and he has a stun on his Q. So that's an important point.
Okay, and looks like we're in game. Everybody's starting to connect.
Are indeed in game. Think.
First items being bought, everybody is connecting, which is really nice. And we're gonna see if there's going to be an invade, or we're gonna play it safe, have a 5-stack, and just get that first jungle camp.
Expecting some action, you know, like we got 5 TPs in the game. I want some cross map teleports. You're fighting level 1, you die, you TP back into the fight. You know, I want 15 deaths in this level 1.
Yeah.
There we go. Optiver all clumped together. Kim's still in the base. She's taking her time. I think she's scaling the base. Ooh, and there they are scouting out if anybody's behind that camp. Very clean stuff being shown.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression. It's never wrong. Backing, also really nice.
Wait, can I change the positioning of the characters in the scoreboard? Or is that something only you can do?
Not quite sure if we have control over that. It would be kind of nice to change them. I already got confused in the pick and draft phase because of it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if that gets fixed. But that's fine. Ezreal tier. Kind of greedy, but probably fine because she's playing against Sway Nanny.
No, it turns out we don't have control, unfortunately.
It's all good. All right.
Okay.
We're going to be back on screen apparently for a little while, which is exciting stuff because the gameplay is not as fun as our faces, but then that will get fixed real quick. So,
and we're back. Okay. Look at that. Everything is still going smoothly. No kills in the early game.
Oh,
a little bit of farm.
at a very low HP total against the level 1 Zeref, so I don't know how many auto attacks and Qs he was tanking, but maybe a little bit more than he would want to be usually. It's a new strat, I think. But there's Vitze, and that's our guy. Look at him.
Okay.
He got the Pantheon low, he got the Pantheon down, he's got those corrupting pots stacking and ticking already.
Yeah.
But
Showing nice, a little bit of aggression. Getting that monkey stick slam in. Smart.
yeah, but we do
Till the
see
next
5
one.
outside.
Yeah, having a little bit of difficulty. Of course, being a rock, it's kind of tough to fight.
Ooh, wait. I don't know about this move. I've never seen this before. As a level 2 top laner, you go invade the enemy red buff, and this costs him his flash. Interesting maneuvers. He got the vision, and honestly, I've always said it for years. Vision is what wins games, guys. Vision is the most important part of the game, and there we go. Vitze showing that his flash is worth 1 ward. We see fight invade topside, but first we see a gank in the mid lane. They do seem kind of low though, so they just kind of back off. They were like, it was good enough for me. Just gonna stand out a little bit. And then they're away again. Hui is really low. I think he should use his TP kind of soon, otherwise he might kind of die. And no, this is terrible. This yikes. Ooh, you love to see it if you're a Optiver fan.
Yeah, and then Special One probably will get the skill here.
But, the red buff! But then the flashback! And the solo kill! No!
So Vitze died to a solo kill. Julissa died unfortunately to a counter gank from the Vi. You can really see the challenger in there.
Yeah, on the other hand, the bot lane, that's where everything is going well. Okay,
really
Kim,
aggressive.
Come on, Kim, you can do it, Kim. Okay, close. Okay, landed the W. I believe in her.
Yeah, Kim did some nice damage there. That will be really nice as soon as the bot laner will return. There we go.
Oh yeah, that's why we exited, so you can be fixed. Well done.
Yeah, most of it was fixed, but now it's perfect. Ish.
So, game state. We're 4 minutes in, and there's already a 2k gold lead towards the team of Optiver.
A small 2k gold lead, yeah.
Yeah. Like a small loan of $2 million, or a small gold lead of 2k gold.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter because...
look at that juke though. Okay, Hui.
And getting that farm, really amazing. Getting 11 farm as a Malphite, especially against the Xerath. Xerath doing damage from a distance. Malphite's unable to do so.
Yeah, but there is good. I think he's maybe using too many Qs on the Xerath, and then maybe should focus on lasting those minions of those Qs for now, because he's kind of struggling.
A little bit.
Maybe he should also pop those pots. I think he'll figure it out. I believe in him.
Oh, I mean, of course, those pots are really nice, but you can also just hang on to them and not use them.
Yeah. And the W backwards to stop the damage coming from the tower. That's also a move from the Pantheon. Honestly, some stuff I've never seen before being on display here, and that's what I love. I love seeing the innovation that a more relatively new player can bring to a.
And a nice dragon, of course, for.
Okay, there's one. There's 2 out of 3. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Ooh, Vitze almost getting that kill. Unfortunately, didn't get Ignite. Ignite, of course, does damage, while Teleport does not. Kind of unfortunate.
Yeah. Possibly a misplay. I have to ask him after the game if he meant to take Teleport, when Ignite indeed does more damage than Teleport. And this... this is promising for Wukong though, at least he fought and he won the 1v1 up there. He didn't get a kill, but since he was losing it early, and now he's kind of fighting back, maybe he still has a shot in the lane to get fed and carry this game, because I do think it's going to be necessary looking at the rest of the game at the moment.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a 2k gold deficit still, and the dragon, but that really doesn't matter, because if you're at this skill level, gold doesn't matter, kills don't matter.
What matters is if the Nexus breaks.
Yeah, that is true.
Okay, ooh, almost juking those abilities, each one caught just on the edge by each one of them. but he'll get there.
Yeah, once again, almost juked it. Really nice. Really love to see it. It's only going to be a little while. Of course, a special one still invading the jungle. Did he?
The little one kind of choking out the Amumu at the moment. Sure, the farm is still even, except if I can now just go through entire bot side and top side jungle, get like 6 camps unless Amumu decides to go invade, but which is kind of risky because he doesn't have priority on top side. So right now the gold lead between Divine and Amumu is going to increase drastically as well. I think Malphite needs some help in the mid lane. And maybe we should have a peek.
Yeah, it
He's kind of
does
sad.
look like Malphite did pop one of his pots. Corruption Potion, of course, gives a little bit of damage as well. But, well, I mean, he also needs the health from it, so that's really nice. Unfortunate that there's 2 in the mid lane, so it's going to be really tough to battle. And we're approaching level 6 for everyone, so we're going to see some nice ultis.
Yeah, and that's what this game is all about. We've been talking about it for too many minutes in the champ select.
Yeah.
AoE ulti, AoE ulti, AoE ulti, AoE ulti, AoE ulti on the side of DSCA with mobility and some other cool stuff on the side of Optiver. So let's see if they can use that to maybe or extend this gold lead or fight back. I do think DSCA would have to group a little bit though. Oh wait, there's an engage here on the Swain, and there's Swain popping the ulti. He's doing his E, pulling back the Ezreal. I hope Kim is going to find her buttons. She did find her W. That's kind of large, but the damage is kind of running out towards the end of this fight. And they're just healing off the minions. But then there's the Zareth ulti to interfere. That's not a 2v2 anymore. That's not fair.
No,
and DSCA did lose that. Ooh, and 5 missing.
Also the 5 being there, ulting the any kind of mean if you think about it. Yo.
That's 1 kill. And is that 2? Is that 2? That's 2!
Oh, that's 2.
Wait, never mind, I'm joking. And Henway is still alive. That's crazy. This could not have gone any better.
Amazing. Wow. Okay. So DSCA just made the best play they made ever. And by dodging all the abilities and barely getting out, the tower MVP in this battle, finishing off everybody.
Including Ezreal. You just... Honestly, the tower got a big shutdown on a moment.
Yeah.
They're gonna need some. They're gonna need to claim that shutdown quite soon.
Yeah. Honestly, this is why we're watching this game, just to see those amazing plays from DCA, some of the top players of the world, probably.
Probably. The verdict's not out yet on if that statement is correct.
Maybe not.
This is honestly. This is good, you know, like, before Vitas is even on the map yet, DCA is already holding their own.
Yeah.
2k gold lead, but it was a 3k gold lead like 20 years ago. So that just stayed stable for the past bunch of time.
Yeah, and this of course also brings them like the mental advantage. Optiver just finding out that turrets are dangerous, and that's going to be really tough for them.
Yeah, so now they're thinking, oh, there's still like 13 turrets up in this game. Is there 13? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11. What? Close enough.
Yeah.
There's still 11 turrets we have to face, and we couldn't even face that one in the bot lane. They're kind of shaking in their boots.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And there it is. There's the Duke. He didn't get hit by the Q. Let's go. Who is scaling?
Yeah, getting it a little bit, more, but that really doesn't matter. Optiver, of course, taking another Dragon Infernal Drake. It's gonna give a little bit of damage. Ocean Soul is in play this time.
Yeah, so I think there's 2 plays DSA was going for by giving them the Drake. Either everybody knows Oceans are way stronger than all the other Drakes, so they just want 4 Oceans, because then they never die. Think about it, if you can't die, then you win. So that's big. Or they're just gonna give all of the Drakes over to Optiver, and then they take Soul, they take Elder. No, not Soul, they take Elder.
Then they take the Elder Drake, of course, a little bit of Baron buff, and they're just gonna base rush. That's smart.
Yeah, like think about it, what's stronger? Soul or Elder?
Elder, maybe. Yeah.
I think so as well, I'm glad you agree. So they got it all figured out. Hui's very low here, and he is getting ganked, and when he gets CC'd by the Vibe, then but there's the Reeds with the backhand, and the Juliasa with the backhand as well. The ulti, so then setting up for a very long set of CC. Can he finish the kill before she gets away? The Wolves are going to help a little with the damage. Wukong is going in on the Wolves, but she's kind of just walking away, and they don't have any flashes anymore. That's not actually true. Amu has a flash, but there's...
And there we see the Pantheon coming in, but unfortunately the Pantheon will go down to this. And Wietse is on a killing spree. Nice.
Man, 3-1-0. He's gonna get back to base relatively soon. He's gonna pick up his Triforce. He already has a Kindle Gem in his inventory, but that's gonna be upgraded to a much stronger item.
Yeah. And of course, if DHA looks at the top right of the screen right now, they're just gonna see that it's 5-5 in kills, which is basically equal, not thinking about the 3k gold that they're behind. So this is very winnable.
Yeah, gold is just like a frame of mind, so...
Yeah.
Okay, and there's the juke,
Oh,
and he on the queue, he lands low, or he doesn't list those jukes.
Yeah, nice jukes, getting a little bit of damage. Amazing, amazing.
I do hope that Galanex won. Oh wait, actually let's talk about that.
Oh.
Let's talk about that 1v2 that's going on over here.
Yeah.
With the face switch popping, he's moving quite fast. He's not committing for the ultimate yet, even though Ezreal's no mana. Honestly, I think maybe you could have played that a little more
And they're
aggressive.
kind of smurfing in this game, really nice.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, I do kind of hope that we can defend this tower, so that it doesn't fall before 14 minutes, because that's gonna make it difficult to control their own jungle if I can just roam around and walk all over. So maybe you should try to like proactively push the wave a little bit more instead of standing until the wave crashes. But you know, I think he's busy juking all of those Qs and his ultis.
Yeah, and he managed to juke them all once again. Really nice. Really well played. This unfortunately is going to cost their tower, maybe barely not. No, tower survives.
Commit for it. Even though he could have picked up the last plate of the turret, if I think he would have gone for a few more autos by tanking the turret. But then, okay, look. This is what it's all about. We have 3 TPs on this team, and here's Wukong on the top side. Here's Galanex move the ulti, landing it. That's CC, that's damage. Vi's kind of clowning there. Like, I don't want to say it, but he kind of is. I don't know what he's doing there, because I was getting cut out by the Amumu. Is that going to be a Q that lands? Not yet, but it's coming, it's coming.
No bandage toss, but there is the monkey with the knockup, with the damage.
Ooh, interrupting the
And
Q.
Henwai actually steals the kill, really mean from him.
But he is in the AD carry position, and AD carriers are known for being mean people because they like having gold.
Yeah, yeah, that is true.
Here it is. Is that Cube? Come on. E-predict. Close.
Unfortunately, the bandage toss just missing, otherwise, of course, would have been a double kill. And DSCA is actually ahead in kills, still behind though in gold, right? That's okay. But ahead in kills. Banana Vine is going to almost find her buttons.
Yeah, I mean the bear was edging, edging to get out of that. To get out, but I don't think.
They receiving a lot of damage. Ult probably didn't work.
Okay, maybe that's the damage. Aftershock popping, the E, the W. Come on, she doesn't want to commit for it. She's kind of scared
but there is
the
the
minion
turret.
blocking the Q.
Juke.
Okay.
Juke. Perfectly sniped by Ted. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
really coming close to those bot lane kills. And now the kills actually equalized, even though actually Optiver is in a slight advantage. And they're gonna get this third dragon.
Yeah, so
unless
I think,
Morfight has something to say.
Oh, Leona is very low in that pit right there. Wukong, okay, that's a nice stealth. She did not know where she was aiming, but still there's flash kill, that's a kill. Okay, I respect this. Still though, DCA is kind of outnumbered around the Drake, and this is the third one, so I guess they're opted for the Elder Dragon strat instead of the Soul strat.
Of course, beautiful play. Can type in all chat, it doesn't matter, got the kill. Very smart to get 1 kill before dying. Yeah, really good play.
It would have been smarter to get like 4 kills before dying.
Maybe for next time, but for now, well, I mean, actually also stopping the Drake, really nice.
True, for sure. We see Ezreal with almost 2 completed items with a Mirror Mana and Divine Thunder incoming relatively soon. He has quite a lot of gold. I think if I find a button, I don't know which one it is though. Oh wait, I think I ruined the scoreboard. Oh no. If somebody in chat who is smart could tell me which button I have to click so I don't have to hold tab for the rest of the game, that would be fantastic. Because I don't know which button it is. Okay, here we see a fight. And it's mainly just DC walking away while they're getting run down by the long range abilities. Thank you, Becky.
Yeah, really unfortunate. It is going to be a Drake still.
Yes, this is indeed a Drake going towards Optiver. They're playing it very well. Just kind of grouping with 5 and using their strength as a team together. But then we see the Mankey, and the Mankey, he's doing a strategy called split pushing.
Yeah.
It means he's getting gold for himself.
Yeah.
He's clearing minions. So maybe he's going to get large enough to be able to enter those fights and have a large impact. We'll look at the gold real quick. But it's apparently X, I've been told. And indeed, he has a 2,500 gold lead in the top lane with sizable 7,500 gold, which is actually higher than the Ezreal, who has who is the main rich person on the team. Optiver right now.
Oh, so really interesting.
Yeah.
Imagine having more money. Would be nice. 5 kills, maybe able to kill this Pantheon. He's not quite sure. He might know that the Vi is in the bot lane along the rest of the team.
Finds me here in the jungle. That's definitely a fight that Wukong is going to win. But Wukong is just like, hey, I don't care about you, but I want this red buff.
Juking the spear by jumping to red buff on purpose-ish.
Oh, but this is a one-shot. This is the one-shot. He has so much damage. Oh, it's almost a one-shot. I lied.
Ooh.
And now he's in a troublesome situation because he's not able to fight that Ezreal with the backup that he has behind him. And there it is.
Yeah, unfortunate. Barely didn't get the kill on Zerath, and then the entire team collapsed on him. Now it's time to grab that Rift Herald, make sure to kill probably the top lane turret. Because mid and bot already down.
Yeah. It's tough. This is a difficult spot to fight from. But there are still avenues, and the avenue, what I'm looking at is DCS, the group avenue. So we've seen Optiver grouping up, getting picks, picking off the people on DCS team. But still, DCA is the one of the team fight composition, and the Wukong is not going to get a lot stronger, except if he gets like one item. But at that point, the game might already look towards being over. I think he has to kind of quicken the grouping. We get to look at the monkey walk into his lane. Apparently there's nothing interesting happening in the game at the moment.
Honestly, no, we're at direct camera.
Oh,
direct to the monkey.
In that case, let's undirect this camera.
Very important to watch Pixel walk toward his lane. Riveting gameplay. And DCA kind of grouping up, sticking together, and making sure that they're ready to engage that opponent. Got a next one saying, this is my middle lane, of course I am going to farm when you leave. Strong stuff.
My hope for this game, regardless of what happens, is that Banana Bart gets at least a kill or an assist. You know, she's kind of struggling with the 0-3-0 3CS scoreline. Oh, that's a return. That's not a return kill. That's a big engage by Optiver. They're playing it actually very well, combining their ultis, Vi into Zerath, into whoever else was there as well. They're kind of just playing it aggressively and strong, which I respect. The thing is, though,
really nice.
Think a play like that would have been punished if Orange was, if not Orange, if the board was around the rest of their team. If they group up, they can punish engages like that. I believe in them. They can either like channel their inner macro and tell each other, hey guys, we're gonna move here, we're gonna stand together, because as a certain individual called Cubicle in the chat has said in the chat, apes together strong.
Apes together strong, yeah. And unfortunately, this is also the top third, mid third, about 30% of health. starting to get a little bit dire. DCA has 1/3 in the top lane, but they're gonna have to watch out for that last Ocean Drake right now. Ocean Soul for Optiver would be devastating.
Ocean Soul is honestly, I think, the strongest soul because you just don't really die.
Yeah.
Wait, there's a fight going on, and
Yeah, here we see a fight. Beats probably typing in chat, don't fight Team Plix, but still joining, using that teleport.
Yeah, that's the sad thing. Ooh, that's a lot of damage on the Annie.
Yeah, unfortunately, Annie
and
with the stun.
flash in. That's CC, except there's no follow-up there,
Yeah.
which means that it's kind of useless. But he is alive, and he's running. And he's running. Ooh, he's gonna stand still as if he's the clone. But actually, he isn't the clone because he is him, and it didn't work.
And he still died, but it did look pretty cool. And there comes the Ocean Soul.
I see in the chat that apparently Annie has found her R button in the previous fight. It's back off cooldown already. But that's hype. Like, I agree.
Yeah, really hype.
Great. Let's hope she can find it again, maybe with a few stacks of her passive, so she can apply a stun.
Whoa, well, let's take it easy here. That's starting to get a little bit overpowered, but we're gonna see. We're gonna see.
She's not tryharding.
Yeah. Here we see just DCA farming a little bit, making sure that they're up to their strength. Maybe catching out that Vi, who is kind of lonely at that red buff. With a little bit of a stun.
Okay.
Ooh, Bandage Toss hits the red buff.
Bandage Toss find its target. Like, what's more important? The red buff? Or the Vi?
Or a kill. Well, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. Kills are always more important. Red buff, it's unclear what it does, but like a kill feels good and you get gold.
Okay. Agree to disagree. I see Ezreal bought Grievous Wounds, which is an item which is quite strong against the Wukong as well as the Swain. Very smart. Maybe DSO Orange could learn something about buying Grievous Wounds. That's just the top though. I don't wanna make anybody sad here. And there you see Swain farming the mid lane.
Yeah. Very smart, of course, farming minions, getting that gold. But they're gonna have to start preparing for a team fight. It's Pantheon here at the top, getting attacked by Wukong. Wukong probably can fight the 1v1 being up.
It's not a 1v1, look at the mini-map, they're all lined up to help him. And I know Beatsa wants to go for it because he's a top laner. Like, he's a man who wants to fight, except he can't fight. He's dying. Look, you gotta play his wards. Like, you play such a nice ward to start the game. Cost you your flash, but you had vision on the red buff, and now you're just here without wards.
Yeah, actually really unfortunate that the entire enemy team was there. But a nice fight nonetheless, almost got him as well.
This is starting to be an uphill battle. But, remember what I talked about like 13 minutes ago? Well, either they were going to go for Elder or they were going to go for Soul, right?
Yeah.
They already got the Soul, so they got to go for Elder. Which means in 3 minutes time, they can secure the Elder, after this about this Baron, of course. That's not difficult. They can secure the Baron. No. The Elder, my bad. They can secure the Elder.
Yeah.
With this Elder, they're going to win the game.
Yeah, of course.
Saying ulti, she's going to use her ulti. She almost did it, almost found it.
Unfortunately, Ani barely just getting killed there. Didn't really survive the stun on the Amumu. Amumu being very tanky, but still not surviving this. Getting a spear. Wukong ulting the minions. Oh, and might die here.
He's doing the same strat once again, standing still, but this time they just kill him instead of leaving him to do a little bit more damage. And now there's the 1v9 army on Swain. He's known for his 1v9s. I've seen a Swain 1v5 the entirety of DCA teams before. Can he do it again? Can he do it again? There's the flash Q of the Vi, that's a lot of damage, and Hinway's already kind of running away. He doesn't have his ulti actually, I don't think he has the ability to 1v5. Somebody just respawned and died again, I think, but it kind of happened a lot fast, so I know he knows it. And there's the ulti on Ezreal, that's a one-man ulti. And there's the pull almost into the fountain, but not quite there. There's a Mumu with the ulti as well, that's a four-man ulti. Except
4-man ulti.
I think it's a little too late
Oh.
because there he is. The screen is frozen and the game is probably over. And I doubt that it's a DSCA victory.
Yeah, so even though DSCA is close and we're not quite sure here, we're probably just gonna give this game to Optiver anyway, due to the fact that DSCA only killed one turret. But a really nice game nonetheless. A lot of things were learned. And here we see in the results a win for Optiver, I think.
For sure, yes. Optiver showed up large. They actually had a very nice team. They I kind of think they executed quite well. Very aggressive flashes and ults from the Vi, followed from the Xerath and the Ezreal, dismantling. I'm afraid to say dismantling the powers that DCA were not able to bring to the table.
Yeah, unfortunate. It was a really nice match. I actually thought it was starting to get a little bit close in the mid game. DCA being up in kills for a little while. Unfortunately, that was only for a short duration.
But kort maar krachtig. I don't know if that's a thing in English. Short but powerful.
Yes, zeker. Nice. Well, it was a fun game. I enjoyed it. And it only makes me more excited for the next game, which is going to be the grand finals.
Me too. This is going to be a level of competition a little bit below what we just saw, but still should be some fierce battles going on the Summoner's Rift. But before that happens, I do believe we're going to have an interview with the winning team, and the winning team happens to be Optiver. So I think soon, but I'm not exactly sure on when. Somebody will be joining us, and then we can ask them about what really brought together this victory for Optiver.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope to learn, of course, from their amazing play, because all in all, it went really well.
What do you think? What do you think the main powerful pick was? The best star player of Optiver. Who's the MVP?
If we look at the final results, I thought that Xerath actually went really well. But of course, Vi had some nice engages. Leona, of course, as support, really strong. Ezreal sniped a lot, but in the end, only managed to get a lot of assists.
You're mentioning 4 people here, though. Who is the MVP, the most valuable player of this game?
Well, I'm gonna give it probably to Xerath. It was really good.
Probably
I like
to Sarah.
Well, Xerath is not the player who's going to be joining us. The player who's going to be joining us here is Adam, a special one who is the Vi and the jungler of Optiver's team. And he'll be joining us very shortly.
Yeah. Who did you think was the MVP, Koen?
Yeah, I do have to give it to Adam. I think his aggressiveness, sure. I think he died like a few more times, maybe. I can't see how many times. But because he is like primary engage, it's kind of expected. Your KDA might not be the best.
Yeah, okay.
That's aggressive, like flash Qs, ultis, under turret, just kind of like banking on the fact that DSA wasn't ready for it. And they weren't. He was up to date. He knew what was going on, and he capitalized on any opportunity he could find.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. It was a nice game. So did you think that this game might have been already won at the pick and ban phase, or that it was like really decided while during the game?
I think maybe there's a distinguishable skill difference between both teams, and that this played a sizable role in the deciding of this game. I'm trying to keep my language clean. I don't mean to offend anybody, but maybe DSCA's team just wasn't ready for what Optiver had to bring.
Okay, yeah. So of course that is understandable. Not having played the game a lot, but in the end, they did bring something. DSCA brought something to the table. They said, "Here we are. Here are a couple of kills. Maybe we can just win this."
They certainly tried.
But in the end, they didn't.
Hi guys,
Here we are,
I'm here.
joined by Adam. How are you feeling?
It was pretty good. Yeah, that was really fun. It was went very smoothly. Yeah, we focused on dragons. That was the main thing. And yeah, Ocean Soul always helps, the strongest dragon in the game. So yeah, like as Timo said, in the mid game, it looked like it was going to be a bit more equal. But then, yeah, we really focused for the third and fourth dragon. I think we caught a few people off guard, and yeah, for me, that was how it finished.
Large engages, like you were going deep with the ultis and the flashes.
Yeah, the first dive at bot lane was really bad, I think.
that was a little bit too deep.
Yeah, indeed. I was trying to flash ult over the wall, and I just I didn't flash. My finger slipped off Q, and I just kind of queued into the bush, and then it went wrong from there. But no, so really it was carried by Clarence was playing Ezreal, and Mate was playing Xerath. The big carries came up big. Like I think about 10 minutes in, I looked at the mid lane farm. I saw Malphite had about 30 to Xerath's 80. And I think that was the biggest difference.
There's a lot of space in the mid lane, created by like the farm lead there. Malphite getting pressured out, getting hit by too many Qs. But then because of that, you were able to move all around the map and pick up the actual fights. Like Xerath was kind of just following up the ultis, which he did well. I don't mean to. I didn't say so. But...
Yeah, indeed. And obviously we saw that. I think the best player you mentioned was Vitzer. So we made sure Hugo in top lane played safe and just had TP with Pantheon. He can just ult around the map or TP, and just focus on team fights and try not to die to the Wukong. And he did that really well. He actually kept up in farm as well. Yeah, very impressive from Hugo as well.
So now with this team, are you planning on continuing? Because one game, of course, leads to a lot more.
Yeah, I think only casually, of course. Yeah, it's when you're working at Optiver, you put a lot of your energy into Optiver, and you're not going to get obsessed with League of Legends as much as I did, at least at university. So yeah, we'll play a few casual games. And yeah, I think Philip, our support, was the most keen to make sure we kept playing. That's the last thing he said in the call we just had. Like, let's make sure we play again. I completely agree. Yeah, he played really well on the owner as well. All the ones, 1-1-11 was his score. So yeah, I was really happy with that.
Did you guys play before? Like maybe you were preparing a little bit for this match, but did you guys play before that together?
Yeah, I think we played 3 games together completely. And we played like 3 of us or 4 of us were there for a few games. But yeah, my main champion that I got to hide diamond with, well, back in season 3 it was Warwick, and recently it was Skarner, and the first 2 bans were Skarner and Warwick, of course. So I had to
get updated since then, so he doesn't have to click on ulti anymore. He actually has to aim it this time.
Indeed. Yeah. So I stopped playing Warwick because I can't hit that skill shot. It's too hard. But no, so I went to my 3rd pick, Vi, and it went really well in the end. But it wasn't me that carried for sure. It was Clarence and Mate, the AD carry in mid lane. All I did was make sure we get dragons.
Yeah. Fair enough. Who do you think is going to win in the upcoming match between DCA Lubbe as well as Dorens Mannelijk Roze?
Oh, there's a 3rd place playoff as well.
I mean, those are the 2 winning teams. They're going to go to grand finals.
Lubbe and DSCA. Yeah, I didn't watch the DSCA games because we actually played a couple of games ourselves practicing.
There's Dorens Mannelijk Roze and DCA and Lubbe. There's no DSCA.
Oh, Dorens. Sorry,
I might have misspoken. That's my bad.
No, sorry. I knew the team names as well. I've got them here. Yeah, so Dorrance, I didn't watch those games. Like, I watched a tiny bit, but we were playing 2 practice games ourselves, so I didn't get to watch those. So I only saw the Lubbe games in the morning, so I can't possibly say. But yeah, Lubbe were very impressive. They 2 complete stomps, so I hope it's a closer game to keep it interesting. And
I do believe it will be.
Yeah.
Orange versus Dorens Mannelijk Roze were quite close series, although they was like both 2-0 towards Mannelijk Roze. But I think if they're comparable skill level, then like Lubbe, who also like stomped a little slightly like worse team, will be comparable as well. So it should be a very exciting matchup.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed.
So thank you so much for coming on cast, showing your amazing Vi skills, and thank you for the rest of the team at Optiver as well for this show match between the board and Optiver.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Okay.
Thank you,
Yeah.
guys. Good luck.
I think I'm
Thanks.
going to be closing it here for now, sending us to a short break, and then you won't be seeing me anymore, but you will. No, you won't be seeing Timo either. This is the last you guys see of us.
Yeah.
So that's a very large shame for any of you.
Yeah.
So we'll be going off to a break, and then Pepijn and Quinn will finish off the day with a grand finals between DCA. I keep saying DCA between Lubbe as well as Dorent Mandegroze.
Yeah.
So good luck to them, and see you guys around.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the final part of our stream, let's take a moment to think back to what we've seen so far. Think of the setbacks and sacrifices that led us to where we are, the struggles of the teams as they stumbled their way to the finish line. And now, I want you to forget all that. Because it doesn't matter what you won or what you lost before. Whether you barely won your series or went undefeated all the way, the past will not carry your games. The past will not take down your enemies, and the past will not bring you the trophy. Nothing matters for what is to come. For if you lose those games, there is no glory for you. Only victory counts. So I have one thing to tell the finalists tonight. Take to the stage. Rise and prove that legends never die.
Wow. Thanks for the amazing monologue, Pepijn. What a great introduction. Can't think of a better introduction for this final. As I see that my banner is not completely cropped correctly, but that's okay. I love what you said. It doesn't matter anymore. Right now, it's all about these last couple of games between Team Lubbe and Doran's Mannelijk Roze, which are going to decide who will win in the end. It's crazy. I mean, of course, all of the teams are happy that they won the games. I mean, they earned their spot here. But for now, it does not matter. It does not carry over into this last game. It doesn't give them any advantages. It's just a straight up team versus team. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, as you could just saw on the preceding the brackets, we are actually talking about the finals here. The final game of this tournament and the game that determines who brings home all the glory and who has to settle for second. Now, let's introduce our teams, because on the one side, we're going to have Team Lubbe with Seduced by Lies in the top lane, XX Bodyblade XX in the jungle, Drop the Boss in the mid lane, and The Dark Coffee as AD carry with Mr. Major as support. Quinn, will you do the honors for Doran's Mannelijk Roze?
Yep, on Doran's Mannelijk Roze in the top lane, we have The Bash. In the jungle, we have Foute Makelaar. In the middle lane, Merin. In the bot lane, LM Masters. And in the support position, Evil Devil. 5 amazingly strong players, which we already saw that. They took down DZ Orange. So the question is, can they also take down Team Lubbe?
Yeah,
what do you think?
Both teams had a strong performance in the semifinals, both winning 2-0 victories over the respective DSGA teams. So both show that they can win. But now they need to show it against better opponents, because, the finals only has the best opponents.
The very best. The two very best opponents. I think, at least. I mean, the only other option would be that one of the defeated teams could maybe defeat the other team, but I don't think so. I really think that the two teams we have here are the very best in this competition, and it's going to be a fierce final, I think, truly.
Yeah, I am really curious about what is going to happen. I expect a lot of valiant fighting from both sides. And I hope we're going to get a 3-game series, because, I am excited. I want to see it go all the way. I want to see both sides, how they win, how they lose. I want to see it all.
Would be awesome. I definitely agree. We saw that both of these teams are not that big on the whole Moonstone thing. I think they're both more traditional, and that's going to be interesting to see how they match up. Let's see if we see some aggressive drafts. We saw very aggressive drafts from Doran's Mannelijk Roze in their set against DSGA Orange. But let's see if Team Lubbe also can match that aggression, or what they will do about that. It's going to be very, very interesting to see. For me, I think Doran's Mannelijk Roze, they are coming off of a set against a slightly stronger opponent than Team Lubbe. And although I don't know that much about both the teams, only purely for that reason, I'm going to give them a slight edge and say that they will go 2-1 in the final against Team Lubbe, just because I think they're just right now a little bit more in shape because of having faced slightly tougher opponents. What do you think?
I think Lubbe can take this home. I think it's going to be a rough fight. I think Lubbe has the guts and has the power to actually bring this 2-1 home and win this whole thing. So let's see who is correct there.
Yeah, it will be very interesting. It's good to see that we don't completely agree, so we can argue from both of the sides. And let's see. Anything exciting for draft that you are looking forward to, perhaps? I see the draft has started, so I think we will very shortly switch over to that screen. And yes, here it is.
I think for Doran specifically, the jungler looked very, very good in both games. I really liked his Olaf pick in the first game, so I'm wondering if that's going to be let through once again. Olaf is generally a very strong pick, and using the power of Gore Drinker at the moment, he is just not going to die. Even in late game, he doesn't really fall off anymore. It's going to be a contested pick, I hope. And if not, maybe Doran just gets the first game for free.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I also think that Fautomagda played very well on both Italia and the Olaf. And well, let's see if he can fulfill that carrying role once again of that very aggressive, invading, ganking a lot style. But let's see, we see some bans here already. We see the Kazakhs being banned away from Fautomakala. I think we saw that in both of the games between DayZ Orange and Dorans Monlegrose as well. So I'm just very afraid of that one. Dorans themselves banning away the Pantheon, another bit of a comfortable pick for Fautomakala, I think. I saw that he played that a lot in the solo queue games. But interesting. See, the first pick here, B1, always a very important one, because it should not be something that forces your comp too much in one direction, and preferably should be something that you can flex. And let's see, the Echo is definitely that.
Yeah, the Echo, very interesting. Got banned in, I think, both of the games against Lubbe before. Now left through and instantly picked up in the first game, in the first pick. So they show it as a high priority pick, high value they believe it to be, and I suppose it's going to go jungle, but as you mentioned, it can definitely go into the mid lane as well, and maybe it can even go top lane, who knows.
Yeah, I agree. I know that Dorans doesn't really play this style, but I would usually expect maybe a Karma or a Lulu as a response here because it's so flexible. We see a Kai'Sa pick, might not be on purpose though. It could be because the timer ran out, and you have to realize that Pro Draft is very unforgiving with timers running out, and it just gives you a random champion. So let's have a look in the league client to see.
Although I wouldn't be surprised if the Kai'Sa pickup was legitimate. Jhin is banned out, Samira is banned out, so Kai'Sa is left over as one of the strongest leftover AD carry picks. And along with the hacker, it makes a lot of sense to lock those two champions in. They both engage really well based off CC. They pop off, so that's great synergy we see there.
Definitely. I usually would say that locking it into Kai'Sa at this point is pretty dangerous. You leave yourself open to something like an Aphelios as an answer. I don't really know if Lubbe has the Aphelios as an option, but it could be very, very strong here, especially paired with some kind of enchanter to protect him from Hecarim engage as well. Instead, they opt for the Akali, basically locking the Echo into the jungle because, well, Akali taking up the mid lane slot and allowing a counter pick here. I think it's pretty dangerous. Akali does have some counters. Once again, I want to go back to something like Lulu, but I'm not really sure if Dorans play that because, as we saw in their series against DayZ Orange, they did not really. They shied away from that more. Oh, and as we see here, looks like, they are going to indeed lock in the Aphelios. What do you think?
I think the Akali lock-in is drop the boss saying, you know what, that second game against Asia Green, I felt great, we were doing great, so let's just lock it in again. I believe I can beat anything they throw at me. The Aphelios, of course, a very logical answer, looking at the carry bans, also to the Kai'Sa. So, I think it makes sense what they lock in. I do think the Akali lock-in is a little bit risky. Could technically flex towards top lane still, but I find that highly unlikely. Also, against Renekton, that's not a great matchup to play into. Especially protecting getting locked in by Dorans. But that does mean we'll have a mismatch in picks. The mid lane locked in for Lubbe, whereas the top lane is locked in for Dorans. So both the supports need to be locked in, and the respective mid and top laners. So we see the bans directly going that way as well.
It's interesting. Being Dorans here, I probably would have prioritized the mid lane. Now Lubbe has the possibility to ban away two strong counters to the Akali. I mean, sure, Dorans has the next pick as well. I think I would have used that one to pick Renekton if it was up instead. But Renekton, I think there are some other alternatives to that which work pretty well as well, like the Camille or the Aurelia. Both of them still not banned or picked, so I think those would have been okay as well. But let's see. The bans are aimed towards mid, like I thought. The Syndra ban. Let's see what else they ban, which they're afraid of having the Akali.
Yeah, the Syndra, of course, can shove the Akali out of a shroud, so it doesn't really matter where she is. She just gets pushed right out, cannot hide exactly. So
True.
that is a very rough matchup. And as the Thresh gets banned from Dawn's, the Nautilus responds, so both the hook throwers are out of the game. That leaves Leona open without a very strong engage counter, so maybe we'll see something like an Alistar as a response, which you have seen before. We just have to see how Team Lippe wants to answer that. Even Morgana is still open, although Morgana is not the strongest champion in the meta currently.
I think the Morgana actually would be pretty good here, considering that Dorians is really going for that high lockdown style of play with the Renekton, Leona, and the Hecarim. So I wouldn't be very surprised. We see Pyke. That's really crazy. That is awesome. That's going to be an explosive one in the bot lane. Having Leona on one side, having the Pyke on the other side. That's going to be a very snowbally bot lane.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
Might be a timer lockout. Because
actually,
I hear some pings in chat. So
let's
maybe
have a look at the chat real quick. Pyke is supposed to be Ornn. I guess it was a bit of a misclick. I thought the timer still had some time, so I guess they misclicked, or it was indeed a time lockout and I didn't see it. But it's supposed to be an Ornn. Okay, well, not as crazy as we thought. Like
very
you said,
safe
the
Alistar goes well into the Renekton. The Shen was, of course, already sitting on the bench. So you couldn't really have that safe haven anymore. So instead, they decided to go for the Ornn. The Alistar, as I already mentioned, a very often picked counter against Leona. As Alistar can either bop away the Leona or bop away the AD carry, and you're always going to be fighting 1v1 once Leona goes in. And as a last response, we see the Sylas being picked up. And
Interesting.
I personally really dislike Sylas. Whenever I play mid lane, Sylas is sitting on the bench because he just does everything that you can do and then also heals. So he's annoying.
Sure. I don't know how it pairs into the Akali though. I definitely don't have any experience in that matchup. Maybe somebody in chat can enlighten us. I have no idea. I would not, out of intuition, I wouldn't necessarily favor one or the other. But Sylas does have that point and click W, which it's annoying when Akali is in the shroud. You can't actually click on her. So yeah, I'm not entirely certain about that counter pick. I'm also not really sure how much value you get out of the actual ultimates on the side of Team Lippe. The Alistar ult is huge. And the Ornn ult. Oh yeah, there's of course an Ornn. Yeah. So the Ornn is pretty good. There's some pretty good ultimates there. I don't really know how he interacts with Aphelios ulti. Maybe someone in chat can enlighten us there as well.
That's a very interesting one. I believe that happens as the following. He will take the ultimate with the effect of the gun that Aphelios is currently holding, I believe.
Oh, that is interesting. So if Aphelios has the Infernum gun, then if Sylas steals the ulti, that would be an Infernum ulti.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's interesting.
I think that's how it works. Yeah. But also, I think the Akali ult, if you steal that as a Sylas, you can make great use of that because you already have so many dashes. You're just going to get a lot more dashes once you get that Akali ult.
Yeah, sure.
Also, execution damage. So if you manage to get your enemy low, you can just execute them with that ult. Similar to Akali, kind of. You can try and be more like the assassin, although you will have more problems with hiding yourself in a shroud because you cannot really steal that, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's hard to say here. Both of the teams kind of have that idea of trying to make some picks with more assassin type characters. Like they have the Echo and Akali on one side, and on the other hand you have Kai'Sa and Sylas, and you could also count Hecarim and Renekton as sort of semi-assassins, and then you have Leona obviously for big team fighting engages. But Lippe in team fights, I kind of favor them. Because I think that if you have the what's it called, the Aphelios with for example the Severum, where he can lifesteal in team fight. If somebody is jumping on him, he can just press Q. If there's an Alistar around him or if there's an Ornn around him, I think he will be able to survive the burst that Dorns has. If there's also a cleanse, I think he needs a cleanse definitely.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether or not we're going to see many coordinated team fights, I gotta say. Neither team really picking a front-to-back team composition. I believe what's going to happen, or what at least both teams are going to attempt, is to dive the enemy AD carry. And whoever gets that done more successfully is going to win the fight.
Sure.
With the Hecarim, the Renekton, the Sylas, even the Leona, just going to dive onto that backline, trying to one-shot that the Aphelios. But on the other side, you have the Ornn who can like engage from miles away, all the way to the Kai'Sa, trying to catch.
Sure.
You have the what did I say, Pike, but that was of course a dummy pick. The Akali as well as the Echo who can just start jumping and diving all the way to the backline. So I think like there's not really a classic way of calling this. I think either the team that finds the most picks or the teams that most successfully dives the AD carry is the team that will come out victorious. So
The interesting thing is that Doran's ADC is Kai'Sa, so she can dive along with their team onto the Aphelios. And Aphelios is kind of, well, a little bit more of a sitting duck. But on the other hand, he does have that bit of peel through the Alistar and the Ornn. So we'll see whether or not that peel is enough to make him survive when also a Kai'Sa jumps on top of him. But when a Kai'Sa jumps on top of him, she will be extremely vulnerable to something like the Echo or the Akali. So I'm not sure if we will actually see that. Might see more defensive ultimates from the Kai'Sa. But yeah, we will have to see. It all depends on who gets ahead. I think early on, if the Kai'Sa gets a bit of a lead, then she can just go all in and kill the Aphelios. Well, if the Aphelios gets a lead, the Kai'Sa will just die. So I think it will just depend on how does that bot lane play out in the early game. I think we'll see a lot of jungle attention towards the bot lane as well, because there is certainly some kill pressure there with the Leona on one side and the Alistar on the other. So I expect to see a lot of that.
Yeah, I think what's something we're going to have to keep keep an eye on starting from level 6 and onwards is those green little orbs that sit near the champion portraits, indicating that their ultimates are ready. Because once enough of them are ready, certainly from the side of Doran's, there's going to be a fight soon. Because they want to go in, they want to go ham, they want to take you down.
Sure.
And I think also because the Kai'Sa is like stronger at diving with the team onto the backline, I think that's where Doran's in this case has the edge. The fact that they have this extra member being able to dive the backline. And you know what? When when all your 4 allies are in their opponent backline, you know where the safest place to be is? In their backline. So you might as well go there.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's definitely true. If Echo and Akali are where Kai'Sa is, then Kai'Sa does not want to be there anymore. Kai'Sa just goes to where Aphelios is. And then suddenly, Echo can press his R button at that point, but they might have a bit of trouble following along.
We'll see how that turns out. So, I do have to give Team Lubbe the fact that they do have 2 solid tanks, and that's like on the side of Doran's. They have like Renekton, which is like more of a bruiser. Like he is tanky, but not because he has a lot of armor or health. It's because he has a lot of healing. And like for Leona is very tanky as long as she has her W available, as long as she has her Aftershock available. But once those 2 are down, she is also going to pop like a balloon eventually. So like in that case, the margin of error for Lubbe, I believe, is bigger than for Doran's, as like a small
mistake
could cause a few balloons to pop on their side, to speak with those terms.
Definitely. Yeah, on one hand you have Ornn, which is more of like a warden. He's pretty big, pretty beefy, and Alistar, same thing. On the side of Doran's, you have the 2 divers in the form of Renekton and Hecarim, which are tanky to a certain degree, but at some point, if the enemy team is ahead of you, then you will just dive really quickly, especially in the late game. It will be interesting to see. I think really this is a very snowball-heavy game. That's something you see often when you have assassins on both sides. It will just end up in a snowball fiesta. So the first couple of levels are going to be pretty important here, and the jungle influence on the lanes is going to be pretty big, I think.
Yeah, and I'm looking at both teams, and I'm looking for like who is going to be able to provide like the actual raw DPS, for example, that you're going to need when trying to kill objectives like Baron, like Dragon. And I can really only spot the AKD carries. Both like all other like 8 players either are tanks and don't have damage or like supports, or they are burst heavy champions. So it's really going to be all about, can those every AD carries be where they need to be? Can they deal the damage that they need to deal to the objectives? Because to the champions, so that's going to be done by the assassins, I believe. So that's interesting. As we actually are almost through spectator layer, we're going to be heading into the first game of this final series very, very soon. So sit tight, make sure to have your popcorn ready. If you don't have it yet, now is the time to grab it. Or you're going to be simply late. Now, as we are heading into loading screen, what do you think is going to happen level 1? Is there going to be a crazy 5-stack on one side? Are they going to fight, or are they just going to play it safe, test the waters, and see how it goes?
Yeah, I think there is a bit of an advantage to the team of Dolans on level 1 because they do have, like, Silas can take E on level 1 and Renekton can take W. It's pretty strong. Then if you have Leona with a Q, it's a really long stun on level 1. But then you have to take Silas E. I mean, you are up against a melee matchup, so it's actually good to take Silas E, I think. You could try it. I think you can try to invade with the side of Dorans. I wouldn't really do it that quickly with when you're the other team, when you're Libba, because Alistar, it's more of a defensive level 1 spell. If you have the Q, for example, you don't have the combo yet on level 1, so it's a little bit more of a stretch to really go in and try to make a pick on level 1 with Alistar, unless you flash in, which is, well, honestly not that weird either. Probably having the Hex Flash, if I had to guess, really strong tool for Alistar, of course, to be able to keep making those plays. So maybe.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Alistar currently is running Aftershock, but with Inspiration as a second tree, meaning that Hex Flash is very likely to be in there. The same goes for Leona, also running Aftershock with Inspiration second. So I'm expecting to see a lot of flashes, but fake flashes. The better flashes.
Fake flashes.
In the bot lane.
X-Tech flash traptions.
Yes, exactly.
It's gonna be pretty cool.
For the rest, Keystones are not that special. Everything is really stock standard, to be honest. Something that could be debatable is whether or not Electrocute is better on Echo than Dark Harvest, but generally not really the case. For the rest, nothing special to note. So, the players are loading in, buying their first items, and we are ready to dash out of the base gates and see how this game is going to progress.
And guys, this is the first game of the grand finals. You gotta let yourself free in the chat and tell everybody who you're rooting for, because this is the moment. This is what we've all been waiting for. The whole tournament has built up to this last final set in which we will crown the final victor, Team Lubba or Dorans Mannelijke Roze.
Yeah, so spam in chat either hashtag Lubbewin or hashtag Dorenswin. And let's see who you are rooting for and give them the energy that they need to win and take down the Abbey Nexus.
Exactly. All right, let's see. An interesting question in the chat: which keystone rune is Akali running? There's a lot of options for Akali. For the sustain, you want to go for Fleet Footwork. You can also go for what was the other option? I guess you can go for Conqueror if you're against like a very tanky team. But going for the Electrocute, going for the early 3-hit trades, trying to win those against the Silas. I think that's pretty fair. Does sacrifice a little bit of sustain here, but that's okay. If you're winning the trades, then you will need less sustain. Silas does have the Corrupting Potion as well, so that's even more health sustain. A little bit less on the mana front. Akali starting with the Doran's Ring. Doran's Ring a lot better now for energy users than it was last season because it actually restores health to energy users. Used to be really bad because you got lost out on the mana passive.
Yeah, definitely agree. And honestly, I think the fact that there was Electrocute by Akali and not the safer Fleet Footwork, another same vein of message that was sent by just straight up blind picking Akali. Drop the boss, doesn't care what is coming in his way. He is going to kill it and he's going to prevail.
He is very, very confident. I can tell.
Exactly. So
also with the ignite into a TP.
Yeah.
You can tell who is the one that's trying to look for the plays here. It's going to be the Akali.
Definitely. Now we see the bot lane from Lubba hitting level 2 first, directly using that agency that they got to get a little bit of extra space in the bot lane to try and deny some minions. But nothing crazy happens because, of course, Dorans knows that they need to back off then. Meanwhile, also the mid lane level 2 power spikes are hit. Merlin going in for a little bit, drop the boss, trading a little bit back. So, nothing crazy happening just yet, even though it looked like something was about to break up.
I actually think taking early trades is really not bad for Merlin here. Because he has that Fleet Footwork and the Corrupting Pot. I think Drop the Boss is mostly waiting for his level 6 power spike where he uses the Electrocute, the Ignite, and the ultimate then for a kill. I think that's mostly what his game plan is in this in this game, but he's gonna be a little bit more careful than Merlin because Merlin does have that TP to recall after having taken a lot of trades.
Yeah.
Just reset with the TP. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think that's definitely what they're trying to go for. Yeah. Now, also, I want to point a little bit towards the junglers, because we see Foute Makelaar done his complete jungle right now, also heading into the Scuttle Crab, which is still there because Echo went to the bot side. The same actually goes for Echo, except Echo hasn't skipped the Krugs. So there is a minor farm difference between the two already. But it also means that they're now on opposite side of the map and looking for the first play. For example, here we go, Body Blade.
Yeah, Body Blade already looking at the bot lane.
Exactly, throwing out his stun field, but not catching anybody. And here we see Foute Makelaar coming in into drop the bait. Drop the bait is flashing away and therefore actually not dying, but it did cost him his flash. The first actual meaningful trades coming by now.
Good stuff. No summoner used by Dorans there in that mid play, also not in the bot play. Only one actually burning a summoner is going to be Drop the Bus there. Flash on Akali, a little bit more vulnerable than before. She does have some good tools to escape any ganks though. She has the Shroud, she has the E, and eventually on level 6, in desperate times, she can use the ultimate to escape.
Yeah, I agree. We also saw Ornn hiding in the bush there for a second, completing one of his items, in fact the Ruby Crystal, dipping back out and being a bit more healthy. I think it gives you like 160 hit points. So feels pretty good to be Ornn in that case.
Definitely. I hope Ornn will go for a Kindle Gem, big fan of that item, very efficient early on. Gives a lot of health, health is a good stat, and some ability haste. But I'm not sure, I'm very unfamiliar with top lane builds. As expected though, the Renekton is a lane bully, and he's doing his job very well there. 15 CS ahead. That's a fairly substantial amount. He can pick up the Phage here. Does not need to TP either, because the minions are just nicely in the middle of the top wave there, or the top lane there. So I think he's pretty happy about this situation.
Yeah. Normally I would expect Ornn to build a Bramble Vest first item against Renekton. But building the Ruby Crystal first is actually very efficient. Ruby Crystal is one of the most gold efficient items in the early game. So it's got to feel good for him.
Certainly.
Yeah, also he's rocking the pots. Now he goes base, grabs the double cloth armor. So he's definitely looking to be Chonky Boy. And now we see Echo revisiting bot side and a lot of flashes being burned. Now trying to catch an evil teleport. Here comes the teleport, here comes another teleport. Here is going to be a big bot lane party. Drop the bush. First to the bot lane. The bash, whatever he's called. And, sorry, ultimately nothing really happens as both teams decide that fighting here is not worth, but that means that 2 teleports are blown, one from respectively each side. Aphelios with no summoners, and a Master's burning the heal, and the Evil Devil burning his flash. Now we
see what I was talking about?
Level 6, igniting Merlin, and it's not gonna be enough.
It's just barely not enough. How is that possible?
The boy lives with like, I don't know, 50 hit points, and all is well for Merlin.
That was insanely close. Well done by Merlin to survive that level 6 all-in. It was just like I was talking about. Level 6 all-in so much more powerful when you have that ignite and that electrocute. It's just to punch more damage on top of damage, which you already have from your ultimate. It's just a lot of damage, and being able to survive that, nicely done. I guess the fleet footwork helped out a little bit with some healing, and of course the W from Silas also providing some healing. So coming out of that without losing his life, and he still has a bit of a farm lead. So at this point, it's looking pretty good for the Silas there in the middle lane.
Definitely agree. And because both teams, or both lanes actually, went in favor of the side of Team Lubbe, they had priority over the Dragon, and they picked up a very nice first Mountain Drake. So that's also a benefit. Even though they didn't really get any kills, they definitely got the Mountain Drake off of that and a lot of pressure all over the bot side.
Yeah, well done. All right, yeah, good. Very good answer there, indeed, by Team Lubbe. We can have a quick look at the builds. We see that Aphelios is also a little bit behind the Kai'Sa, but both of them have the Noon Quiver completed. It's the most important item that you want early on because it's the most expensive component that builds into that Mythic eventually, so it's very nice if you can get that on your first B. It's basically like a BF sword, same amount of gold, and well, back in the past, you wanted to be on a BF sword. Now you kind of want to buy on a Noon Quiver, be on a Noon Quiver buy if possible.
Definitely.
So pretty good.
Noon Quiver also gives you some attack speed, some damage, and also very nice for last hitting, some damage against minions.
Exactly.
So it's basically a BF sword against minions and a pickaxe against champions. That's how you can interpret the Noon Quiver a little bit.
Ooh, that's interesting. I did not know that exactly, but it also gives some extra attack speed, which is also pretty nice.
Yeah, so I believe the damage DPS increase is slightly higher than a pickaxe because of the dagger in there. But just a raw AD, I think it's very comparable. And yeah, as you said, it's an expensive component you already have finished, as we see the Bash going in top lane. But Wet Noodles continue going as it's Ornn.
Yeah, as you say, all those minions are also low. Okay, Ornn looking for an engage here. He thinks he might be able to one-on-one the Renekton, but the moment he saw the ult from Renekton, I think he was content with that exchange and just decided to let it go.
And because Renekton has popped the ult, he decides, you know what, I'm in Dominus, I might as well just go for a little bit of a trade. So Seduced by Lies taking a bit more damage than he bargained for when you did.
Yeah, I mean, well done by the Bash, but also fair by Seduce.
Oh boy, here we go. Faustmaka manages to hit the dash onto the Dark Coffee, and the Dark Coffee goes down. And the dive continues onto Mr. Major, and also he falls. The first 2 kills of the game and first 2 kills of the final go to the mid laner and the AD carry of Doran's Mannelijk Roze.
Yeah, insanely well done. Alistar, no ultimate yet, and without the ultimate, you are just as squishy as any other tank support, so you can actually just die when you are being dove there under the turret by a lot of people, frankly. I think there were 4 members of Doran's Roze there in the bot lane, so well done by Doran's Mannelijk Roze, well done.
And now that the Echo actually shows in the bot lane, as he goes in, because Leonard Master's taken 1 too many tower shots and he's in a bit of a trouble. He has to use his ult, and Leonard immediately manages to stun him up, and Bodyblade has to use his own Corona Shield to get out. Decides, you know what, might as well go back in. But then he decides to go back out. Anyway, the point
I mean, honestly, it looked like he was doing very well there. It looked like he was about to kill the Kai'Sa, but then the Kai'Sa found the killer instinct and she got out. Now Faustmaka is right here up in his grill in the jungle. He's going to try to kill Bodyblade here. Bodyblade's going to have to force the flash, but now 2 of the other members of Team Lubba are here to gank up on this Hecarim.
Yeah, Hecarim definitely overchases welcome a little bit, and he is now in a lot of trouble as the Dark Coffee manages to pick his first kill of the game up on 69 farm. Very nice.
Dark Coffee very happy to have the Gravitum gun there with the slow on hit and even the snare on top of that when necessary, making sure that the Hecarim does not escape.
Yeah, something we saw on the top lane while the Echo was bot lane is that the Bash noticed that Echo was bot lane and decided, you know what, the wave behind the tower, that proxy farm, that's what I'm gonna do. And then nothing that Ornn can really do to stop him there. So yeah, Ornn definitely not having the strongest of lanes at the moment. Renekton really showing his dominance over him. But he's not really falling behind much more than a couple of CS, and Ornn generally doesn't mind to fall behind a little bit CS. So all is well in the top lane. Nobody's gonna kill each other, I can tell you that much.
No, I don't think so either. Now that there's a Bramble Fest, there's no way that Ornn is dying. Unless something major happens, like Faustmaka rushing in with the Hecarim. But armor is efficient against both Renekton and Hecarim, so I do not think that they'll be putting a lot of their energy and effort to Ornn, and I think instead it will be more and more bot lane focused, as we see here.
Oh, here we go. The Solar Flare actually managed to catch the Mr. Mirror. Mr. Mirror directly uses his ultimate to try and get out, but the Dark Coffee also uses his ultimate to try and get out. And oh boy, really might have gone a bit too deep, because here comes 200 and a bit years since we actually went to the next year. But it's not enough to take the revenge kills back onto the slightly overextended Merlin. So again, resulting in a bit of a stalemate.
Quick request from the chat there to show the money. Let's have a quick look in there. Of course, we were quite busy here. Red and blue team both still fighting for dragons, so there's going to be more fights.
We're going to go in. Actually, Ornn winning out on this trade, but we have to look in the bot lane, because bot lane, you see Mr. Major going in, as well as Faustmaka. Both of them go down, but now the Elemas is in the trouble and has to flashback. Ultimus flashback after him as a Bodyblade and Merlin fall on the other side of the wall. Wings drop the boss, actually does manage to get a kill. But now the Dark Coffee also picks up the kill onto Evil Devil, and netto a net gain of like 2 kills in favor of Team Lubba, pulling ahead here in over
Team Lubba have to be very happy about this one. That was a fight which was perfect for them. There were not all the cooldowns for the summoner spells were available on the other side. They had more health, they were in a great position, and on the back of that team fight, they could grab the dragon. Very, very nice. Now we see that it's going to be an Infernal Rift. Some of the bushes disappearing. I think that's going to be a little bit annoying for the Alistar. He likes to play around bushes and set up some traps with the Hex Flash. But then again, the same goes for the other team. Doran's Mannelijk Roze also can use that vision to their advantage with the Leona or the Renekton trying to set up some traps. So both of these teams getting hurt probably about equally by this rift change.
I agree. So now I've got a question for you, okay? What is a better strategy? Give up the first 2 Drakes to pick up the Infernal Soul and 4 Infernal Drakes? Or get the Infernal Soul as soon as possible? And take it.
That's a really good question. I would say, generally speaking, the sooner the better. I mean, obviously, you can't really account for anything happening in the game, so once you see the first Drake, you don't know.
Actually, Foutenmaker manages to drop the boss out of the smoke, but the smoke is very large, and therefore Drop the Boss walks right back into it, because Echo also showed up. Thomas Bannock also decided to call off the engage. Anyway, back to the point.
Yeah, no problem. That's, as we saw there, the Akali Shroud, pretty safe. She couldn't really die to Hecarim there. Hecarim also kind of needs to click on you. I mean, sure, he has the Q, but still he would like to get some basic attacks in there. But yeah, as I was saying, in general, I would say any dragon you can get, you want to get, and you want to make sure your opponent gets as little dragons as you can. Like we saw, for example, in the series between DSA Orange and Doans Rose. If DSA Orange would have had some more of the earlier Drakes in those matches, then they would have stalled out the soul for longer. That's how you can see that every single Drake, even the first one, is important in the end.
Here we go again. Alistar flashing in onto Evil Devil, and Evil Devil is not looking like he's going to get out. And in fact, he isn't really at all, and he goes down back to into the hands of, I think it was the Aphelios, taking up the kill from the side of Team Lubbe. And Team Lubbe is now actually pulling ahead in kills, but if you look at the gold, you still see a 1.2k gold lead in favor of Doran's Mannelijk Rol. So the gap between fights currently might look big, but there's no gold gap whatsoever. Oh, actually,
yeah, I mean, they just grabbed the first turret on the top lane. They had the Rift Herald, so they were ready to make a play once they saw that the jungler of Team Lubbe was bot side. They were ready to grab that first turret with that Herald. Very well done by them. That's going to give them still a little bit of a gold lead. Yes, they are 2 dragons behind, but their position is pretty reasonable to play from here. I will say, though, looking at both of these comps, I do think that maybe Team Lubbe is pretty happy here, because they can, if they set up at the dragons pretty early, I think they are very good at just taking them, just sitting in the dragon pit with an Aphelios and an Alistar on him, and just kind of waiting till the dragon spawns and just taking it. I don't think that Domus Mannelijk can do that much about it. Especially now with stat difference that the 2 dragons give them. I mean, sure, they still have a bit of a gold lead, but it's pretty close. And the 80 carry, well, let's check the gold for a second. Oh no, the 80 carries are actually dead equal in gold. I was going to say that it looked like Team Lubbe's 80 carry was ahead, but the CS difference makes up for the 2 kills, I think.
Yeah, both 80 carries picking up a good amount of gold from kills this game so far. But yeah, the CS difference is large enough to compensate for that in favor of Adam Masters. So yeah, you have this 2k, 1.5k gold lead, nothing major just yet. But yeah, it's relatively even, certainly compared to the other games we've seen so far. I think this is looking like a game that might go to rather to 30 minutes than to 20.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's really close. The only way I see this being over pretty quickly is if, like I said before, if Team Lubbe gets these next 2 dragons pretty easily. Next dragon will be in 1 minute though, and just looking at the map, there is a lot more vision for the team of Doans Mannelijk around the dragon pit. It will be a bit of a challenge for Team Lubbe to go in there and face check everything. I think if Doans Mannelijk now starts to move to the dragon, should be in a pretty good spot to take this one. Let's see, it looks like around the mid lane the fight's going to erupt.
Foutenmaker using his ghost and using his ultimate to try and get into the Dark Copy, even though he almost got rooted, but he manages to get away, but he gets sniped by the Kai'Sa Praise Seeker, or Kai'Sa W, almost a Praise Seeker. And then with the body blade is in a rough spot, flashing into the wall, and he doesn't have any more, or he goes down. He's not playing also, but it doesn't matter, because Merlin is continuing the engage. Has the Alistar ultimate and will therefore never die. And now Merlin on his own on the chase, but he decides to back off because the Drake is spawning. A very, very well-found fight. Foutenmaker engaging with his ultimate all the way onto the Aphelios. And I told you in the champ select, whoever gets the AD carry wins the fight. And that just
Yeah, actually getting the Aphelios with less trouble than I thought.
Drop the boss, picking up a kill from the back of the fight. Using his ultimate, executing the Bash who was fighting in the top lane before, ran all the way to mid lane. and then got executed by Dr. Boss. So definitely a good answer from Dr. Boss, but I'm wondering if that's going to be enough to compensate for the just lost team fight. Oh, Evil Devil now getting rooted, but it looks like they decide not to engage, and I believe that would be the wise choice.
Yeah, it's not looking very happy for the Aphelios. Sure, he does have the what's it called, the thing that makes him dash.
The Gale Force.
The Gale Force, exactly. But I think maybe in this situation he would have been pretty happy with the shield bow instead, because I don't really think you can Gale Force away from the Hecarim. And well, we saw that we saw it happen just a second ago, where the Hecarim just chased down the Aphelios and killed him. I guess Aphelios has some pretty
Merlin
big
is for another fight as well as Evil Devil going on to Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor popped his ultimate, but it does not look like it matters. In fact, he gets taken down, and here you see the Chakram ult from Merlin coming in, not even getting the Chakram, so that's a bit sad. But
yeah, that would be very funny. Yeah.
That would have, definitely would have been interesting. But yeah, Mr. Mayor getting called out once more by Merlin, and Evil Devil picked off in the end with the ultimate from Aphelios stolen by Silas. So yeah, definitely some good fights looking for Torrents, and that also means that we are walking the gold lead towards the red side. And in fact, it is becoming about a 3.5k gold lead very soon.
Honestly, it's starting to look pretty bad for Team Lubbe. I don't know, if they would have gotten this dragon, I think they would be pretty favored there, being at soul point already. But yeah, right now, and after seeing that fight, it looks like Team Lubbe is going to have to skill a whole lot if they want to be able to protect that Aphelios. So I'm not sure how they're going to really approach this game from here. Let's see.
Oh boy, another catch onto the body blade. Body blade has the ult away, but he manages to survive. Now Aphelios coming in with 200 cheers, and he actually has the right guns for it as well. But that means that Vademagla just gets to engage onto body blade. Body blade going down in the air, but he manages to slow Vademagla. Vademagla also getting knocked up in the tower. That means that a 1-for-1 trade actually comes out, and the rest all walks away from the fight. Whew.
And the moment that Hecarim ult is down, Aphelios is really happy. He can just walk forward. There's not really that much that can really come close to him. Sure, the Renekton with the slice and dice. And the Leona with the solar flare, but the solar flare can be cleansed and the slice and dice can be kited away from.
Coming into the fight because Team Lubbe wants to engage tower dive and Merlin has having none of that. And in fact, he is having so little of that all of Team Lubbe looks like they might die now. In fact, 2 of them walk away, but that was a bit overzealous there from the side of Team Lubbe, who really felt like they were pulling ahead.
Yeah, just the wrong estimation. Just a bad estimation here from Team Lubbe, thinking that they could kill the entire team of Dons Malagros there with the dive. But I don't know if you saw what happened between Aphelios and Silas, but Silas just absolutely smacked Aphelios' HP bar into the ground. Silas just had to do an EQ, I think, and Aphelios was at 20%. And well, in the meantime, his tanks were also dying under the turrets, and he couldn't provide any DPS because he had to run away. So it was just a very, unfortunately, not very successful dive here by Team Lubbe.
If anything, as an AD carry main, it's a good reason for me to keep banning Silas. We see Ornn continuing the wet noodles in the top lane. Nobody's gonna die here. The Bash actually using his core drinker there to try and get back a little bit of health, but he misses the circle. Gorznik is a very short cooldown anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yes.
As the dust settles a little bit after a lot of crazy fights that we've seen, do you think that Dons Malagros is now going to be pulling ahead a lot more, or do you think Team Lubbe is going to be able to stabilize?
Well, I definitely think so. Like I said, if once Team Lubbe falls behind, it's just really, really, really hard to get the Aphelios to stay alive in fights. I think as long as Vademagla holds on to this onslaught of shadows for the Aphelios, I don't really think that there's that much that Team Lubbe can do. Sure, they have some other damage, but it's not in the form of DPS, it's in the form of purely burst. Here we see Seduced by Lies being dove by 4 men is just not really anything he can do. He calls upon the ult, but now his team is here.
Oh boy, they're looking to engage, and they know that there's many ultimates blown on the side of Team Dons Malagros. So we know Lubbe is looking for a fight, and who knows if it will pay up. Aphelios now in a bit of trouble. He managed to press away whenever he gets the kill on the Renekton, and that means that disengage is engaged from Dons Malagros. Not the boss going in, but he doesn't manage to take the he gets taken down instead himself. Now Leona is in a lot of trouble as Evil Devil gets stunned and rooted and stunned and rooted. And
but there's Silas
looking for a very, very greedy engagement. He manages to pull over, and he flashes out, and he's alive. Some very crazy fights resulting in a 3 kills in favor of team, of 2 kills in favor of team Lubbe, but 3 kills in favor of Doran's mannelijke roze.
Incredibly crazy fight. Very well peeled by Mr. Major. They're keeping the Ophilos alive through all of that. It was incredibly crazy. Also, good flash from the Dark Coffee there to avoid the Bash's stun on him. But in the end, as kind of expected, Doran's mannelijke roze is still coming up on top in the team fight there. I'm surprised that it was not in the way I would have expected, where the Ophilos would have just been dove by everyone. But the Ophilos just played it really well along with Mr. Major. Unfortunately, though, the rest of his team did in the end die. And well, when you're 2v3, there's not much you can do at that point anymore. So very well executed by Doran's mannelijke roze.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Yeah, so, but still, on the other side, we see the Dark Coffee and we see Drop the Boss. They are definitely showing signs of life. They are still kicking, they are still fighting.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's by no means a done deal. And I'm really, really curious to see when this game is, whether or not this game is suddenly going to tilt one way or the other way very heavily, or whether it's going to continue such a slippy slide as it is currently going, like, right now. Because,
okay, engage with the Ornn here.
Yeah, Ornn has been looking for fights onto the Renekton all game long, ever since he got that Bramble Vest Renekton. There's not much he can do back into the Ornn. So Ornn is very free in that case. We also saw him earlier in the top lane fight, almost even taking down the Ornn.
Yeah. And that's kind of the problem with the Renekton pick and why it's heavily criticized. At this point in the game, Ornn is just stronger. Renekton has not really done enough to justify his pick in the long term. Like in the early game, yes, he is stronger, but has he made enough of a difference that you can feel that at this point, as opposed to just the champion difference in strength between Ornn and Renekton right now, which is worth more. And I think a lot of people will say that right now Ornn is just stronger than Renekton, and Renekton has not done enough to justify this pick in the early game.
I agree. I think the person that's going to target the Aphelios the most here is Foute Makelaar, and the Bash is going to have a hard time following up on that. In the meanwhile, we saw Ornn upgrading as he was level 14 the item of Aphelios. Now Aphelios no longer having a Gale Force. Gale Force is so old right now. You know, it's a Typhoon that it's all about.
Typhoon, wow.
Typhoon is slightly stronger in damage, and I think also a little bit of extra attack speed. So, you know, Ornn coming in clutch and helping the Dark Coffee, dealing so much more DPS over the course of the squad.
Yeah, incredible. The Typhoon sounds awesome. Probably is awesome. Probably has a lot of great stats. I mean, it's a masterwork item. It's one of the reasons Ornn is so strong in the late game, because he makes all your carries go past their regular caps, basically, by giving their items that little bit of a boost. Specifically the mythic items this season.
Yeah, the mythic items. And you know, I gotta say, there is one specific item that I really, really like, and it's purely based on name only, and that is the upgraded item of the Eclipse. Because you know what it's called?
No, I do not.
It's called
Tell me.
the Syzygy, and I just love that name. It's just Syzygy.
What is it called? Say it again.
Syzygy.
again.
SYZYGY. Syzygy.
Syzygy.
Yeah,
That sounds
exactly.
amazing.
I love that name, I love the item, and we actually see that the Bash is still fighting with the Ornn. The Ornn now getting locked up by Merlin. Merlin is roaming all the way from mid lane to the bot lane. That's how long this fight has been going on.
He is surviving this extremely well, though.
But Proteus comes in clutch, and therefore he does not go down and seduced by lies. We see the counter dive in the mid lane, but nobody dies there from the side of Doran's mannelijke roze. So therefore a 1-for-1 tower trade, but with an added kill on top for Doran's. Here we see Foute Makelaar in the 3v2 situation, actually manages to get Dark Coffee, and now it's a 3v3. Meaning, Top the Boss is the only DPS left for the side of Team Lubbe, and he gets executed as well because he gets locked down. Bodyblade and Alistar having to run for the hills, but you know what? That's not your base. You're going to get picked off one by one. The cow is going to try and save the Echo, but that is not going to work. Echo is going to fall very low, and he gets taken down by the burn damage from Red Buff, and now also LM Masters picking up the kill onto, I think, the cow. A clean ace over the map from the side of Doran's mannelijke roze, opening up for the Baron.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think we saw some draft diff there. To be honest, I don't really know what Aphelios can do about this. Yes, they are far behind at this point. I mean, they were behind, I think, like 6k before that fight. But even if it was a little bit more equal, I think Hecarim and Kai'Sa, with the two of them, it's just really easy to run down the Aphelios. I mean, generally speaking, Aphelios has a fairly good time when Kai'Sa jumps on top of him if she is not accompanied by a Hecarim, because then he can put down his turret and he can use his what are they called, the little white chakrams, I think they're called.
Yes, that's a chakram.
Or he can use the lifesteal weapons ability. Those are really good both in close quarters combat. But yeah, when there's a Hecarim there, he's just gonna be dead before he can do anything.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're going to have another fight here. All 10 members in this game are running around this Infernal Drake. Both teams would go to Infernal Point or Soul Point once they get this Drake, but the Drake ultimately is uncontested and goes over to the Doran's Mannelijk Roze. Now, you say earlier in this game, right, that taking the first 2 Drakes is trying to rush towards the Soul is better. But you know, that's 3 Infernal Drakes, and I can tell you that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's definitely a lot of damage, but if they would have had the first 2 Drakes, they would have had the Soul at this point, and I think they would be pretty happy with that too, I would say. But you have a point. It will be a lot of damage if they have 4 Infernal Drakes. You have to realize that the Infernal Soul actually scales with the Infernal Drakes. So having 4 Infernal Drakes and then the Soul on top of it will be a very powerful Soul.
It's too powerful. Yeah, I definitely agree that is looking very, very favorable for Doran's Mannelijk Roze. But then again, if the Drop the Boss manages to execute Berlin or a Mastered or hell, even Fouten Makelaar, or if on the other side Dark Coffee manages to disengage properly from Fouten Makelaar and starts turning the fight around, every single moment in the game can mean the difference between a victory and a loss for either team. Nothing is set in stone just yet.
Definitely, but look at those score lines on the side of Doran's Mannelijk Roze. We have a 4-1-6 Silas there, sitting on 450 gold shutdown, and we have an 8-1-8 Kai'Sa there. I mean, of course that Kai'Sa is gonna run all over Aphelios.
Yeah, definitely agree. Very, very fed, and it's going to be very hard to take down. But what we see is an decent attempt produced by Lies, managing to knock up the Bash, and the Bash also getting attacked by Echo. But the Drop the Boss on the other side is not feeling so well as Merlin and Evil Devil engage.
Great Zonias by Merlin.
Right on 2 fronts. Flash forward on Tennis managed to pick up the kill on Merlin, but now also on the other side, Doran's Mannelijk Roze manages to pick up the kill onto Street by Lies, and so ultimately the engage onto the Dark Coffee manages that Adam Master picks up another kill. 9-1-8 right now, and on both sides of the map, or both sides of the base of Team Lubbe, the fights go in favor of Doran's Mannelijk Roze. Now, towers falling on both sides as well as the inhibitor. Can Bodyblade and Maester Major hold on to this game, or is it over?
Yeah, they are going to be trying to end this game here, diving the Nexus turrets here. The Bash is going to fall down those stairs, keeping him alive a little bit longer. Echo's going back to the base to heal up. Let's see if they can 2v3 this one out. Leona jumping onto Bodyblade here. Bodyblade doesn't have the ultimate anymore, so it's very, very vulnerable. That's just going to end it.
There goes the Nexus.
Well played. And once again, we do not get to see the actual explosion because for some reason, the replay client is just a bit bad. But hey, what can we do about it? It was a win for Doran's Mannelijk Roze, and they did that pretty convincingly, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I must say it looked a little bit like Team Lubbe had a say in the game for a long time. But then, Doran's Mannelijk Roze just kind of outperformed them, out-executed them on their team composition. Both of the teams really knew what they needed to do, but it was just a tad bit easier for Fouten Makelaar and Merlin than it was for Bodyblade and Drop the Boss to find the right targets and execute them. Fouten Makelaar on the Hecarim, I definitely think made everything possible that was going on. So big plays by him. So yeah, I'm wondering if they can manage to repeat that another time for the 2-0, or if Team Lubbe is going to try back in the next game.
Yeah, after seeing that game, it's going to be pretty hard for Team Lubbe. But I think if they kind of just recover a little bit and think about, like, just go back a little bit, take a step back, look at the draft, see what went wrong there. Because the problem with drafting Aphelios and then drafting 2 assassins, the Akali and the Echo, is that you don't really have much of support for the Aphelios, and Aphelios kind of needs some setup, especially into the team that we saw there from the side of Doran's Mannelijk Roze. So yeah, they could have maybe gone for something like I don't know, like a Swain instead. I can just kind of press Zonias. Like Aphelios doesn't have access to Zonias. Sure, I think Swain would also be a little bit weird, but it would probably still do more in the end than that Aphelios, because he just dies immediately to Hecarim and the Kai'Sa jumping along with the Hecarim. So I think what Team Lava needs to do is just look back a little bit at the draft.
Yeah, I think the biggest change that can be made maybe is either in the mid lane or in the jungle. You see here a double magic damage jungle mid lane pairing is it can be very strong, but often is not entirely optimal. So what I would like Bodyblade to see from Bodyblade is in this kind of composition where you see that Rottepas and the Dark Coffee are going to be the hyper carries. I would like to see a bit more of a defensive Peel-ish kind of pick from him. Hell, even go to the Ivern. Ivern would be like, I'm not sure how that will fit exactly in the composition here. I have not looked at it at all, but Ivern would be able to help a lot with peeling, being annoying, being in enemy's face.
Sure. Yeah.
So something like this, I would like to see a change from the side of Team Lubbe.
Yeah, I mean, having like Ivern and Galio, for example, instead of the Akali and Echo, I think the comp in general would make more sense. Sure, they would fall behind more in the early game because, well, Ivern needs to skill, Galio also needs to skill a little bit. Galio can grab some lane prio, maybe in the very early levels. But I think the comp would just fit together a little bit more than what it did this time around. Like this time, what happened was Akali and Echo wanted to go in, leaving the Aphelios behind. Sure, he has the Alistar there to peel for him, but it's not enough against a Hecarim, a Renekton, a Kai'Sa, a Leona, and I don't remember what the last one was, but I'm sure it also helped. I'm sure it also did not help for Team Love.
Yeah, and I think what the Dortmund Goals did better as well than, or picked better as well than the and Team Lubbe is the Kai'Sa, a lot more able to fend for herself. She can go invisible, she has an ult to jump out. And on the other side, you see Aphelios, who is just like sitting there like, hello, I'm an Aphelios, how are you doing?
Yeah, just get run over by a horse.
Exactly. He gets trampled all the way. Maybe even a Zaya or something, or something that can like jump up in the air or appeal for themselves, Tristana, something like that. Could even be strong enough, safe enough to actually get everything done that needs to be done.
Yeah, there's two options basically. Either you draft around the Aphelios, or you just don't draft the Aphelios and you draft something safer, an Ezreal, or like you say, Tristana, maybe a Kaelin, so she has a little bit more range. There are just a lot of better things than the Aphelios you could do there. Just anything that's just a little bit safer if you want to go for that hyper dash onto the backline kind of style that they had with the Akali and the Echo.
Yeah. As the teams are readying up for the second pro draft and the second draft of these finals, we should look towards like in general. Did Lubbe fundamentally outplay, or do you think they just played well with what they had, they just didn't have the right things? Or did Lubbe have the right things but didn't play towards it? Like we already slightly mentioned.
Yeah, I think, as I said before, I don't think they had the right things.
Yeah.
They played as well as they could. They grabbed the first two Drakes. And in the early game, the team comp difference wasn't really that apparent yet. But as we got further into the game, you could clearly tell that they were outdrafted in the end. So, I do think, though, they have the ingredients to win. Because as we saw, as I just said, in the early game, they had the advantage. So they might be able to just do that again. And then if they have a better team comp.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I wanted to bring up, right? So Lubbe played well. They played very well in the first 10 minutes. They managed to go toe-to-toe with Dortmund Groze. Ultimately, Dortmund Groze had a team comp that was better to execute upon, easier to execute upon. My apologies. So I think that Team Lubbe definitely has the fighting power to come back from this loss. They just need to show it mentally as well that they are able to do this. And they just, as we already mentioned in the draft, they need to make some adjustments. But I definitely do not believe that this was as much of a stomp as we might have seen in the semifinals today. I believe that this is a very competitive game. This was a very competitive game. It just went one way because of the draft already. I'm very excited to go into game 2 very, very soon.
Same here.
Keep hanging on there. If you actually ate all your popcorn during game 1, this is the time to refresh.
Good one.
Start to go to the toilet right now. I don't have a monologue prepared for every single game individually, so you're gonna have to do that.
That's completely fine. Well, instead of a monologue, maybe we can go over like a fun question. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, it would be fun to see maybe a Nunu mid lane. You know why I think that? Because Nunu mid lane is absolutely awesome. I know that we're not going to see a Nunu mid lane, but I love my Nunu mid lane. I love running around the map, killing top and bot lane every minute with my snowball. Is there anything like that that obviously is not going to be picked here, but you would still love to see?
Let me introduce you to our resident snowball roller, Quinn, by the way. Loves to roll the snowballs down the mid lane, of course. So yeah, Nunu mid has been actually a pick a couple of patches back in Season 10. Was for a while, was very interesting and a little bit hyped up pick. But definitely not something that we expected to see.
No.
Yeah, you already mentioned
Definitely
also the Swain in the AD carry position. Also not something that we have seen recently, but I do believe 1.5 years back, after Reckless has benched himself, we saw, or 2.5 years back by now, maybe even, after Reckless benched himself, we saw Bwipo going to the bot lane in Fnatic, and definitely bringing Swain there and just doing work. And we saw it in the game between Board and Optiver, and it wasn't doing half bad, you know? So definitely something that should not be discredited very, very quickly.
Is it something you would like to see?
I
or
think
is there some other pick that you would love to see?
I think Swain bot lane can very much be used as an enabler for another champion, basically. What you're saying is we're not going to run a hyper carry in the bot lane. We are going to be running a hyper carry somewhere else, somebody that can do all the work. Because like Swain is nice and all, he has a lot of DPS, has a lot of healing, is hard to kill, but he can win team fights one film, but he's often not going to. He needs someone else to provide extra DPS. So yeah, if you pick Swain, be sure to draft towards it. Be sure to get yourself a DPS replacement somewhere else.
It's a very logical, analytical answer. Thank you for that. Not as logical as Nunu mid, perhaps. I see a request in chat to tell which keystone I use for Nunu mid, and of course it is Dark Harvest. So if you are loading up the Rift with Nunu mid, be sure to have that Dark Harvest rune selected so you can harvest the souls of your enemies in more ways than one. Because I'm sure their souls will be leaving their bodies once you roll over them with that snowball. Anyway, I think by now we should almost be ready for the draft. Almost all the players are in the lobby. We're just holding on for a little bit. Curious if there's any crazy champion picks in chat. I'm just quickly going to pull that up. And we do see some different things. We see Rengar as a possibility. That would be very funny to see. Obviously, a very feast or famine champion. Always fun to see those kind of champions. There's a request for Nico and a request for Quinn as well. That would be great to see. Those would all be very funny champions. Also, not as realistic, I think, to see here. But it would be very exciting if we saw like Rengar Ivern or something out of nowhere.
Yeah. I gotta say about the Quinn, because like Quinn used to be like somewhat of a meta champion a while back, and there was a meta champion specifically to counter the Renekton. So, you know, given the fact that Renekton is very much apparent in the meta right now, I wonder if such a counter pick that is not the Ornn or the Shen can be found and utilized. So I don't even think Quinn is that weird of a suggestion. But yeah, I don't think it's going to happen, but I wouldn't be extremely surprised to see it as a counter pick towards Renekton.
Certainly. The Renekton has made a huge resurgence. But Quinn, well, she has her disadvantages. She doesn't really offer that much in the form of utility. Only her W is pretty strong. It gives a lot of vision. But outside of that, she's basically a pure damage dealer, which means that if she falls behind, well, she's basically useless. However, if you pick her into like a lane like Renekton, then yeah, it could be pretty cool.
Yeah,
I agree.
And a champion that has actually seen a lot of bench time today is probably the Gnar. I'm really curious to see if he's going to get to the draft, but even one time. Because Gnar is supposed to be a very, very strong champion that also is very liked by a lot of top laners, because you know what you're allowed to do on Gnar? You're allowed to fight. You're not a tank. You're allowed to go in and stomp and curb stomp your opponent and just take them down because you're Gnar and you're strong.
Yeah. I mean, it's great to see you speak very highly of Gnar, but Gnar is kind of controversial. I don't know if you really noticed that, but definitely recently in like LEC, LCS, we've seen it being picked, yeah. But there have been a lot of doubters for Gnar, saying that the champion is really unreliable because he does need that Mega Gnar at the right time, at the right point, to really shine in team fights. Because as mini Gnar, he's just a paperweight and gets torn apart. So
yeah, I
there
definitely
have
think.
been some pretty big doubters for the Gnar.
So yeah, I definitely think the strong part of Gnar is his laning phase. He's ranged, so he can really out damage and like outpoke the opponent, most opponents that he's fighting against. And also when he is back in a team fight, like you love to see those big like Hanser and Worlds ults, like 5-man into the wall and killing them all because wombo combo kind of style. So those are like the big highlight moments for Gnar. But that needs to work, right? As we are heading actually into the next champ select. So there we see
All
it
right,
already.
finally. There you go. Let's see if we see some adaptation. Libba, blue side again.
I agree. And the point I quickly wanted to make about Gnar troughs indeed was the fact that he requires you to play around it. Because like his rage bar is going to fill up at a certain rate. It's going to be full, then it's going to be empty for a while, and then it's going to fill up again. And if you cannot find fights around that rage bar, you're going to have a very, very rough time.
Yeah, it's kind of a double thing, in fact. Not only do you need to play around the rage bar, but you also need to play in such a way where your opponent can't play around the rage bar, because if they just wait it out, then you're still in trouble. So there's definitely some unreliability to that champion, which, well, we'll see if the players think that is relevant or not. Maybe we will see it being picked up here. But first of all, let's go into the bans. We see a Kha'Zix and a Shen, and a Samira ban from Dorans. I don't recall if we had a Samira ban last game.
I
think we
do
did,
believe
right?
so. I don't actually know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do believe so. So, like Samira and Jin finding themselves on the bench again. Doran saying, throwing down the gauntlet, do you want to pick up the Kai'Sa or not? And in which case, we are going to get our own power pick. This time, the Shen and the Kha'Zix banned again, but now the Hecarim finding himself on the bench.
Okay.
Maklar not allowed to play that again, as well as the Pantheon from Doran. So I think Doran's went 3 times the same bans again, but Lubbe switching it up, banning the Hecarim, and now looking to pick the Kai'Sa for themselves.
Pretty sure that Hecarim is the only new ban, as you said.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa first pick, interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think you instantly want to really counterpick ADC into it. I mean, like, once again, Aphelios is pretty good, but having Aphelios so early in the draft is not. So I would probably earlier expect to see a Talia pick here, maybe, or like a Grace pick, maybe. Ooh, Seraphine also really, really strong, super duper flexible currently. I didn't expect it because Dorans did not use any enchanters in their matches so far, so that's why I did not think they would play it. But it's really, really powerful, for sure.
Yeah, Seraphine definitely one of the stronger bully supports, as well as a bully mid laner. Can do a lot of poke on the support. She builds Imperial Mandate. In the mid lane, she builds Imperial Mandate. So, can definitely have some strong power spikes around once she gets her first item, whether or not it's Imperial Mandate or Imperial Mandate, who knows? Then you see a Renekton lock-in on the other side, so actually on the same side as the Seraphine in the top lane once again. Feeling comfortable, I guess, taking it back-to-back in games. And here we see the Ornn hover and Ornn locked in. So in fact, the top lane is going to be exactly the same thing.
Okay, yeah, it is. And that is interesting to me. Taking Ornn into Renekton when there is just other counter matchups that you could pick. I don't really see it as a counter match. It's more of like, well, I guess I'm going to get nothing done in the early game and I have to carry lates or something. Like, you just kind of, you commit yourself to not really doing anything in the lane. I mean, sure, you can, but it's just a bit risky. I would have used the counter pick if you can. Like, pick the Gragas or pick the Quinn, like you said, I guess.
Yeah, I think I see Ornn in the top lane against Renekton as a neutralizer or a pacifier, You're going to just sit there with Renekton, shake hands, and farm. Ornn gets bullied like levels 1 to 6, and Renekton gets bullied level 6 to 11. That's just how it's going to go. So anyway, we see the Echo locked in as well from the side of Team Lubbe, doing the same jungler once again. Not super successful in the previous game, so it's going to have to be a better performance this time. And Wouter Makelaar here says, you know what? I'm going to grab those axes and I'm going to throw them at your face because I'm going to play the Olaf.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, the Olaf. It came through here. No, not banned. I think it was banned in the second rotation last game. I'm not entirely sure. I don't remember. But the Olaf now being picked up for Fout de Makelaar, he has shown his proficiency on that champion in the set against Asia Orange, so very understandable here. Team Libbe, okay, they decided to ban Akali. I don't know whether Dorans plays it. I have a few notes. Oh yeah, they actually do. Yeah, Merlin does play Akali. I did actually look that up beforehand, and they do play Akali. I guess they just wanted to deny that from Dorans because Dorans does have the earlier pick, so it does make sense here in the second going into the second rotation. Then again, Akali, I'm not really sure how good it would fare into Team Libbe. I think Team Libbe would be okay with it, but it's all right. It's an okay ban.
Basically, Team Libbe is saying, we know Akali is strong, but we don't want to pick it this time, so we don't want to face it either. So they just put it on the bench. The response bans are Leona and Nautilus, very strong engage supports that can really, really function well together with Renekton, set it up for success. And also, like, engage supports that can really pick off a Seraphine, for example, because Seraphine, of course, is very squishy. Once she gets golds with the Zenith Blade, with a Dredge Line, she's going to die. There's nothing much she can do. So yeah, and Syndra is the last ban. Syndra is a very lane-dominant, long-range, hard-to-kill backline champion in the mid lane. And we see Aphelios locked in. Oh boy, okay.
Again.
I like it more already.
Interesting. I guess they didn't want to give up the Seraphine flex just yet, so they didn't want to pick either support or mid here. The only thing left is the AD carry to pick. So there
I
we
agree
go, the Aphelios.
And AD carry picking here is definitely correct, and I also like the Aphelios in this team composition more than I did like it before. As the Aphelios already has some peel from the Seraphine, trying to set the Aphelios up for success, while the Olaf is, of course, diving in the backline. The Lucian locked in, which is most likely going to be a mid lane Lucian for Team Libbe. Diversifying the damage combination in mid and jungle. That's already a good thing. That's something we said we would like to see. So that's already really happening right now. And it seems like his adversary, the Thresh, is now also locked in.
I must say I don't really agree with the Thresh pick here. I don't think it does enough against the Aphelios. I think if you see the Aphelios, you want to get some more dive. Both Thresh and Lucian don't really offer that. I think it's a missed opportunity for Team Libbe.
I think
the Aphelios is really, really strong here because, you can protect it with both the Orianna and the Seraphine. You'll have Renekton soaking up any frontline, like Thresh hooks or whatever, or like an Ornn engage. Like that's what Renekton is there for with the Olaf. And Aphelios has two modes, right? He can either peel back, and that's where he needs like the Chakram weapon and the Severum weapon. But he can also stand from a distance and use the sniper gun. I don't know what the name of that one is, and the Gravitum ultimate. If his team is going in, that's what he will be doing. So it's just Aphelios can really adapt here because there's not that much dive from Team Libbe, so he can kind of just adapt to the game pace, and it's going to be very, very happy times for him, I expect. But then again, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see whether or not the Renekton can do enough this game to warrant the pick. We did see last game that the Renekton was very strong into the Ornn early levels, but the Ornn eventually probably being more useful, but he couldn't really do that much because his carries just died. It's kind of hard to tell. But I kind of understand why they would pick the Ornn into Renekton again. I was on the fence about it before, but I can see it.
Yeah, it's a fine pick. There's nothing super strong about it, but it's not super weak. And Ornn, of course, is like it brings some late game items, such as going to be really, really nice to have. It brings the engage option with like the Ornn Horn coming in to the team fight. So it's a nice champion in general, brings a lot of value to your team, and it's just fine into the Renekton. It's nothing like super strange.
Yeah, the last thing I'm thinking about is the R5 from Dorans, picking up the Orianna here, deciding to put the Seraphine support definitely. Seraphine support I don't think is really the greatest into a Thresh. I would have rather seen maybe like Morgana or a Blitzcrank, but both of these both of those options do force your Seraphine into Lucian, which is also not that great either. So I do understand that they decided to go for the slightly more safer play and have the Orianna, which synergizes really, really well with the Renekton and the Olaf, which can just run in and provide the ball delivery service.
Yeah,
So-
I both like the Orianna and dislike the Orianna here, because the reason I dislike her is because you put an Orianna into a Lucian, and supposedly Lucian is
Yeah.
supposed to go to Orianna, so it's a bit rough. But I really like it because Orianna is first of all a brilliant peel champion. It can really help the Aphelios shine. But on the other hand, putting the ball on the Olaf and using your command dissonance really allows Olaf to just go racing into the enemy team
Yeah,
and try to take them down. You press your command shockwave, and everybody's suddenly together taking a lot of damage. Olaf throwing access, Renekton dies onto there. You have Seraphine with her ultimate going in, so that can work on as a very, very strong Wombo combo. So I think Orianna here is very versatile, but she is going to have a very rough mid lane in the early game.
Yeah, yep. When you're playing against Lucian, you're pretty much always just by default giving up the early game. Lucian just such a strong lane dominant lane bully. There's a few things that can do okay against it. The Syndra can sort of minimize it, and if you get a little bit going with Cassiopeia, you can kind of deal with it a little bit. Then he cannot dash as easily, and it's pretty okay. Akali is also reasonable in it, but as we saw, Akali and Syndra both banned away, so pretty smart plays there by Team Lubba, opening up an avenue for success for the Lucian.
Yeah,
So
I definitely agree. I think this was the plan all along to go with the Akali and Syndra bans and pick up the Lucian. So yeah, ultimately the draft is done. Who do you think came out ahead here? Is there one team that you strongly favor over the other one based on the draft here?
Well, let's look at it. It's pretty clear that Team Lubba. Well, actually, it's not really that clear now that I think about it. I think both of the teams can kind of adapt to the game very well. They have different possible identities. Team Lubba will be team fight oriented, I think, with 2 AD carries there and a pretty reasonable front line with the Ornn and the Thresh. Pretty beefy. Echo, I'm just not really sure what Echo does in the team comp, though. I guess enables some picks, and it's good against Aphelios, of course. Like, you want to get onto that Aphelios. So maybe that's why the assassin there was necessary. Yeah, it's hard to say, though, who's favored. I'm thinking about it. Like, Team Lib is going to be trying to play through mid, but are they going to have Prio in their bot or top? I think so. I think they might have Prio bot. It's pretty hard, though.
You know what?
Thresh or Seraphine, but I don't know.
Okay, so clearly Quinn is finding it a very, very difficult question to answer, chat. So you know what? How about we help him a little bit? Spam in chat. Do you like hashtag Team Lubbe win, or do you like hashtag Doran's win? Let us know which of the teams have the better team composition and who is going to take home the second game of this best of 3. Remember, Doran's already up 1-0. So if Doran's bring home this second game, we are not going to see a game 3, and we're going to be crowning Doran's as our tourney champions.
I actually think, looking at it now, I do think Doran's is slightly favored because they have a very, very strong top side outside of the mid lane itself. But I think, considering that Renekton can hold his own, Olaf will be able to put his efforts towards the mid lane, helping that out. And if he is on time, he can clear very fast, help mid lane to shove out, and then grab the scuttle after that. And I think from there, Doran's in a pretty good position because then if you do that, Lucian's power early is kind of mitigated. So I do think Doran's is in a pretty good spot to win this one. As I said already, I feel pretty happy to be in this team comp. Yeah, I think Doran's have a slight edge.
I think the road to victory for Doran's looks like Olaf pairing up with Renekton and trying to find either kills in the top lane or kills in the enemy jungle. And in that way trying to shut down the Echo or the Ornn. And then ultimately, once Orianna tries to get through the lane and the Aphelios scales up a little bit, and like neither of them dies in lane really much, then you currently have a very strong team fight comp, like where the Renekton and the Olaf are beasts to deal with, very hard to actually run away from. And I think that way maybe Doran's can, if they execute properly, win those team fights. On the other hand, however, I think the Echo really needs to start looking at the mid lane, trying to get the Orianna, who doesn't really have many dashes. He's not going to build Gil Force. He's only going to have a single flash every 5 minutes, one flash. And once that is blown, I think the Orianna is very vulnerable. So try and get the Lucian ahead, try and win the game through the mid lane.
Yeah, that sounds like they kind of want to do that. I'm just quickly looking through chat for some questions. We have some pretty random questions like, what is your favorite favorite snack from the snack bar. Really a very deep question. I would have to say probably croquettes. But anyway, not very relevant for this game. Let's see what else we see here in the chat. For the guy to the right of Thijs Hearthstone. Okay, yeah, Thijs Hearthstone. That'd be me. I guess that would be me. Very interesting. Let's see what else we have. We have some Lubba wins in the chat. We have some Dorans wins in the chat. So it's not very clear yet. Casters win. Thank you, Abel, for that support. But unfortunately, we don't have anything to win except for happiness. And of course,
we just want to see a cool League of Legends, man. Then we are happy, and then we are always happy to point at the victor in the end. So we are loading into the game right now. The pity timer, the spectator delay is over, so we are allowed to load into the Rift. We're going to have a few more seconds of delay because League cannot calculate 3.5 minutes properly. But we'll get there in a second. And as the teams are loading onto the Rift for the second time in this grand final, because remember, it's still the grand finals, let us know in chat. Keep spamming #LubbaWin or #DorensWin.
Yep, keep spamming it. This is where, especially Team Lubba, will need your energy if they want to come on top in this best of 3 series. They will have to make a comeback of 2 against 1, which is not easy. Definitely not easy. I mean, there have been harder comebacks, of course. But the momentum is in the favor of Dorans Malagrosa here.
Yeah, I agree. And I am really looking forward to Foute Makelaar and what he's planning to do with the Olaf. We saw him in game 1, I think, from his match against GSA Orange, just wreaking havoc all around. Certainly, like after he completed Gore Drinker, I don't think he died anymore. It's just really, really nasty to deal against. Because normally, what you do when like an enemy like boy jumps your backline is you CC him. But that's the problem with Olaf. He has his ultimate and he can never be stopped. So I think Foute Makelaar can definitely try and make some good use out of that. But yeah, we have to see. On the other side, Broken Blade, very mobile AP carry, managing hopefully or possibly managing to find a lot of damage onto the backline, onto Evil Devil and Adam Masters, who we see in the screen right now. And if that works out for him, that means he can just kind of cruise through the game, one-shotting people left and right, but he needs to get there first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. You know what I immediately noticed is that Renekton has started with a call. Pretty interesting. Obviously, it detracts a little bit from his early lane power, but I think what he's thinking is that he doesn't really need the early lane power. He beats Ornn anyway, and this allows him to just skill a little bit easier.
I think what he might be thinking is, you know what, last game I played this exact same matchup and it was a slugfest. We just were sitting there in lane and only farming. And you know what item is great for farming? Kill. So he bought a kill, and he is going to start scaling really, really fast and try and pull ahead that way.
Yeah, true. I wonder if we will see the same dominance though, because we did see Renekton pull ahead and farm by quite a bit in the last game. But okay, here we see nice trade. LM Masters and Evil Devil getting level 2 early. Dark Coffee, Mr. Major kind of pushed on the turret, both of them.
Yeah, something you can see the bot lane, LM Masters and Evil Devil getting level 2 early, like you said already, but they instantly push the second wave under the tower of Team Lubba already, and they will leave the lane and place an important part in the river. This allows them to tell whenever Echo is going to start the Scuttle Crab or start ganking bot lane. So using their priority for vision, a very, very wise thing to do. I do definitely recommend doing this in your solo queue as well.
Yep. Lucian, by the way, with the Ignite. Also interesting. Well, as we see this pretty heavy trade on top lane.
Yeah,
good for Ornn. He has the 2 Corrupting Pot stacks, and Renekton's out of sustain, so Ornn's gonna be happy there.
Yeah, last game we saw Dante Boss also rocking the Ignite in the mid lane, so he just wants to go for the kills. He definitely tried last game, was almost successful in taking down Merlin in level 6. Barely missed out on the opportunity, or barely missed out on the goal.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting because usually on Lucian you see an exhaust because just so strong in the duels, but Ignite also very good option if you want to play super aggressive. More trades here in the top lane, both going very low here. Renekton able to sustain with the empowered Qs. Orange slowly whittling through those corrupting pots. Eventually, Renekton will out-sustain, but right now Orange is going in for the kill, and he actually gets the first blood into the Renekton. What?
That is very, very
Orange
bad.
is crazy.
There.
That was absolutely insane. Well played by Seduced by Lies.
Oh, here we go.
Another fight.
LM Masters also getting hooked. The death sentence is actually a death sentence as LM Masters also gets sent back to the base and 2-0 up for Team Lubbe already early in the game. This is looking very great for them.
Yeah, looking really good for Team Lubbe in these first few minutes. Renekton losing lane to Ornn. I guess that's what happens if you buy a call. That's crazy. I mean, Renekton's entire purpose is to win the lane. If he doesn't win lane, then what is Renekton doing? Not that much. I mean, sure, he can help make a catch and lock somebody down in the late game, but nothing compared to what Ornn can do in the late game. But let's see how he recovers. He still has a bit of a farm lead after taking this wave. Olaf closing in.
Moving in for the ward, but he does not like what he finds. As Fountain Macula is already there. Now Seduced by Lies manages to use Bellow's Breath to cancel the CC from Renekton really efficiently, and therefore he just gets the dash away. Well played.
Yeah, well done by the Ornn there, timing the unstoppable there to not get blocked up by the Bash's W. So very nicely done. The Bash has a nice huge wave waiting for him here. It's Seduced by Lies, an entire level up on the Bash, level 6 to level 5.
Yeah, but the Bash, of course, as you said, large minion wave, going to pull ahead in CS here a little bit, and probably should be hitting level 6 relatively soon. You can see
he has to be careful here.
His teleport is still available, meaning he did walk back to lane instead of teleporting back to lane, therefore he must have missed a little bit of extra XP. Here, Seduced by Lies, recognizing that Renekton still isn't on level 6 yet, and he's doing for the tower dive, but he decides against it as Renekton goes slightly further back than he hoped it would be. Drop the boss, also managing to hit level 6 before Merlin, dashing in, dealing some damage, threatening a kill, but not getting it just yet.
Yeah, I think we saw a small mistake by Ornn there using the pillar, and then after that deciding to ult. I think if he would have done it in a different order, maybe he had some more kill potential there, because he would have more cooldowns up. But, as you said, mid lane also grabbing prio for Team Lubbe. It makes it a little bit hard for Olaf to do anything. He hasn't really been able to do anything here.
Yeah.
Oh, we see Lucian roaming down to the bot lane. They're looking for a play. It's 4 against 2 here. Seraphine and Aphios being cut off from each other.
That was a really well-timed echo jump as he moves with the flash from Evil Devil, but it's not enough to take the kill. Evil Devil does burn the flash, so, you know, neither bot lane with a flash at this point because LMS also had to flash over the wall. Yeah, they're making the feet under the making the ground under the feet of Doran's very, very hot right now.
Yeah, I mean, well done there. It's a flash from Evil Devil. They're probably going to be looking for another gank. Drop the boss using his prio in lane to force like a roam play. Very interesting. But here we see for the dragon by Drop the boss.
But that means that Fountain Macula is going to be able to get away the dragon as Drop the boss did not manage to make it there. So a trade of a kill for a dragon, I say for now definitely worth for Drop the boss as he pulls ahead of the Orianna.
Drop the boss, well done, and putting the ignite down on the Merlin and taking the kill with that. That's really what you want from that matchup there. I honestly did not expect that, considering the caliber of these players. Probably don't expect a solo kill very often. But both Seduced by Lies and Drop the Boss showing very strong performance in the early game here. Oh, something going wrong with the camera here. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, just very strong. Both of them winning their lanes and solo killing the enemies. But here Drop the Boss looks a little bit caught out. Cold and Meek from the Bash locking him up and allowing Olaf and Orianna to follow up, get that kill on Drop the Boss. I think we was a little bit out of position trying to go for a ward, but everyone was there. The Bash was there and Fountain Macula was there. Here we see a hook connect onto LM Masters.
Also Nick getting that once again, and it is again the death sentence. Dark Coffee picking up the kill. No, it was in fact the Mr. Major who gets the kill credit there. So yeah, definitely rough lane for LM Masters as he goes 0 and 2 on the Aphelios, falling behind in CS a little bit as well. And this, again, that looks a lot better than last game for the backline of
Yep, you swap the ADCs around, and suddenly it makes a huge difference. Here we see LM Master is falling behind, very far, 2 deaths, but he's not that much CS behind, so I guess it's not too bad. However, 2 deaths set him behind quite a bit. See the Seraphine building the Moonstone Renewer here. Probably could still be going for the for Imperial Mandate, right? I think Bandleglass Mirror builds into both, doesn't it?
I must say I'm not entirely sure, but I think so. I think I'm expecting a Moonstone Renewer at this point, but you never know.
I also think, especially after the nerf to Imperial Mandate, Moonstone Renewer seems to be way better. A little bit disappointed that they didn't build the Kindle Gem first, but hey, it is how it is. Okay, LM Masters looking for a play here. The double hit from the Seraphine, locking down the Thresh, and look at all these chakrams, and now the ultimate forces the flash out of the Dark Coffee, because if he was hit there by the Seraphine ultimate, the chakrams would have just eaten the Dark Coffee alive.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think it was drunk the Dark Coffee alive, but yo, that's details. Anyway, the good picks from LM Masters and Evil Devil turning the lane around a little bit, finding the kill on Mr. Warrior, definitely a good sign of life for Lubbe. Looking at the gold, even though the kills are an advantage for the side of Team Lubbe, we still again see a tiny bitty gold lead as we see Echo managing to find the stun for Seraphine. Seraphine means that the Dark Coffee gets to jump in. LM Masters now very low, but he gets to the limit, but there's not enough to take the kill back. Again, a kill because the Echo is there. Onto the bot lane of Doris Manneke Rose. So yeah, still a rough lane, even though he got the kill. But now Fouten Makelaar is decided to be strong. Major in a very rough situation.
Olaf so strong. He's going to almost 1v3 here. I think he's going to run on the Dark.
1 kill, 2 kills are down. Echo manages to ult out and therefore escape, but it is barely enough. And you know, Fouten Makelaar just running him down.
Wow. Well done. Well done. But Fouten Makelaar still kind of salvaging that play, because to me it looked like they might have been able to get some plates there from Team Lubbe, because they did have the Rift Herald in the pockets. But because Fouten Makelaar was there, they could not go for that, because, well, as you saw, he just ran them down and killed them. And, well, that was the end of that.
Yeah, definitely showing why Olaf is such an extremely strong champion right now. Just walks at them menacingly and slaps them in the face until they fall down.
Yeah. But look at the top in the meantime. Oh, bit of a misstep there for Seduced by Lies, but Rob the Boss is here ready to follow up. No, he can't, because the domination is popped and the bash. By now, he has regenerated some of his HP. Not as easy to dive him at this point. Has full fury as well. They're still going to attempt it. Teleport coming out from Merlin. I think maybe Team Lubbe is content with this. No, they still want to go for the kill here. It's going to cost them life.
Yeah, the teleport coming in from Merlin, barely having enough mana to cast the ultimate, but in the ultimate he catches Dr. Bas, and Dr. Bas also drops his own base there and going down back to base.
Yeah, that was really nicely done.
So
really good answer here from
Mr. Major going for the death sentence, and in fact they really want to go, because Echo flashes him, but he immediately gets charmed by the ult from the Seraphine, and that means that the Dark Coffee now, after the death of his buddy jungler, is in a very rough situation. Now Fouten Makelaar does not want to stop here, takes a kill, takes another kill, and he's looking for a third one in this fight, but it's not going to be the case. Evil Devil ultimately having to flash barrier away from the tower, or he would have fallen himself. That does open up the Baron, the Dragon, in favor of Doris Manneke Rose. They already had an Infernal Drake, and now they're going to get the Ocean Drake as well.
Yeah, I mean, well done by Dorans in general. They are falling behind. They were falling behind on many aspects. Both the mid lane and the top lane were having a really rough time, and the bot lane too, with the Aphelios going 0-3. But Fouten Makelaar really coming in clutch in all these bot lane fights. He just proving how strong Olaf is early on, how fast he can clear and get to like a very strong point, having that Gore Drinker already. He's at 102 CS at 30 minutes. It's incredible, just showing how strong that champion can be.
Yes, and here we see Seduced by Lies is actually making a mistake, having the push tower range, and therefore he manages to live, but now Bodyblade managing to tank the tower, and In fact, the Renekton does go down because Drop the Boss was also there. Also, they popped the Rift Herald, so the tower is going to be falling. First turret gold going into the pockets of Team Lubbe. Actually, not even equalizing the gold lead that Doris Monica Rose somehow has managed to keep.
Yeah, and I think even though Olaf and Renekton fall off, I think looking at the bot side, they are very strong in team fights. Like the Seraphine and the Aphelios, which is kind of hard to touch, and the Orianna, they're going to be very strong in the late game team fights. So pulling ahead at this point, like a little bit before the team fights are actually going to start, is really good for Dorans.
Yeah, I agree. I think Dorans are really looking for those little small skirmishes into good fights. But I mean, you see Team Lubbe fighting back, finding picks of their own. Echo in the bot lane a couple of times, picking up a little bit of kills. Now he was in the top lane, Drop the Boss was there as well. They managed to get a kill, they managed to get the tower. So, you know, just like last game, Team Lubbe is fighting, Team Lubbe is kicking, but they are slowly falling behind.
Yeah, slowly but surely. They did have more here. They were playing well, but Olaf also now strong enough to just invade.
Olaf does not care. He is just walking in there.
He really does not.
The bot lane from Team Lubbe is not yet reacting, but the mid laner Drop the Boss is there now as well. Olaf going to back in, throwing his axe, but he misses. Picks it back up, and he now targets the red buff once again, forcing Echo to come back because he does not want to give it up. Now, Echo trying to land his stun zone, gets the okay, nothing really happened except the smite for Makelaar. Makelaar taking away the red buff and then gets out relatively cleanly. So and actually the fact that the bot lane from the Team Lubbe reacted there means that now they lose their tower. Oh, that is the ultimate shockwave managing to catch Illusion, but here's also Ornn. Ornn actually knocking up the Merlin. Merlin taking a lot of damage, but he is not going to go down because here is the teleport from the Bash. The Bash bashing away, executed by Lies. But now the rest of Team Lubbe is there, and the Bash decides that, you know, dashing away from the flash from Mr. Major is enough, and he just gets out.
Yeah, they didn't really burn that much that was like really of value there, especially a couple ults, the Ornn ult and the Ori ult, but they will both be up again when the next dragon spawns. I think if you're Team Dorans, you are looking at those dragons because you're already 2 dragons out of 4 towards the soul. Cloud Soul, not the biggest soul, but still relevant, especially with an Olaf. Olaf just runs it down even faster. And with the Aphelios, if you want to kite back, it's really nice to have that movement speed on that ultimate.
Yeah, I agree. I think this Cloud Soul, of course, not as strong as the Inferno Soul that we saw last game, but definitely not irrelevant. Certainly, like Olaf is going to be running into your face, and with more Cloud Drakes, he's going to be able to do it more often. And with a Cloud Soul, he's going to do it even stronger. So, because you know, Cloud Soul gives you that movement speed burst after you ult.
Just only about 1 minute left until that dragon spawns. Let's look at the TPs. We see that both top laners have their TP down, so they're not going to be able to TP in. So it looks like both of them are going to be trying to push out first before they walk down towards that bot side to fight for that dragon. I do think there's going to be a fight for it because giving up soul points, giving up that third dragon is just not something that's very ideal. However, it might be a little bit hard to fight this unless this happens where the boss just goes in on Merlin and just barely does not kill him. Oh, yeah. That was close.
Drop the Boss investing his flash, but also getting the flash from Merlin, so a 1-for-1 trade. But you know what? Sometimes there's just an Olaf in your life and he just kills you. Feels bad. So definitely not a worthwhile trade for Drop the Boss. He almost manages to get the kill, but he also lays down his life for it. This kind of opens up the play for the dragon very safely for the Los Monaco. Also, the Los Monaco, of course, they just took that Rift Herald, so they are very free to just drop it down as a pressure point and then take the dragon. But it does not look like they even need to, and that is troublesome.
It usually gives so much tempo, you just put it down and they have to deal with it, and you have some time to do whatever you want, but as you said, they don't even need it. But if Olaf's on the dragon, Team Lubbe is going to look for an engage, but they don't actually follow through with it there. They had the dash hook, but it was still a 4v4 in the end, with the boss coming from the base, so I guess they didn't really have the possibility to go in there because they're so afraid of the Seraphine ulti and the Aphelios with the ability to kite back with this with the Severum Q.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the hook landed that sentence onto Evil Devil, but somehow they decide that you know what, maybe going for that fight was not worth it. As you mentioned, your lens notice, and this time they're going to go in because there is Ornn. Ornn with the Horn directly going to go back in, but now the Seraphine decides that it's time to ult herself. She does miss, but it also directly dissuades the entire engage. So throwing out some ults left and right, seeing if they can provoke a fight, and if they cannot, they just back right out.
I think it's pretty fair. Looking at Dorn's team right now, they do not actually really get anything from fighting. Maybe they can get a siege, but they are completely happy just scaling up, waiting for that team fight for the 4th Drake, but instead it looks like they might go for a play. No, they're just scaring off Team Liquid from the next turret, and now they can put down the Rift Herald to get the next turret.
Yeah, indeed. The Rift Herald does get stunned by the Echo. He was doing a nice pose, but it doesn't matter. He takes damage onto the tower anyway.
I guess they had to use that Rift Herald there, so they were just looking for an opportunity to do so. Get some damage onto the turret. But good that they didn't overextend to really go for that turret and forcing a team fight, because there's really no reason to do so. They are a bit ahead if they just keep scaling along with the enemy team until the next dragon. They should be able to win. There's no need to risk anything crazy here on the side of Dorans. I think they should be able to win team fights pretty cleanly. So let's see how they play, moving up to that moment. Olaf here with a pick onto Mr. Major. Thresh can't really run away. He doesn't have the movement speed that the Olaf has, but in the meantime, LMS is also being caught out here by Bodyblade. Bodyblade's going to pick that one up pretty easily, even popping both of the summoner spells from LMS. That's going to be pretty big going forward, because those will not be up at the dragon fight, at least not the Flash. I think Heal has, was it 4 minutes or 3 minutes? Well, maybe 4 minutes, so that will also, I think, will not be up. So that's actually pretty big. Nice to pop that, and a pretty fair trade support for the ADC. I think Team Love will be happy with that. No real reason for LMS to be there, so good punish from Team Love.
Yeah, this is definitely a case where you think, you know what, that double lift dying with his flash up, maybe that was worth here, saving it for another fight, because he was going to die either way. Good play by Bodyblade, picking up the kill as a response to Wouter Makelaar, who also found himself his way onto the Thresh. Yeah, so looking at the items, who is the most powerful on each side right now?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We see on most of the champions, in fact, all of them, they all have just their mythic and no other real item completed. Looking at the gold values, we see that Olaf is the richest in the game right now, kind of expected, sitting on 6-0 and 161 CS, which is definitely nothing to scoff at. I expect him, let's see how much gold does he have in his bank. He has 2,000 gold in his bank, so I think if he Bs right before the dragon, or probably right now, seems like a great time for him to back. He's probably going to be the first to complete that second item, and yeah, being pretty strong, I can imagine.
Yeah.
He might be the strongest. Yeah, Black Cleaver, as I said. Renekton is also going to be looking towards that, I think. Oh no, never mind. I think Phage doesn't build into Black Cleaver anymore, does it? What does Phage build into?
No, I'm not sure actually on that one anymore. I don't think it does, because I think Black Cleaver builds from the Phage replacement item that now also built into Trinity Force. But I think it might be looking into Sterak's Gauge. Is that possible?
That's definitely very possible. We've seen that many times. So yeah, I definitely think it must be Sterak's Gauge, as you said. Both of the laners trying to stack up their tiers. Orianna sitting on the Archangel Staff, and Lucian sitting on the Mana Mune, trying to reach that Muramana. A pretty big power spike for Lucian, because all of his ults trigger the Muramana. And for Orianna, the Archangel Staff, once you have it upgraded, is also really, really powerful. Just gives a lot of AP, converting that mana into the AP. Makes her do a lot of damage. Orianna skills really well also in these team fights. When Fautomaka just runs in, if she gets that huge shockwave, it's going to be really big. But now, they're setting up for the 4th dragon.
Yeah, definitely. Soul point, big fighting point. Even though it's a Cloud Drake, it's definitely Olaf, even the strongest player in the game currently. Oh, they're looking for a pick to labels themselves to get that soul. But Ornn is a very tricky boy, and he managed to get out with the flash, converts it into an ultimate, and now everybody from the side Team Love is
what a great natural choice. They are going to give up soul, but I think this was the best they could do here. Actually, really smart awareness, knowing that they can't really fight for the soul. So they're going to grab the Baron and try to get as much gold out of that as they can. The soul is not that big. It's just the Cloud Soul, I think.
Yeah.
It's not that big.
this will allow them to stall, because with the extra minion buffs that you get, it is a lot harder for Team Dorans to actually run it down onto you, because the minions are just going to be very chunky as well. So I don't think it's that bad of a trade. It also enables the spawning of the Elder Dragon next, which is going to be in 5.5 minutes from now. So, if Team Lupo manages to get a good fight around there and pick up the Elder Dragon, they're definitely in a good spot to win the game. But for now, they're going to have to very, very be careful about this Olaf, because he is just hard carrying.
Definitely. I'm just kind of curious. Do you know the name of Seraphine ult? Because every time I keep calling it Seraphine ult, but I'm not really sure what the name is. She's still a new champion, learning this stuff. Do you know what it's called? Otherwise, we're going to look. I thought.
It's called Encore. I already thought so, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, it's called Encore.
The Encore. Okay. Good to know. She sings an encore for her fans.
Exactly.
Very fitting.
Yeah, so as the game is slowing down a little bit, because Dorans Monaco Rolls is finding it hard to push into the Baron, and Team Lubbe doesn't have the priority to push with the Baron. What do we expect from the coming minutes? What is going to happen after either team finds a good place to put down their feet and fight for it?
Yeah, well, for now, most important thing is they want to do something with that Baron buff. I mean, they have traded Baron buff for a soul, so they have to do something with it. It makes a lot of sense to put... Oh, something going on with the camera.
Yeah, but that's right.
They are doing a smart play of quickly pushing out the side lanes, which goes really fast with the Baron buff, but Lucian doesn't want to step too far. Now the rest of his team is covering the jungle, so he can kind of push out a little bit more. I think they want to push out and try to group mid, see if they can do something. Grouping is just really dangerous. The problem is that grouping is really dangerous against the Seraphine. I should finish that first. But the problem is they don't really have a real true split pusher on the side of Team Lubbe. Like the Renekton, for example, he can kind of split push. He can hold his own and escape when necessary. Yes, they have Echo. Echo's pretty good. But that's really the only thing, and his turret damage and minion wave shoving is not that high, and he's still kind of vulnerable, especially to something like an Olaf running him down.
Yeah, it's see what is going to happen, because the Baron buff and the Baron buff mainly is going to be running out soon in a couple of seconds, and at that point there's not going to be an easy counter to the pushing potential that the gold lead from Dorans has got them. So actually it has worn out by now. So now the question is, is Dorans, are they going to set up a split push? Are they going to set up like a 4-1, a 0-5-0? What are they going to do?
Yeah, that is the question. The Baron buff already ran out. Can't really do much about it. It really hurts for Team Lubbe. What Dorans is going to do is just wait, I think. Right now they can't really be sieged. They don't have the Baron against them. All they need to do is just fight right before the Elder Drake. Just pressure that Elder Drake. They can push out the side lanes with the Renekton and make it so that it's very hard for Team Lubbe to respond to the Elder Drake. Make it so that they have to force a fight, and that they can respond to that in turn with the Encore and the Aphelios really easily. So I think that's what they want to do here. So for now, just make it 1-4, have the Renekton push out for the next couple of minutes, and keep farming up. Alright, Fautomaka here tanking the ult. I'm not really sure why he didn't even move. Oh, it's because he wanted to protect the minions, but I don't think in the end it really mattered.
I definitely agree. So, ultimately, what is exactly going to happen here? I don't think there's much going to happen, as the Echo looks for an engage. Dorans just kind of walks backwards. Aphelios is, however, pushing in mid lane, but he is entirely alone, so Echo is going to try and catch him out. But it's not going to happen. Ornn is here trying to kind of contest some vision, but Adamasters thinks about that differently and lets him know by shooting bullets in his face, or in fact chakrams in this case. So
yep, exactly. We see Team Dorans just moving their way back from the jungle of Team Libet to their own jungle, farming 2 jungles at a time, basically starving the other team of as much resources as they can while gaining as much as they can. That's the best thing they can do here, to just scale up more than them leading up to this Elder Drake, which is already in 45 seconds. So they are going to be looking at vision, looking at pushing those waves out one last time to ensure that they can get this.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams are just moving around their pawns, trying to find a good structure, and then using that to create an advantage. And of course, this is mainly the vision. You see Doran's vision is concentrated around Baron, which is going to be coming up.
Setting up a trap here. Team Libet need to realize that there could be a trap. They need to move as 5, and they need to move as 5 quickly, because the Elder Dragon is spawning soon.
For now, they're not there yet, so they need to come in, but they need to group up first. We see that, as I was saying, most of the vision from Doran's is actually focused around that Baron. So
they're taking their time to go towards Elder. Clearing mid first. I don't know if Doran's want to start it yet. Looks like they have started it, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly check on it. Wouter Makelaar is
they're gonna have to force the fight soon.
Here comes the death sentence, is gonna miss. The Echo stun field is going to miss. Echo gets a lot of poke there for Wouter Makelaar, but Wouter Makelaar wants a bit far forward and he has to ult away. Now he's a lot of problem, but actually Body Blade gets stunned up, and now Wouter Makelaar is going to go on a slapping spree, and he does a lot of damage when he does so. And in fact, he just takes down, well, he doesn't get double kill, but he takes down, together with the rest of the team, 2 of the most important members. But here comes Dark Corfy, and actually trying to go in. The flash forward from Evil Devil, trying to catch somebody out, but it doesn't quite work out. Now, drop the boss, walking forward, but I can immediately have it back in as the Bash going back in with the teleport. Getting with the home guard very close to the Bash. He is still running, and he actually get away. But that does give over the Elder Dragon to Team Doran's Mannelijk Roze, and that is a bit painful for Libet to deal with.
Yep, and I just want to point out the huge difference between Aphelios this game and Aphelios last game. This game, Aphelios was sitting there pretty, using his chakrams to slice up the enemy team under the support of Olaf and the rest of his team members. And in the last game, Aphelios couldn't really do anything. That really goes to show how important the context of a champion pick is. What is going on around that champion pick in the draft, and what are you picking it into, and what are you picking it with? And here we see that Doran's Mannelijk Roze clearly know how to draft around with an Aphelios, and it's just working out really well for them. Because the strange thing is, Renekton didn't really do that much this game, but Olaf and Aphelios have been able to just play it really, really well, I have to say.
Yeah, I think the team fight was very clean by Doran's Mannelijk Roze. They knew when to step back slightly, they know when they could go back in. It looked for a second like Wouter Makelaar was called out, but he got back up, he got his buddies there, his homies helping him out, and that worked very, very well for him. He got the Baron, of the Dragon, sorry. And actually, in fact, he also got the Baron afterwards, so I was right after him. Yeah, for now, we see that Libet is going to have to play the game backwards. They need to walk back, and they need to try and turtle this out. Because, there's going to be at least 2 more minutes of Elder, and about 1.5 more minutes of 1.5 more minutes of Elder, and about 2 more minutes of Baron to play against, and that is going to hurt your own structures.
Yeah, you tell them to move back, but look at Team Libet's team comp. They really, really, really do not want to do such a thing. They have Thresh and Echo, both of them not really champs that move backwards. So that's kind of difficult for them. But let's see if they can manage to at least wait at the Elder Drake. Here, maybe a pick.
But the Bash is actually not gonna really care too much. I think
he's not gonna die. Not to an Ornn and a Thresh. Going for another death sentence. He's gonna need to keep fishing for those death sentences. Maybe he suddenly hits Evil Devil or Ellen Masters because they do something not optimal. Could be. Let's see here. The Bash looking for an angle for a flank here with the Elder Dragon buff.
He's gonna go in. He actually does not manage to connect to a carry, but he manages to up Seduced by Lights. Seduced by Lights is having to flash away, and he does ultimately not die, but it is given enough pressure to take down the inhibitor tower and also the mid lane inhib. It looks like Thresh fishing for another hook going onto Wouter Makelaar, but Wouter Makelaar is not one of the targets you want to hit, and therefore nothing happens. The mid lane tower falls, and now the Bash going back to top lane, looking to pressure down that top lane now as a second one. Here comes the Ornn, and we are going to fight. In fact, the Ornn misses. The Oriana is massive, and the Dark Corfy goes down. And Evil Devil also takes the ult like many people. So this looks like it's going to be a very convincing fight, but that does not mean that it is going to be an easy one. He's gonna live! He does a lot of damage, and he actually manages to almost turn the fight back around. But Merlin and Foutenmakelaar, two of the core players of Doris Mannelijke Roze, take the fight, survive, and they are looking to get a lot of damage done on the base of
Yeah,
Team
I
Blue.
think they might be able to end it here. There's still 17 seconds on the Kai'Sa respawn. That was still so much damage that came out of Drop the Boss in the end of that fight. They're taking out 2 before losing his own life. That was really impressive by him. But in the end, there were just 2. The numbers were just skewed too far in the favor of Doris Mannelijke Roze here with the gold lead. They're going to take the finals 2-0 over Team Libbe. GG! Doris Mannelijke Roze, congratulations with taking the entire DSEA X Optiver tournament and winning the first prize.
Yes,
unbelievable.
Indeed. Unbelievable. They managed to put it off, the very final fight. I mean, they had the Elder, they had the Baron. It looked like they were going to win, but the way they won, a very exciting team fight, very close, back and forth. But hey, they made it work. Very well done. Congratulations to Doris Mannelijke Roze. They actually won the entire thing. Congratulations to you. I guess your prediction was right, as the Doris Mannelijke Roze did take it home. Although it wasn't a 2-1, it was a 2-0. In fact, the third 2-0 today.
Yeah, 3-2-0s. I gotta say, this was once again a very close set. Not sure if it was closer than the Orange versus Doris Mannelijke Roze. They were both they fought pretty well, but Doris Mannelijke Roze did seem dominant enough to say that they were definitely the better team in both sets that they played today. So just incredible, unbelievably well played by Dorans. Really well drafted in both of the games here in the final, well built, and I gotta hand it to Foutenmakelaar for really pulling his team together every time through the jungle, just exerting so much pressure on every pick that he has, on the Olaf, on the Talia. What else did we see him on? I mean, I don't know. We saw him on some big, the Hecarim, that was also so huge. So just wow, well done by him, especially like. Foutenmakelaar really, I think he deserves the MVP here for just playing super solidly every single game. Team Libbe really mustered a really good fight in this last game, especially early on. Once again, actually in both games early on, they were doing really well. And this time, even against expectations, surpassing the Renection with the Ornn. That was crazy. But it was just not enough because the macro level play of Doran is just really strong.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think Foutenmakelaar did a lot of work over the course of the 4 games that he played today. He played the Olaf twice, he played the Talia, he played the Hecarim. And yeah, definitely that Hecarim game, I was really impressed by how he just managed to get to the Aphelios from Team Libbe every single time, shut him down, and just not allow Aphelios to have any influence in the game whatsoever, ultimately. And that just kind of like set Dorans up for a very, ultimately a relatively simple victory. I mean, they had to work for it, but Foutenmakelaar did the heavy lifting, and that made it easy for the rest of his team. And in the second game, you saw the Olaf. He was 6-0 at some point, just running people down, just taking kills left and right, and just running into 3 people and just taking them. He didn't even care anymore.
Yeah, he didn't care. Even if he was at the fight late, it didn't matter because he just pressed ultimate, ran in, threw his axes, his hatchets, and they couldn't really run from the Olaf. The Olaf really strong. I think we saw 100% win rate on Olaf being picked, but he was banned a lot too. So, we didn't see him pick that often today. I think maybe 2 out of 6 games, both by Foutenmakelaar. Not entirely sure, but they were both wins, and they were both impressive showings of what the champion can do. Just super dominant in the early game and very good at translating that lead into the mid and late game. Of course, Olaf falls off, but if you are just really good at the champion and you pick him in a good comp where, for example, you have the Orianna to speed him up and make him much stronger in the late game, then he doesn't really fall off that bad. And that's what we saw here. We saw here even in the late game, he had a huge impact. So really, really good. Really nice.
Yeah, definitely. And ultimately, it wasn't like the Foutenmakelaar show, right? He's got 4 teammates with him.
Sure
and none of them were trolling, none of them were inting. Although, maybe there were some questionable plays here or there, like the Renekton dying in the 1v1 at level 3 in the second game. But they were very solid as well. They played really well, and ultimately, I think it is a deserved victory for Dorans, who just showed to be the superior team on the day. So both over DSA Orange as over Team Libbe.
I got to hand it to every single one of the players. I also want to just say LM Masters did really well, not tilting off the face of the planet after dying 3 times in the lane. It's really good. Every team fight he was positioning just really, really, really cleanly. They won all of the dragon fights because LM Masters was alive until the very end, every single fight. So very well done by him there, knowing where he can stand with the Aphelios there and using the correct weapons every single time. And just especially not tilting after dying that often too many ganks in the lane is very nice. I'm very happy about his performance. That was really, really great.
Yeah, typically a case whenever that happens in my solo queue games, and the enemy jungler takes down the ally, the carry, and I'm like playing jungle or whatever, instead of any carry for a change, then I'm definitely going to get spam pinged like, hey, jungle, where you at? But yeah, definitely, LM Masters kept it together, bounced back very, very convincingly with the Aphelios the second game, and he just did a bunch of damage and managed to get the victory ultimately for themselves. So yeah, as well, very impressed. LM Masters had some really good ultimates, CCing a lot of people. Certainly also in the last fight, you saw 2 people of Team Lubitsch just getting blown up by a. So yeah, like the entire team performed well. Merlin had 2 solid games. Firstly, the Silas as well, managing to put out a lot of work against the Akali. And in the second game, he was running the. Ooh, you actually got to help me here. What was he running in the second game?
Orianna.
Orianna, of course, yeah, the ultimate actually catching out just before the Seraphine that I just mentioned, like catching out 2 or 3 members of Lubbe and just blowing them up. Really,
that
really
was
good
huge.
stuff.
Yeah,
that was huge. It was game winning. So yeah,
it's nice to see the synergy as well between Merlin and Evil Devil in the last fight with the Encore being thrown on top of the command Shockwave. Really, really nice there in that final team fight. So both of them also performing really well. The Bash having a little bit less of a great game in the final game, but man, he performed really, really well in the other 3 games that they played. Every time he was really dominating his lane. Really well done by him. And it looks like we have been joined by Merlin from Team Doans Mannelijk Roze. So let's swap over to the 3-cam screen and then we can start the interview.
Should I put my video on, maybe?
Yeah, if you can put on your video, that would be awesome. If you can't, then.
Yeah, so we're getting ready for the winners interview in a couple of seconds. In fact, here we are with our mid laner, Merlin, putting up a fantastic show in the mid lane against Team Lubbe. First of all, massive congratulations. You got the first prize. You won the DCA Optiver League of Legends tournament. So massive congratulations.
Well done.
Very
man.
nice. Thank you.
Yeah,
you must be feeling pretty excited, right?
Yeah, it's nice. It's been a while since we've been able to play a nice tournament with the boys. This is our last year's lineup actually. So yeah, it's good to be reunited, and it was very fun, and of course exciting to win such a fun tournament.
Definitely. So, do you think that this was a team effort? Was there one player like stepping up really big and carrying everything? Because what do you think?
Okay, I think definitely it was, of course, a team effort. But if I had to give the MVP to someone, I suppose, even though we don't like to give MVP to Fouten Makelaar, I suppose we would have to give MVP to Fouten Makelaar because, he's currently the most active League of Legends player out of our team, and he performed obviously quite well these past games. We couldn't have done it without him, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. I think he looked very, very good. But I also think you in the mid lane looked very impressive in the first game, taking the Silas into the Akali matchup. Are you comfortable with the matchup that you played more often?
I didn't play it very often. I play the other side quite a bit more often because Akali is actually one of my favorite champions. But shout out to our draft king Bastard Dylan. He did a great job, and of course, I begged for a little bit of Akali gameplay, but I didn't get it this time.
Unfortunate. But were you happy with your champions in general? Like also Orianna in the second game. You were happy with it?
I love to play Orianna Syndra. I mean, the Silence was definitely fun in that game because you had every single ult was just perfect to steal, except for maybe the Aphelios one or something. But like Echo ult, Akali ult, Ornn ult, and Alistar ult, just such a great combo. And it's also a pretty, decent matchup into Akali. I wasn't able to perform so well in the 1v1 necessarily because she was running Ignite, of course, which makes her have a lot more kill pressure than me. But yeah, we played it out as a team and it went really well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And you brought it home and you won the game 1 in ultimately a relatively convincing style. It looked a bit close for a while. Were you actually at some point in game 1 thinking, hey, we might lose this one? Or was it just a safe drive all the way?
Well, let me think back to the comp that we were running because I think I never really felt like, oh damn, we're so far behind, we're going to lose this one or anything like that.
Yeah, you had the Aphelios, which was kind of scaling up a bit.
No, we didn't have the Aphelios. We had the.
We're talking about the game 1. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you had the
game
Kai'San
one.
game 1. Yeah.
You're running the dive comp.
Yeah. So the bot lane was actually performing quite well. I think there was only one little play early game where we kind of hinted. I think I tried to. I think we on the second gank on bot lane, we tried to 4-man bot lane, but then I accidentally eat into tower, and Alistar had a knockup ready and stuff like that. So I sort of got chunked a lot, and then we decided to still stay around for a fight afterwards, and that was kind of risky, and we lost 3-man for that, I think. So that was a little moment where I thought, ooh, this could go the wrong way, you know. But then I noticed that they, I don't want to, shit talk my opponents or anything, but I noticed that when they had an advantage in the game, they often didn't really do a lot with it. So it was sort of up to us to do everything in the game, sort of. And then when we misplayed, they would react quite well to it. But if we misplayed and then were set behind a bit, they wouldn't really capitalize on it. So we could just keep taking drakes, keep taking towers, keep taking objectives, and pick them off slowly and steadily. And that's how we got back in the first game. And the second game was, I think, early game it looked a bit more scary maybe from an outside perspective, but we knew that we had a really great scaling comp with Orianna and Seraphine, of course, and then matching that with an Olaf and Aphelios, that it's just very strong.
Yeah, about the Aphelios, because in the first game you so handily dismantled the enemy Aphelios. So is the pickup in the second game of the Aphelios yourself, is that like PM, like saying, you know what, we can show you how the Aphelios is done, or do you think it just was a good pick to go in the general?
Oh no, we definitely think it was just a good pick, because I think a lot of ADCs were banned in general. We needed something that had a lot of DPS output. Of course, we were already playing the Seraphine, and we ended up also locking in the Orianna next to it, which is just great supportive champions to keep the Aphelios safe. And then he can just pump out the damage, So we think it was a great pickup in the situation.
Definitely.
Once again, shout out to our draft king, the Bastard.
Nice.
And of
I have another question. You already touched on the mid lane matchup every time where you did not have the ignite, but your opponent did have the ignite. I'm sure that must have affected your playstyle a bit, going for a little bit, maybe playing a little bit more safe. Did you feel uncomfortable in that position, or were you completely fine just taking it easy and deciding to, just let's scale?
Well, the only moments that I get worried in situations like that is when I see the enemy mid laner, they get wave prio and they disappear off my screen, and then I see my bot lane running forwards towards the enemy tower, and I'm like, guys, just back off for a second, please, But my team did great. I don't think they really got caught on any roams by the enemy mid laners, so that was actually just fine. Also, I want to give a little shout out to Mr. The Dark Coffee, also known as Ruben or Lubbe, if I understand correctly, because he played well and he's a fun guy, I think.
Yeah, cool. For sure.
Yeah, he's great definitely. He had some solid games in this. Both games, like first game he got to get blown up, of course, but like he did definitely try his best. So definitely a solid player to play against. I mean, you prevailed anyways. That only shows how strong you were as a team.
Thank you.
Yeah, so ultimately, I think you put up some great matches today, dismantling Orange in the first best of 3, and now taking the grand prize home in the finals against Team Lubbe. So congratulations once more. I suggest you go have a great celebratory stay-at-home party with your teammates.
Yes,
exactly. Dynamic is still a thing, but you know what? Congratulations! Thank you so much for the interview and joining us today, and have a great rest of your evening.
Thank you too. Goodbye.
Thank you for the interview. Great.
Okay, so I don't think much for us is left to say, except that we're going to be handing it over to Andrew Meyer in a few minutes, once again, to say some closing notes. So as soon as we hear how long that's going to take, we can hand that over appropriately. Yeah, is there anything that you still want to have said before we?
It looks like he's ready. So let's indeed share some final words. Oh, okay. We wait a second, but we can still, of course, share some of our final words. Well, I just wanted to say it looked like Merlin. He seemed pretty happy with the W there, getting the win over Team Lubbe. but also I really love to see that he still had so much respect for the opponents, even shouting out one of them for being a cool guy. I mean, that's just great to see that kind of sportsmanship. It's really great to see that in the sea of toxicity that you usually find when you look at the League of Legends community. So that's awesome to see. Now we got the sign that we can say our final words. So I will go first. I just in advance want to thank everybody for watching. Please stick around for the last few words of Andrew Meyer. I had a great time casting personally. It was really nice to cast alongside both Timo and Pepijn. It was a great experience, and it was just in general, I hope to do these things more often. And a really, really, really big thank you to Optiver for sponsoring this and making this all happen, because honestly, for us, for the entire DZA, this was just phenomenal, just incredible. Like having such an experience, such a high production value tournament set up by Optiver. I want some hearts in the chat for Optiver, because it's absolutely insane what they did for us.
Yeah. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. As we are going to hand it over to Andrew, thanks so much for like the production team as well. Erwin has been behind the scenes all day long, working very hard to get everything working, and of course you at home watching, and Optiver for sponsoring everything. I hope we can maybe get to do something once more. But before we go and end the stream, we're going to hand it over to Andrew from Optiver, who is going to thank you all and say some final words. So bye from us.
Goodbye.
Thanks, guys. That enthusiasm is for sure shared by me. I thought that was freaking awesome. I was tuned in for most of the day. The high energy from you guys is incredible. Trying to follow the game even is incredible in that grand final. For sure, I'd like to wish a big congrats to, excuse my Australian Dutch, but Dorans Mannerosa. Well done on winning. I actually thought you guys were going to be the underdogs from the tone I had for most of the day. And of course, thanks for playing. Our losers are Lubbe, I think, which to me sounds quite Belgian, actually. I guess being the losers, you're never really going to make it pro. So probably you should apply to Optiver, I would say. I'm actually curious for all of you to reach out to our website, see if there's any jobs that interest you, because I'm really keen to see how our hypothesis actually goes, that we think a lot of you will be very successful at what we try and do. Also, congrats to the Optiver team. I'm glad you guys, we just picked a few of you off the trading floor a week back, but good diligence in preparing, and also good that our hypothesis also holds up, that we got some pretty good gamers on board as well. So thanks to everyone. Yeah, great production. I think this is for sure one of many steps we're going to take into this space. So hope to see all of you again online soon this year, and hopefully at some stage on our trading floor, either for our massive LAN tournament that we're going to hold, or working alongside us. Until next time, see ya.
Trading. Yeah, cool.